Elements are just disconnected from this game.
As they now slip down to 4-4 in the standings. And who would have guessed that? To looking so good on paper.
Elements go 0-5.
Losing streaks are really mentally stressful. Like, you keep thinking about things you could have done better.
Kevin's gone to Elements now, starting and replacing Wicked there.
We are not playing well. The atmosphere in the team is a bit shaky.
They need to make some changes. They're down in the bottom and you want to get out of that last place.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be stuck there for long. That auto relegation's not looking too good.
Oh, the blast hook from Crepo!
I've been playing League of Legends professionally for so long right now, so I have a lot of experience.
Crepo started this play. Oh, it was so good.
We have a lot of things to work on, but at the same time, there's hope for us. I hope we can just solve our issues, contest for the top spots.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series. We're coming to you live from Berlin, Germany. The crowd is hyped. They're getting ready to kick off week number 6. We saw just a few moments ago. Fans entering on in. The Giants fans coming out in force. They've got the whole nation of Spain on their backs. There are the Giants right there. And they do look ready to start this day off. Here we go, Fnatic entering the building. Also, some serious faces, Stone Cold to start this day off. Hey everybody, I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and joining me to kick off week 6 of the Spring Split is, of course, Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thank you very much, Pyro. I'm looking forward to the games, and something we're going to keep reminding everybody. Only 8 games left this split, so running out of time.
They are running out indeed, but really quick, just for a moment, I wanted to take a second to wish a very happy birthday to the best mom, NA. Love you, Mom. Now let's go ahead and see where our teams stand as we get closer to the playoffs. In true European fashion, the table tells a completely different story than they did just a few weeks ago.
Yes, it really does. Standing at the top is SK Gaming and Fnatic. They still hold on to 1st and 2nd respectively. The Copenhagen Wolves and H2K both had a very strong few weeks back-to-back. They're tied in 3rd place, if you can believe that, with Gambit Gaming and the Unicorns just a game behind them in 5th. And it's the middle of the table, also looking towards the bottom with Elements, Giants, Roccat. The win streaks, the loss streaks, very important. And again, only 18 games in the split, only 8 games left to either make it into playoffs or get yourself out of that auto-relegation zone if you're MYM.
Yeah, they definitely got to be careful of that. Coming closer now, those teams are going to have a chance to battle it out on stage later today, but we're going to get things started in just a few between Giants Gaming and Fnatic. Then, of course, the Unicorns of Love will face off against SK Gaming. Roccat will square off against the Red Hot H2K, and later on, Gambit Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves will both look to keep their win streaks alive and continue to climb up those standings.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they can end up. I'm personally looking forward to the Unicorns of Love versus SK matchup, see which team can bounce back after going 0-2, and actually see who can adjust their play style. So that's my game of the day.
Yeah, the innovation is definitely a big plus. These teams have really been stepping up in all the different things they've been doing. And throughout today's action as well, we're going to be keeping an eye especially on H2K and their seemingly unstoppable top laner, Odoamne.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of Odoamne. This is a guy who's had fantastic performances across multiple champions, but last week in particular, his Gnar is just mind-boggling. 13 KDA. Whenever he is engaging for his team, H2K seem to be doing well. And since Kasing has been brought into the fold, the team has just taken off. They have good picks and bans, they've got good in-game calls and strategies, they play the map well. I just think Prolly is helping transform this team, so much so that they're my dark horse team when we look at the playoffs. I really think H2K could catch people off guard if and when we get to those playoff spots.
Oh, high praise indeed, Quickshot.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we're also going to pay extra special close attention to Elements, whose latest roster swap, they brought a very familiar face to that dual lane. It is, of course, Crepo coming in to save the Elements, but Quickshot, is he the 5th element?
Technically, he's the 7th element. Kevin would have been the 6th. He's now the 7th.
Oh, okay, you got me there.
But, yes, you're 100% right. He's coming to save Elements. I think the audience is excited, the viewers are excited, but you need to be very realistic here. Yes, Crepo is going to be a great addition. He's got good leadership, and I think he has the tools to turn the team around, but this is not a one-week wonder fix. It will take time. He's been in the scene a long time. He's got a lot of experience to draw from. He's played with Froggen extensively, but we need to see just how much and how willing the rest of the team is to follow his lead.
That's true. Well, in his own words, it is time to put up or shut up, and that especially extends to Elements altogether as a team. Turning to the rest of the league as well, Betsy, of course, still going to be in for Gambit as Nick is still out with that collapsed lung, but we're going to see he has played Only 2 games so far. His Ezreal was okay,
Yeah.
but his Ahri, really, really impressive.
Yeah, I completely agree. It was extremely confident. It was actually very instrumental in helping beat Fnatic last week. I think if Betsy can have that same performance like he did on Ahri, this kid actually might find himself in a starting position, because I feel he's done more or showed a higher skill cap than what we've seen from Nick this year.
Yeah, well, it's quite possible. Now, of course, we also have Coaches Week this week, featuring the minds behind the scenes of your favorite teams.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to hearing what the coaches have to say with regards to the games, the matchups, especially their opponents. You can learn quite a lot on how much a team understands their opponents. And this is the first time that we've dedicated this amount of time to the support staff behind the players. So I'm looking forward to hearing Shox and Deficio break it down with them on the desk and finding out what the coaches feel about the league.
Yeah. And funny you should mention that. We're going to go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk, where we are joined by our first 2 guests of the week.
Thank you very much, Pyrotechnics. I'm Evie Shock supporter, joined here by Martin Deficio Lunge, and we are here with 2 LCS coaches. That is SK Gaming's Inner Flame and Sheepy from the Unicorns of Love. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Great to have you guys here, and also great that we get to hear a little bit more from the coaches here today. And of course, I'm sorry to bring it up, but we'll have to talk about last week. And you guys both going an 0-2 performance. Let's maybe start with you, Inner Flame, because it was very out of the element for SK Gaming after coming off an 8-game winning streak. What have you identified 1 week later as the main things that went wrong in those games?
So the main issue we had was we didn't practice effectively coming into the week. We had just like a few technical difficulties, like internet and sickness more. We missed practice days, and we were just sloppy in the games. We made lots of like clumsy mistakes, and I think that was like the main thing that made us lose that week.
And how do you as a coach then, after your team have gone 8-0 first, they lose the first game, how do you make sure everyone is still feeling okay and believing in the team and trusting in their teammates?
Well, of course, like fixing the issues first. Sickness is like probably done now. So just play more, really. Play more, try and catch up for like lost time.
Same question actually goes for you, Sheepy. You guys coming off a pretty rough week as well. After the week before, you went 2-0 finally. Then last week, everything kind of fell apart. What did you identify as the mistakes?
From our side, I think that mainly we should have put more emphasis on our practice. It was a time where we had people over to our house, and we did a lot of stuff outside of the game, and that was really new, and as well on the LCS days. This is something we will be more careful about in the future, and it just got us a little bit sidetracked, and I think we were not as focused compared to the weeks before. So I think this is something where we have to chime in first.
I would also really like to know from both of you, how much do you practice, like the teams here? What is the standard schedule for an EU LCS team? Are we talking 8 hours of scrims, or how's it looking like for you guys first, Sheepy?
A normal practice day is usually people are waking up at different times, but everybody should be ready to be interactive at like 12, 13. Usually people have already started playing solo queue, and then there's the normal practice hours. I think there are 2 different ways. The first one is you play a 1 best of 5 per day. And the other one is you have a 15 till 18 practice block, then 1 hour practice off, where you usually eat something, and then from 19 till 22, and then afterwards people play solo queue. So a typical day can go from 8 to 11 hours.
Where do the replay watching come in that?
It comes usually after, and I have a specific amount of time before and after the scrims just to look at something. And also we have on our end, we have Saturday and Sunday as a really start prepping for the team that we are facing, so we can already practice peaks and bans.
Is it the same for you guys, Inner Flame?
If the games are fast, you can look at something quickly, like in between, but you don't want to be impolite to the other team as well. So you just start as soon as possible, generally. Otherwise, you just look after practice. We start usually around 1, 2, play a game or 2 of solo queue. You don't want the players to play too much before they go into scrims as well. We like to have a day off as well, so Saturday is our day off. I think it's important that everyone gets their like own time as well. And then you have to try and like fit in sponsor work as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, it all kind of comes together, but generally you do the kind of 15 to 18, 19 plus. And closer to playoffs, I think like most teams will do the like one best of 5 a day, just to try and simulate things as best as possible.
You mentioned that there's a lot to do, a lot to fit in. You, of course, have a huge team behind you as well. Sheepy is just you and a couple of others for now. You guys are facing each other here in the second game of the day. So, Sheepy, give me your thoughts on that matchup. Haven't been able to beat SK yet. This could be the next big thing.
Last time we played against SK, we felt really strongly about the matchup. We actually thought that we had prepared enough, but apparently they came out with a win, and we've taken a lot from it. Now we are more focusing on making ourselves feel comfortable and really trying to simulate as good as possible how the game will go, what picks they will pick and ban, and we just, before the game, go through different team compositions, and I think this is something that will help us in the end to exactly know what are our win conditions and how do we want to play the map.
Joe, what are your win conditions?
I don't think teams have like changed too much as far as playstyle goes, but obviously the patch changes the picks, and it will be interesting to see the picks thrown out.
Yep. Will be a very interesting one in that one. Well, since we'll be talking to coaches here on the desk all week, it's only fair that you can pick their brains too. Just tweet your questions at LOL Esports and use the hashtag #AskACoach, and we'll share your replies with our guests later in the show. But for now, let's turn our attention to the first matchup of the day between the Giants and Fnatic. Last time these teams met, Giants were still looking to find their footing on the LCS stage and weren't prepared to stop Reignover's Rengar. It'll be interesting to see how these teams play with a couple of wins under their belt, and especially Giants. So let's start by taking a look at their lineup. We have Werlib, Frederick, Pepinero, Adri, Rydell, and their coach Lozark. As said, a couple of wins under their belt after not winning since week 1. They won twice last week. How much of the win versus you guys, Sheepy, do you attribute to the fact that they were very high on the momentum after that Elements win?
I think there's a lot to contribute there, especially as a team that's coming from a background where you are very fastly underestimated or very less input or thought put into playing against you. They had like no worries. Like they could 100% concentrate on the game. They had really not so much to lose, and yeah, I think this is also a strength that we feel as well.
Yeah, and I think for Giants, when you watch them play, even though they've been down in the bottom of the standings nearly all the time here in the LCS, they still seem so focused in the game. Against Elements, they were really far behind. They're going for that one steal with Frederick where he gets the Baron, and instantly they know exactly what to do. They go 5-man bottom lane, get 3 kills, win the game. I mean, that focus for them, even when they're behind, is really, really important when you're playing these bottom tier games, we can call them, because again, you want to beat them. Beating Elements means they can almost climb above them in the standings, which is a big thing for Giants.
Yeah, that Baron steal, by the way, versus you guys especially, that was interesting.
Yeah, sometimes we tend to make Nashers not the safest way. I think we had also a talk when Crepper was on the analyst desk about our Nashers being optimizable, and in this regard, I think we talked a lot about it afterwards, and yeah, I hope it doesn't happen again, especially not today.
Fingers crossed. Innerflame, what is your take on the Giants? They did win 2 games last week, but do you see potential in there for top 6?
I mean, they gave us a really hard time when we played them. At least like up to them, we had some hard games, but I think they kind of exposed us more than others. They showed like real good team composure as well. Like playing against Elements, they came back. Like all the odds were against them, right? So you need like a lot of team composure to like kind of get yourself together and like capitalize on the mistakes of the opponent.
Yeah, they will need a lot of team composure versus Fnatic as well. Turning to the other side of the rift, let's take a look at that lineup for Fnatic: Huni, Reignover, Febiven, Steelback, Yellow Star, and their coach Daylor. Another 1-1 week for them, 7-3. Day 1, of course, they had that win versus you guys. There was a lot of talk about the picks and bans. Maybe they banned out Freddy of some sorts. And were you guys thrown off, or was your game plan thrown off of what they pulled out?
No, I mean the picks and bans really went how we thought it would. Like I said, it was a lot of like individual errors from us, and that came from not being able to practice enough. Yeah, I mean that was basically it. I think we were exposed a little bit, but again, a lot of it was due to us not being able to practice effectively.
You guys actually beat Fnatic the week before. What did you make of that 1-on-1 performance and kind of the things that they also can work on? Because when they play good, they are godlike, but then they still drop the ball a couple of times.
I think they had a really strong early game, especially against us, and overall, they are very pick-oriented team. They play picks like Lissandra, they play Rengar, And those picks are just, if you are not on top of your game or you just slack off at some point and let the tempo go down, then there's a lot of potential to come back, which we capitalized on when we played against them. So mainly what I think is really important is that they just keep on fighting the whole time. And I think you also heard it before in the voice chat, Huni is usually the one that is very straight, go for the objective, Dragon, and yeah, I think that's something that's really admirable.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think Huni played like really well against us. He had like a lot of clutch rumble ults. He did die, I believe, in like when Forgiven and that like outplayed him, but yeah, I mean, like
we heard that one.
Yeah,
before.
I mean, right, but I mean, he like came back and he like did a lot of good rumble ults, like especially on the Baron fight. I think that was like the main turning point in the game. It kind of stopped us from coming back, and they like snowballed from there.
Yeah, I think it's very clear we have seen when you play against Fnatic, Huni is the guy you have to look towards in terms of bans. You mentioned his Rumble, absolutely fantastic. You were talking about Lissandra being very important for them as well.
Yeah.
Those two bans needs to be here for Giants. Shut him down, because Fnatic has shown when he's on a tank, they're not playing that well in terms of team fighting, so they need him to be on a carry, and that should be banned away by Giants.
Yeah, one final thing. You mentioned they just need to keep on fighting, which is actually something we identified from you guys as being a flaw. Is that your general, as a coach, strategy? We should just keep fighting all the time?
I didn't mean it exactly this way. It was more like be on top of the game the whole time and don't, have periods where you're not talking. Something around this. I think that Fnatic overall, compared to us, has like a very clear win condition. They go for the picks, they go for the rotation for the towers, and this is usually their bread and butter. And at some point, they are just so strong that you can't even 1v1, 1v2. Like, at this point, they are just becoming too strong. And for us, I think that it sometimes looks very uncoordinated, and I think this is something that overall every team can improve on. Just not drop the ball, be focused, and always look for these opportunities on the map.
Yeah, we'll see how you guys play out. Thank you very much for joining us here on the desk. While the LCS rookies have brought new life into Fnatic's play in 2015, changing the top and bottom lane have also meant that they have a more international style of shot calling.
저희 바텀도 일단 2명 다 프랑스인이라서 뭐 다른 라인에 상관이 없는 그런 커뮤니케이션이라면 거기도 막 불어를 쓰기도 하고, 그리고 저희도 이제 탑 정글 사이에서 또 뭘 하려면 일단 영어로 정글러가 일단 탑갱을 간다고 말한 다음에 일단 그게 탑갱을 간다 하면 우리 바텀하고 미드가 조심해야 되는 거라서 일단 그런 거는 영어로 말한 다음에 이제 그 이후에는 어떻게 해야 하는 것은 뭐 저희가 다시 한국어로.
Find a communication system that works for you. That seems to have gotten them at least 7 wins on the board so far, Quickshot.
Yeah, and it has. It's something that keeps ringing true when you think of Fnatic. It is their playstyle. It is their pick-oriented focus on the game. I like to sort of compare them to an old Millennium from last year. They very, very focused on one style, but Fnatic do it well. And Yellowstar said, we've only been playing since the 6th of January. Give us time. We'll learn. We'll grow. We've not seen that yet. And maybe this is the week.
Yeah, we're going to have to see it sooner or later, though. Teams are starting to figure it out a little bit of a rocky start on that 1-1 in this week. They had a fantastic performance against SK, not so much against Gambit. We'll see what they do in this next one, though, because Giants Gaming, this is the real test for them.
Yeah, I think so too. For Giants, they need to make sure they start grabbing some wins. As we've said, they're very close to meet your makers. Deficio highlighted the important champions for the top laners. Jax is taken away from Giants, Rumble taken away from Huni. What I'm very interested to see is if they're going to go for a first pick Rek'Sai. Something that we've seen from Reignover is that when he's not on Rengar, Olaf, or Rek'Sai, he doesn't play anything else. We've not seen him play Lee Sin, we've not seen him play Jarvan, and Jarvan we've not seen him play anywhere.
Yeah, and even that Olaf game, that last one against Gambit didn't quite have the effect that they wanted. Lissandra Bana, this is the same thing that Gambit was doing to Huni last week. They take away his 2 best top laners. Did not look good on Maokai. Morgana now banned away by Fnatic.
So, slightly different bans from Fnatic. These are heavily, heavily targeted. Adri on Siv's played it twice. It is statistically his strongest AD carry. 10 kills, 3 deaths, 12 assists. And taking away the Morgana removes both the flex pick option as well as also taking away Rydell's most played support champion. So I think it's quite smart, but I did somewhat expect this first pick Rek'Sai. We know that Reignover only had either Olaf left in the tank, or he has to surprise us and show us a Lee Sin or a Jarvan for the first time.
Yeah, we'll see what he does decide to do, but I think it makes a lot of sense to first pick that Rek'Sai. But Fnatic, right away, they take the Kalista and the Kassadin.
So just a reminder for everybody at home, we are playing on 5.3. This is not 5.4, so Kassadin is still old Kassadin, still the most popular champion here in Europe, but the Kalista is an interesting change. We've not seen Steelback on many champions. He plays cleanup, he plays late game, and Kalista is still going to fit into that style. This is the 4th champion that he's played, and for somebody like Steelback, who is not good in a 2v2, as a fact, he's behind all of his lane opponents in CS. I want to see how well he can farm, because if Giants can keep him down and delay his Blade into Hurricane, into BT, whatever build he decides to optimize, it could be a smart way. For Fnatic, it's all about scaling. They can't afford to fall behind early.
Agreed. And for Giants gaming side, they have a lot of choices to make here. The Zed is going to get locked in. The Corki as well. So I was thinking he might go for the Graves, but the Corki also makes some sense in this situation. And now Fnatic have the opportunity here to pick up the other Cass and potentially send Huni on the Kassadin, or even switch it up that way. I mean, Huni does love these AP mages top.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. But I do want to touch on the Giants lock-ins. With Zed and Corki, they needed a magic damage threat, because Zed and Rek'Sai already a lot of physical being put on the map, as well as some split pushing power. I like the Corki. It's going to give you wave clear. It's going to give you some of that mixed damage to help itemize, and it's also going to synergize with an early to mid game power spike. So if Frederick can have some good ganks and move around the map effectively, he can combo with that Zed and Corki very effectively.
You're right, and Giants have been looking like a team that's so much transformed from what we saw them in the early stages of the split, being much more proactive, moving around the map, securing objectives. Yes, they were losing for quite a lot of the game against Elements until they turned that around, but in their next game, it was so much more proactive against the Unicorns of Love, and there we go, Fnatic, they get the lock-in, they take a Nunu and an Alistar. It's already a very different team comp than what we're used to seeing, so as you said, this is something different.
And this is all about control. This Nunu should go into the jungle, and it's going to allow Reignover to move around the map to look for some counter jungling and get some vision down. Something that I love from watching some of the LCK region Nunus is just an early Sightstone and just littering the map with wards. Fnatic have got the highest wards per minute placed of any European team this split, and if they decide to play that same style, it's going to allow a mobile Kassadin, a mobile Kalista to move around the map. You combo that with the CC from Alistar, and you do have a very scary skirmish team. But for Fnatic, they've got to be a little careful, because their front line is all about mobility. They're all about dancing around in team fights, as opposed to just sitting down and full-on sort of death-balling somebody.
And on the side of Giants, so we're going to see the Kennen lock-in for Werlib. He has played a number of champions up top, but so far, Kennen has not been one of them. On the other hand, Rydal, he had been denied the Thresh quite a lot. It was actually banned out several times, and now that he has a chance to go back to it with Morgana being taken off the table, that's what they choose.
Statistically, Rydal's not been as good on Thresh as he has on Morgana, so we need to see if he can level up his Thresh game. But the story of Werlib here in the Spring Split, when Jax got banned away after week 1, this is Werlib's 9th champion in 11 games. So he's really struggling to find a champion or a playstyle that's going to fit into both his team comp and his ability to impact the lane. But what I like about the Kennen, again, it rounds out your damage. You've got a good mixture of AP of AD. You've got a Giants team comp that feels like a Gambit team comp. They're going to be focusing on engage and on damage. And as long as they can get the squishy damage threats of Kassadin and Kalista, they should actually have a good team fight. It's all about finding the champion and getting rid of him quickly.
And in all the craziness that has been this pick ban phase, Gnar ekes his way through to the very last pick. Huni's going to be able to pick that one up. We'll see how he does on that. He's played it once, hasn't had a win on it.
I don't know. Look, Huni's a great player, and there's a lot of fan support behind him, but his Gnar performance, it actually may have been against the Unicorns, if memory serves, was not particularly strong. He was not landing his ultimates effectively. He had some hops and some stuns from the wallop, which was half decent, but it was not the same level of mastery or control that we've seen from the likes of his Rumblers, Lissandra. What this does do, though, is with the Gnar CC plus Nunu, it buys a huge amount of zone control. There's not a lot of champions that can get through the Gnar, then get through the Nunu to get to a Kassadin and a Kalista. So the only role that Huni and Reignover are going to be playing in this particular matchup is zoning, keeping people away from Kalista and Kassadin, because if they do not do that, the double damage threat is at risk of being outscaled, at risk of being shut down. if the squishy team of Giants can get ahead. Because, of course, they don't have a traditional tank.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that one up. A very, very squishy team. So, I mean, I feel like they're going to butt heads. There's going to be a lot of blood. But what do you guys think about all of that? Let us know with your tweets in this matchup. Go ahead and send those tweets over to @LOL Esports using the hashtag FNCWin or GIAWin. But we're loading up onto the Rift for the start of week number 6. The crowd is hyped. How about you at home?
I'm looking forward to seeing what Giants do. If we go back and we look at the week 2 game, or week 3 game rather, between Giants and Fnatic, Frederick actually had a very good start to the game, playing against Reignover's Rengar. And he counter-ganked him, he read Reignover's early pressure, and it got Giants first blood, it got them decent enough lanes. The problem is, Frederick and the rest of the lanes, they couldn't maintain that level of performance. So they fell behind after repeated attempts. Reignover's not going to have that same level of impact. He's not going to have that same ganking power on Anunu. This is a lot more about vision, about control, and about scaling.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see what Fnatic wants to do overall in this early game. You see that Giants have gone for the lane swap up top. Right now, Huni has no idea this is happening. He knows vaguely that Werlib's in the area, and they're going to ping each other out. But that, that's almost like a fake out here. It's like, oh, he's going up top, so I don't have to worry about the 1v2.
Yeah, we need to see how Giants play this lane out. The opportunities are there. With Rek'Sai with Thresh, you can set early picks up. And in terms of the 2v2, the fact that Yellowstar is obviously on this melee Alistar, not looking to get into a lane where he can get bullied. You don't want to ever be in a position where Rydal on Thresh with that Relic Shield is just going to keep hammering away, keeping you down, so that Yellowstar and Steelback are going to be farming. We touched on this earlier. Steelback at 10 minutes is traditionally down a minimum of 9 CS, an average rather, of 9 CS against his lane opponents. So we need to see if that happens again, because he's on a champion that needs to get early farm and needs to get those items.
We'll see what he does indeed. Steelback himself making moves
no.
up top, but he's going to run into the brush, and he gets flayed back, ignites on, burns his flash. Here we go, Rydal. That won't be enough to take him down, but a summoner for a summoner. Steelback gets away as the rest of Fnatic invading the jungle.
There was no vision. Steelback just flat on face checks. I'm sure there's a tip. When you load onto the Rift, there's one of those tips on the loading screen that says don't face check bushes. Steelback forgot about that and is forced to burn his flash. It's not the end of the world if he can get the support from Yellowstar. The pulverize and the knockback from Alistar can help save him, but it just means Steelback is going to lose CS because he has to play defensively now.
He's actually going to swap back down. They're making moves slowly that way. They spend the teleport on Huni to move up there. So after taking a bit of the jungle here, Fnatic getting a little bit greedy as they took away so much of Frederick's jungle up top. He's going to be in for a rude awakening. But you're right, Steelback, he's not going to have that flash available. They've had to burn the teleport on Huni, so they don't quite have the map pressure for a few moments if Giants want to do something crazy. And speaking of crazy, here's Rydal. What's he doing out there?
So Reignover set himself up for a 3 buff. This is a decent start, despite the fact that Steelback lost his flash top. Reignover is going to at least slow down Frederick a touch. It's not the end of the world that he's lost the camps, but it is a positive position for Reignover to be in. I want to see if he can make it to his blue buff before anyone from Giants manages to set themselves up. But again, for Reignover, it's going to be all about setting up the vision to ensure Pepinero can't flank and to try prevent and mitigate the Werlib engages on that cannon. If you think back to Cabashard last week, his flash slicing maelstroms were incredibly impactful. And in the mid lane, Frederick and Pepinero, they're thinking about an aggressive dive, but I think it's a bit early.
It might be a bit ill-advised, but both these teams, again, we said they like to butt heads. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that. You can see Fabivin leaving behind those little bits of tremor sense. Frederick thinking about that one. Yellowstar now roaming back into his own zone.
Gotta go in.
Yep, he is. Fabivin, oh, quick flash.
So 2 flashes down. 3 weeks ago, Giants did exactly the same thing. Frederick was involved in some early pressure on the lanes, and it allowed Giants to get an early leg up in the match. But it didn't translate into anything else. It didn't translate to kills. It didn't translate to gold. And there's the tunnel.
He's going to go again. He tried to clear that one out. Didn't quite have the timing. Night is ticking. They eat a tower shot, decide, maybe it's a little early.
Yeah, so Flash was burned from Febivin. Febivin manages to survive, but look at the pressure that Frederick is already giving. The middle lane for Pepinero, going to give him a small CS advantage, and it's also going to make Febivin just play a lot more defensively in that lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, Reignover was able to grab his blue back, so You know, they did get the 3 buff complete. Rydell now moving down to help out Werlib. It's kind of a giveaway where Yellow Star's sitting, but thanks to the Soulbound there.
So Yellow Star just able to bait out that Lightning Rush from Werlib. Of course, just a reminder, it is 5.3, so Cassidy is still, his Rift Walk is still very, very strong and powerful. And
it's more of a Rift run.
More of a Rift run, I like that. But we need to see how impactful Werlib can be. I think for the team fights to be very impactful for Giants, Werlib can get into a good spot to stun up and root either Febiven or Steelback. And considering you've got a very mobile Rek'Sai, a very mobile Zed, the CC that can come out from Thresh, there is the possibility to lock down Steelback for a prolonged period of time. You just need one of those hard CCs to hit initially, and then chain everything thereafter. The only thing Giants have to do is get past that very defensive front line of Gnar plus Nunu.
Speaking of Gnar, Andre's having a little bit of trouble. He's going to peg a few missiles at the giant dinosaur. Usually works pretty well in movies.
Only if you're the good guy, and that's relative.
It's true.
In the LCS. But Frederick, again, just trying to play aggressively. He's got himself that Stalker's Blade and trying to control Reignover's jungle. This is important to note. Nunu generally has very good clear time, has the ability to move around the map quickly and place wards, so we'll see whether or not Reignover can get control. Right now, Pepe's in trouble from Yellow. He's been surrounded.
Yep, he gets the death mark onto Reignover, tries to move his way out of danger, and he does because the rest of Giants were coming up. Crisis averted for Giants Gaming. Both teams really roaming a lot around the map.
And that's something I also just realized that we didn't talk about in Picks and Bans. The wave clear is next to non-existent for Fnatic. So if they get into a position where they have to defend from a siege, they will have the engage power of a Gnar plus Alistar. But if Giants can keep poking them down, get some damage from Corki, and have an opportune time with the wave, they could, in theory, get some good damage down early. So for Fnatic, again, it's all going to come down to the vision. They can't afford to get caught out of position, or they'll lose big chunks of their towers and eventually the tower itself.
Yeah, they have to be very, very careful of that one. And Giants, on the other hand, definitely trying to dictate the pace of the game. Taking a look at that fan vote. Fnatic Nation coming up big with an 82%. Thinking this one is going to be in the bag for them. But Giants, they have surprised us in the last couple of weeks. Yeah, he's hanging out up top. I expect Audrey to be in a world of hurt in just a minute. Gnar against the wall, the knock up, the knock back, and the exhaust for the insurance policy. This is going to be first blood, and it goes over to Huni. Meanwhile, though, Giants respond.
Well executed. Can Fnatic push the wave in? We need to see how quickly they can get damage onto the tower. The rest of Fnatic are going to dance around. There's no support here from Steelback. He does have his flash available. But yeah, well executed gank. The roaming Yellow Star was able to set up a very strong play. That was the Giants fans down in front of the bleachers supporting the Dragon kill. You have to weigh up what the difference is. I think getting Huni off to a positive start is good. Yes, it's not been from jungle interaction, but that's fine because you can have a roaming ganking support instead. Therefore, Fnatic still have their pick-focused style, but it didn't equate to an objective or even damage on that tower.
Yeah, they kind of waffled for a moment. They just sat there and, oh, okay, do we push this? Okay, no, we're going to go ahead and back. But it was a really good first blood, but they did give up something for it. So Giants, this is a team that we have seen in the last couple of weeks evolve to get to a point where they're very, very confident. Okay, something happened. Now we're going to go take advantage of something on the bottom of the map. That is what the best teams are able to do very seamlessly, and they're stepping up to it. I've been very impressed at how they've changed week over week.
Interesting first item pickup here from Pepinero. Done for the Hex Drinker just to go for this extended lane against Febiven. And needlessly, Rod picked up for Werlib, thanks to getting a good amount of farm. So fair amounts of power for the Giants members. Reignover is coming to gank. Werlib has his slicing Maelstrom as well as a flash, insta-flash.
Yeah, he has to immediately. Still gets the house thrown at him. So Werlib not having the easiest of times, but he's got quite a lot of damage there. Giants back in their own jungle. Pepinero looking for, looks like the Scuttle Crab will be onto the menu. Yellow Star getting caught on a hook. They get some serious damage on him, but he heals a portion of it up.
And there's a perfect example of the terrible wave clear from Fnatic in action. Steelback is slightly behind on CS despite losing flash early. The lane swap allowed him to farm up relatively well, but Yellow Star's not going to do anything without relic stacks, and even in that scenario, he still has to get in range to take a death sentence. So you can see Audrey and Rydell pushing the wave up. They've got a pink ward in the river. You've got Reignover, who's not a particularly strong ganker. Giants have got a very good strategy to take advantage of the comp they're playing against. They know there's no wave clear. They know there's no Rek'Sai for that hard engage on a gank. As long as they can see Nunu running in, they've got all the time in the world to play with.
Yeah, Giants, they hold several more cards in that situation. Gold is about bang even in this situation. Only 100 difference separating these two teams, and that is in the pockets of Fnatic. Bridal tries to push Yellow Star back. There's the flash. Rainover going to throw it on the ice ball. The knockup. Do they have enough damage? Absolute zero. Going to get moved away. Frederick now collapsing on the pile, and Audrey is going to make some help for him. Steelback now is the one that goes down. They're looking for Rainover for round number 2. Can they get the second kill? It looks like it. Audrey is going to come up with that one. Giants counter gank too strong.
It was very well played. I initially thought Rydell should not have stuck around, but he baited in Fnatic to go deeper. Fnatic had to run all the way down the lane. Frederick flanks from behind, and just a well-executed counter gank, like you said. Fnatic trying to focus Rydell, and Audrey, still with 100% HP, went untouched in that fight. So a very good play from Giants. They're taking advantage of their lane matchups. They're taking advantage of their opponent's lane weaknesses. And that's what's allowed them to get this near 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and just like that, we were mentioning a moment ago that it was just about even, but those 2 kills, they changed quite a lot there. They got the tower on top of it. There's the Rek'Sai Scream, just going to be going for some tasty, tasty farm. But Fnatic, yeah, they're not seeming to be responding quite well to these situations. They've set up a couple of plays. One's gone well, but they've traded a dragon for it. A second one now has completely fizzled out, and it's Giants that are on the offensive.
So to go back to picks and bans, take away Lissandra and Rumble from Huni, take away Rengar and Rek'Sai from Rainover, and they're in trouble. Febiven is not in trouble just here, he has the support. But the problem that we have is Fnatic have a different style, especially in the laning phase, with this roaming support and this supportive jungler. Fnatic need to get to the mid game. They need items. And look, no wave clear. Giants take another uncontested tower.
Yeah, it's too dangerous for them to get up in there and try to push things back with the way Giants are playing right now. So 2,000 gold lead, as you said, in favor. They're leaving Steelback on bottom just to try to farm out the wave in a safe lane that he's got now. But look at this, Giants, they're free to roam into the Fnatic jungle and just continue to push the vision game back to try and collapse on members of Fnatic and make them feel unsafe.
Yeah, and for Fnatic, they need to stop hemorrhaging gold. If Giants can keep control of the jungle and keep extending their gold lead, Kassadin and Kalista are never going to have enough time to power up and never going to have enough farm to have the damage to get through all of their opponents. You look at Febiven, he's got no combat stats outside of some HP to survive Pipinera's burst. So with that in mind, for Fnatic, it's all about trying to stall the game out over the next few minutes. I can't see them defending this top tower if Giants fully commit. But let's see what they can do. Rainover's got his full ultimate available. Febiven's moving up. There's actually 4 members of Fnatic just to defend the outer tower.
Yeah, they're spending as much as they can. So it's a 4v4 in this situation. I don't think Giants really fancy taking that one so close to the Mega Gnar farm. But if they can wait this out on the next wave, they can certainly push it in. Meanwhile, so many wards being cleared out here by Giants. There's the Mega Gnar going up. Huni's actually going to wander right into Whirlwind and Frederick, who barely blink about it. Frederick's the one who gets his backstop. But again, they can come back anytime and do this whenever they want.
Yeah, for Giants, because of the wave clear, because of the fact that they have control of the lanes, you're 100% right. But it was around this point that Giants lost control the last time they played Fnatic. The thing is, though, that was 3 weeks ago. And last week, Giants absolutely demolished Unicorns of Love. Interestingly, after all of the talk of Giants and how well they were doing, a missed time of backs allows Fnatic to pick up an uncontested tower. And that was just poor decision-making from Giants, but well played from Fnatic to realize that the numbers had gone back and they could push the tower down. Let's see if Giants can pick up the second dragon in the fly.
Yeah, they do have the positioning on this one. Not quite enough damage just yet. It's just Audrey and Rydell here. Here comes Pepinero as well. And you can see that Frederick, their smite's kind of off at an angle, just trying to box them out and make sure that he sees the vision on. This should be an easy dragon pickup for Giants Gaming, and they have been so fixated on these objectives. That one goes over to them. Still, gold gap, only about 1,000 now.
So Fnatic trying to steal blue buff. You can see Giants trying to respond, but Frederick is surrounded by Fnatic members. Thought there may have been some altercation coming out with Kennen moving in. There's the opportunity to engage, and it looks like Giants want to pick it.
Yep. Frederick going to go ahead and lay down the smite. Grabs him the blue buff back, steals it back away, rather, from the members of Fnatic. Speaking of steal back, he's going to go ahead and take his red buff up in that topside jungle. But yeah, Fnatic, they made a good move up top. They took advantage of the timing window that they had. They still gave up a dragon, though. What impresses me about Giants this game is even in the situations where they're making mistakes, they have been able to get something out of it.
Yes, I think that's fair. You know, they lost that tower top, but had the members in the middle lane able to secure the dragon. And what we were saying just before that tower went down is that the Unicorns of Love, they didn't need to steal a Baron. Giants didn't need to steal a Baron from the Unicorns of Love last week to win the game. You know, we looked at a replay earlier on the analyst desk, and Giants had a 7,000 gold lead and 4 dragons, I believe, to 1 or 2 before that Baron attempt happened. So Giants are just also one of these teams that's growing, that's developing their abilities. Werlip has had a good laning phase, CS'd well, despite the fact that he was in that lane swap. And even though Giants had given up a kill, if you look, they're ahead in every single lane as far as CS is concerned.
Yeah, you know, they said over and over again at the start of the split that they just want to stay in the LCS. Well, they're certainly going about it the right way. Here we go, they've caught Yellowstar in a line. There's the chilling smite down. He's trying to tank up everything. Unbreakable Will is on. And Huni, gone Meganar, they're going to try to kite him around here. They've not got the minions just yet, but they're coming up right behind. Giants should be able to take down tower number 3 in just a moment.
No Unbreakable Will from Yellowstar, no Callista, no Kassadin. There's no way Fnatic can defend that tower. And Giants continue to control the game. So much so that Werlip's even going to defend the bottom tower as well from Febivin. But this is where it becomes difficult. This is where Giants need to make sure they've got all of the wards inside Fnatic's jungle to ensure that they can keep roaming from middle to top, middle to bottom, and actually set something up.
Yeah, you mentioned the warding too. They're walking over a whole forest of their own. Werlip's in a little bit of trouble here. Throws down the Maelstrom. Febivin taking quite a lot of damage, but the Ignite's ticking away at Werlip's health bar. Run, Kennen, run if you can. Riftwalk. Oh, he's stunned up. Oh, the flash. Oh, my goodness.
And Werlip didn't even use his Hourglass. I doubt it would have helped. There was a lot of HP still to burn through on Febivin. But a well-timed engage from Febivin. Not over Frederick, he wants Rain over.
He does, grabs a Praise Seeker on the back. Audrey, they're still hanging out quite heavily in this Fnatic jungle right now, but that was a good individual outplay. We'll see if it can help Fnatic get back into this one. The tower, though, was successfully defended. That was the point of Giants' play there.
Yeah, it was. And the one thing that I like about the play is Febivin was very patient. He waited for Frederick to use his cooldowns, and then he engaged. So the risk of spell damage reply was lowered, at least for a few seconds. You can see Frederick, as well as the rest of Giants, they've got some vision in the top half of the jungle from Fnatic. They've had control of the dragon, and with the Scuttle Crab and dragon coming up in a few minutes' time, you expect Giants to continue looking. For Fnatic, it's that ticking time bomb. How close and how relevant can they stay until they're forced to pick that dragon fight? We may be in for one of those games, but you see, Rod of Ages picked up, Blade of the Rune King picked up. Fnatic slowly getting their footing back into the game.
Yeah, they are. They took a little while to get going, but once Fnatic does hit the gas, it has been historically trouble for their opponents. But I'm just really curious to see how this composition works out for them, because this is the kind of thing that we were expecting to see something very different. We know that teams, they've been targeting out Huni's champion pool now, and with Fnatic, this lineup that they've got for themselves, you know, there's only 2 kills to either team. It's not been as bloody as we might have anticipated 18 minutes into the game, but they've not gotten nearly as many objectives, and that's what worries me for this squad.
Yeah, more importantly for Giants is the fact that they have those objectives. They have 2 towers more. They have a dragon, 2 dragons more, and they're still only 1,300 gold ahead. You know, those CS advantages that Giants have built up, they've actually squandered over the last few minutes because of how they've been moving between the lanes. They've given Fnatic the opportunity to farm up the waves that are being pushed into them. So for Giants, they need to look for the objective they can pick a fight around. Previously, it was the 3 outer towers. Fnatic's not engaged on the dragon. With dragon coming up in a minute and a half, maybe that's where Giants can find a way in. And the only thing Giants have to do in a team fight, kill Febivin or steal back quickly. And then they should have enough damage to burn through the 2 tanks, well, 3 tanks actually, of Gnar, Nunu, and Alistar.
See if they can bait them into that one. Dragon's about a minute away from spawning, and you'd think Fnatic would definitely try to contest this. 3rd Dragon this early on in the game. It's going to be really, really big if Giants do secure it. They'll get that extra move speed, make it even easier to rotate around the map. You can see Fnatic setting up, trying to make sure that this does not go blind. You can tell that they want this one.
Yeah, and even just having the information to pick and engage. You notice that both Kennen and Zed were near the top lane pushing the wave out. So if Fnatic can see an opportunity to land a flash pulverize from Alistar, or have Huni jump in there with a mega Gnar. However you say it, when his ultimate is the same as the champion name. But if you can get a good ultimate stun, that can be how Fnatic start things off. But Huni's got to be a little careful. He is in a pinch, and if Mega Gnar times out, Kennen and Zed maybe could go for him, but it would cost Giants Dragon control as Fnatic have the numbers down the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, now that the Mega Gnar's gone up too, they have the teleport available, looks like, as well on the side of Giants Gaming. They're not going to need it necessarily unless... Well, there we go. Huni's going to back, so they got to start moving for this one now. It's live, but... Oh, he throws the rocket and it doesn't connect. So Fnatic actually made a power move here to get themselves in Dragon position, but it's going to be so hard for them to fight for this.
Now, it will be, but keep in mind, Fnatic have got the Fate's Call engage. If Alistair gets pulled up, he can be lobbed into the Giants team, but Werlip is the initiator.
Yeah, that's another teleport as well, and kind of just waffling around for a moment, and actually it's going to be Werlip that's caught out. He's going to come in with the Maelstrom on the Lantern. Yellowstar's health bar is melting. They're going to look for Rainover and Huni. Deathmark on Exhaust as well. Steelback is the one who picks up Rydal to start this off. Big Gnar against the wall. It's a double kill going over to Steelback. Giants are scattered. They pick up another 3 kills to none, and that is a well-earned Dragon.
Giants had one task to win a team fight, and it was kill Steelback or kill Featherfin. But the rest of Fnatic were able to zone the Giants away. You saw Pepinero and Frederick diving onto Steelback, trying to catch him, and simply could not do it. A perfectly executed team fight from Fnatic. Pay very careful attention to Steelback's positioning. Werlip does not have flash available, so he can't flash over the wall and get a slicing maelstrom into the middle of the team. And half of this duration is just wasted. I actually really like the absolute zero from Rainover, because yes, it was interrupted fairly shortly, but it kept Fnatic away from the side lanes, and once Steelback was at risk of dying, he then pulled Yellowstar to him for Yellowstar to do some healing and some zoning. But again, just a very, very well executed team fight from Fnatic. Giants couldn't find the target.
Yeah, could not at all. They grabbed a tower after the fact. They went to go mid. They nearly picked off that tower, but then, of course, we got into the pause. I mean, so much action in just a few moments. And that just kind of seems to be the calling card of Giants games. This time around, didn't quite work well for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Giants can bounce back. We just heard from production that Huni is doing a quick client restart, so hopefully we can get him back into the match.
Ooh, the cheer is going up. Oh, yes, put that phone
For the headset.
Oh, okay, okay.
So you can see, of course, that big swing in control. Giants were ahead, 1,500, 2,000 gold for the majority of the 20-minute laning phase, but one team fight, one tower, it's going to be 2 shortly, and Fnatic now regain control.
Yeah, this is the power of Fnatic and their team fight when they manage to find the angle of engage on you. They had those 3 super tanks. They made sure that nothing got through the wall that was Fnatic's front line. And Giants, they took a moment. They hesitated after the teleport, and Werlip was kind of like, guys, do we go? Do we not? And that was all it took for Fnatic, and they took the fight.
And the problem is, Werlip teleported into a ward that was not optimal. If Werlip had been able to flash over into the river and get the slicing maelstrom down on 3 or 4 members of Fnatic, with the fact that he had the hourglass and the Sork shoes, that damage could have helped kill Steelback. You saw Steelback was down to, what, 10, 15% in the team fight? So purely not having that flash available is what cost them the team fight, in my opinion. Werlip had to grab that lantern, he got pulled away. His ultimate simply fizzled because there was nobody around to stun, there was nobody around to hit. Yeah. So for Fnatic, it worked out well, worked out in their favor. And I'm very interested to see how they play these team fights, because there's a ticking time bomb. Once Steelback gets his QSS and once the hourglass is picked up for Featherfin, that also reduces the target options for Pepinero.
Yeah. Well set and well timed as we get right back into the game. Audrey is able to pick up a kill onto Rainover in all of that. But yeah, Fnatic, they pushed in quite hard once they were able to get that fight. They got a dragon, they got a tower, they nearly got another tower there, but they've overpushed just a little bit. And of course, not the worst thing to lose your big Nunu when you've got even more there in the tank, but Yellowstar is going down. It looks like Audrey getting the killing spree, and Rydal goes in for the hook, and they can't quite find anything else there. But Giants, they're just not perturbed by anything.
Now, that's the one thing that does work into Giants' favor. They are not reliant on being absolutely... they're not reliant on their ultimates. Because they've got Death Sentence, because they've got knockup from Rek'Sai, they're going in again.
Speaking of the knockup, they get Steelback, and he's going to get taken down, but not before he picks up the jungler, Frederick, there. They trade 1-for-1. Managed to get a bit of a shutdown on the AD carry from Fnatic and walk it out.
And every time Giants can land some of that hard CC with all of the damage threat behind it, you see how quickly they kill a target. Giants have got 3 kills in the space of a very short period of time. They've got deep wards into Fnatic's jungle, but they need to make use of it. They need to either bait Baron or push this massive top wave into the tower.
Looks like they might be going for option number 2 there. Quick shot Giants, yeah, the issue with what happened in the last couple of fights is that they gave so much gold over to Fnatic, who'd been starved of it just a little bit. They started getting items back in their pocket. Even if Giants were getting some themselves, it's a little bit troubling. There goes down the Smite. The minion wave's a bit depleted, but Giants still looking to push this one in. 3 members of Fnatic here to defend, while FBIVN is on the bottom side. 4 now with Steelback.
So because of the fact that Frederick wasn't in the top lane, Giants played defensively. They knew that they had a numbers advantage, at least getting up to the tower, but with Steelback moving up there, Giants play it cautiously, play it safely, and back away. FBIVN was pushing the side lane the entire time, still farming himself towards his hourglass. And a decent push from Giants, but a much more impressive defense from Fnatic. Mostly the threat of a team fight, keeping Giants back. That expended a lot in those previous engages.
Yeah, considering the lack of wave clear that we were harping on earlier, it really is impressive that they've been able to push them back just for some hate. No, if you want to take this tower, you are going to have to fight for it. And Giants aren't really having any of that after that last dragon.
No, they're definitely not. But I think had Giants had Frederick with them, as that additional front line, as that additional sort of disruption, they may have been more optimistic in the push, but sadly wasn't the case. So Fnatic hold on to the inner turret. And look at the itemization really quickly. Steelback got the makings of a Bloodthirster as well as the Blade of the Rune King. Once again showing you just how important it is for him to sustain and survive through a fight. He's going to get all of the movement speed and attack speed from Blood Boil, so that's going to synergize with the, Blade of the Rune King damage and the sustain from the shield for BT, etc. So as long as Steelback can just continually attack in a team fight, not get stunned, not get locked up, he should, in theory, be able to sustain. But there's a lot of threats he needs to dodge and avoid.
Yeah, there are. He's been doing a pretty darn good job of dodging out a lot of those threats of Giants, but they're really keying off of him. They are diving in the backline, to just completely ignoring the Alistar, completely ignoring the Gnar if they can, to just take him out first. Especially since FBIVN is not quite as big at this situation. I think that's the smart move, but the execution needs improvement.
Yeah, and for talking about execution, Giants have lost a tower because of some, shoddy positions. They've got great vision in Fnatic's jungle. They haven't necessarily denied Fnatic's vision. If you look at the ward placements, Fnatic have got quite a few strung out across the defensive parts of the top half. So for Giants, they need to use this vision they've built up to either make a play towards Baron or towards the top. Instead, they're going to catch Huni.
Oh, but Huni's going to be able to hop, and there we go. Pepinero going in for a mission, but he might not live through this one. Exhaust is thrown down. Rainover checking too far forward as Whirlit picks him up. FBIVN now, Yellowstar coming in with a big knockup, and FBIVN is going to get pulled in. Audrey with another kill. Mega Gnar nearly ready, but Huni might not get a chance to use it. They're debating if they want to find this. Here we go. He's going to go up the Gnar. Completely whips. Audrey, though, is going to be the sacrificial Corki. It is a 2-for-1 in favor of Giants.
Fnatic managed to catch Giants out of position. Pepinero blew every single spell he had on Rainover, the jungler, the front line, and didn't manage to take him down for the longest period of time. Take a look at how, everybody's AoE hits everyone. There's a fantastic cannon ultimate that put the stall onto Fnatic's team fight, but then Steelback just lobs Yellowstar back into Giants in a moment or two. For this team fight, because of the fact that Giants did not kill Steelback or FBIVN quickly enough, they focused Nunu initially, it's the reason Giants were unable to win the fight. And unfortunately, as Huni goes Mega Gnar, we just see the problems that Huni's had. Mechanically, just not on top of Gnar as a champion, in contrast to his Rumble or his Lissandra.
I agree completely. It's been night and day in his usage of those champions. Now, nonetheless, the timely transformation, he was able to push the rest of Giants off. Still a 1-for-2 trade for Giants. They've got a bit of the map control now with the Scuttle Crab finished off and Dragon spawning in about 15 seconds. But Fnatic not too far behind here, and they still have that gold lead. They still have the will to fight. It's going to be close.
Yeah, considering Fnatic have got so much banking on Steelback's late game power, and the fact that Steelback's been able to survive both previous team fights, Giants need to make a much more coordinated team fight. Mega Gnar is active on Huni. He does have teleport available, so we'll see if Fnatic want to engage.
And they're going in. Oh, it gets stolen away. Rainover with the pick on the Dragon. The fight's going to happen right after as FBIVN picks up Pepinero. Whirlip in some trouble. Rydell, he's going low as well. They've already gotten 2 for none on top. How about 3? Steelback comes up big, and Fnatic complete the collapse on Giants. 2 for 2.
And again, just the story of every single team fight. Pepinero and Frederick are not capable enough to take down Steelback. They jumped on him as best they could, and they couldn't get through the Blood Boil, the BT, and the Blade. So Fnatic with 2-3 kills are going to set themselves up for a fairly easy Baron. With stacks from Ren and Anunu, there's no way Frederick can steal this.
He's certainly going to try, however, but Fabiven moving in, the Gnar against the wall, finds Frederick. Can he tunnel? Oh, they take down the Baron. He just needed to be CC'd up, and now Frederick trying to beat a retreat, flashes over the wall. Fabiven is there. The Zanyas is on. They take down Frederick after Audrey and a Baron on top. 28 minutes, Fnatic coming right back.
Just like that, Fnatic are now in absolute control of the game. With the Baron, the Dragon, multiple team fight wins. The main thing, again, is just the damage threats of Fnatic are never in trouble. You've got every single member of Giants trapped inside this pit, and it doesn't matter because Steelback is on the backline. Yellowstar's protecting him like an absolute monster, and Fabiven again gets out of there with 60% HP. Giants just cannot get the damage on the priority targets.
They managed to get themselves a turret. The Baron empowered minions doing quite a lot of work. So Giants, where did it all go wrong for them? It just seemed like they were doing excellent in lane, but then they couldn't find the fight against Steelback.
You answered your own question. The fact that they couldn't catch Steelback, the fact that they gave away a few kills, allowed Fnatic back into the game. You know, you saw Fabiven picking up a solo kill onto Werlip. You saw Steelback clawing his way in with CS. Despite the lane swap, Giants could not punish the lanes harder. And yes, they had a good lead. Yes, they had early towers. And as soon as they got the outer towers down, Giants just hit this massive, this brick wall. Absolute zero wall, Gnar wall, everything, because they couldn't get past it.
Well, not to mention, there's spears flying from the backside, and Steelback has started to become oh so threatening. Runan's Hurricane now completed 5, 2, and 3 on this Kalista. We'll see what they do next.
Yeah, the scariest thing for Giants, because of the fact that Steelback is now 5, 2, and 3, and he's got all of this damage to put out, Giants no longer want to put themselves in extended siege. They don't ever want to be in a position where they're grouped up and at risk of a 5-man pulverize, because Steelback's just going to tear through them.
Oh.
Look at the damage Fabiven's putting on Pepinero.
Yeah, he thought he might have had an angle for just a moment, but having to bail out of that one. Right over Yellowstar, now pushing in with Steelback as Fabiven moves down the mid side. Huni going to try to split push out this tower. It's actually just going to be the rest of them moving on up to the top to push this one in. They don't need wave clear when they've got the wave on their side, Quick Shot.
Yeah, that's the case. And that's what Fnatic are going to continue to be able to do. Take a look at your ward placements for Fnatic. They haven't got the strongest, but they're pushing the wave so deep, they can just rotate from top to middle lane, and they have done what Giants were unable to. Look at Steelback.
Yep, it's going to be Werlip going in. He gets his Zanyas on the last minute, but he's got no backup, and he's going to go down. Pepinero trying everything he can, but Steelback just shrugs it off. 3 members of Giants Gaming killed. Rydell pulls him right in. He goes down, a double kill over to Fabiven. 30 minutes into the game, the inhibitor goes down. Audrey, the only one left alive. I don't think the Giants can hold this line. Nexus turrets are falling very, very quickly, and Fnatic complete the turnaround. 30.5 minutes in, they take the win.
Despite a strong start from Giants, they just simply were not able to take advantage of the lead. Yes, Fnatic had Baron in that final push, but the way that they transitioned from pressure on the top tower to pressure on the inhibitor turret is exactly what Giants needs to learn to do. They had the opportunity, they had the vision in Fnatic's jungle, they had the lead, they had the wave clear, and unfortunately they did not transition from tower 1 to tower 2. That is what gave Fnatic all the time they needed to scale.
Big cheer going up for the Fnatic fans. For just a couple of moments, it looked a bit uncertain, but the faithful were not shaken. And a big smile on Huni's face. He's really famous now.
And you know what? That was a better Gnar performance. You know, if you look at his stat line, 2-0-10, he was in position more often. Yes, 1 or 2 ultimates whiffed, but it was his ultimate on Frederick at the Baron pit that sort of guaranteed that safe objective. And the front line, I always felt like he was in the right place. I never felt like Huni was way out of line or, you know, away from his team. The way that Fnatic peeled for Steelback with their composition was quite beautiful to behold. And the fact that the only death that Steelback really had was from the very early laning phase is a testament to how well they played those team fights out.
Yeah, and I feel like they played out exactly what they needed to once they started scaling up. Once Giants got a little over-aggressive, and started losing a couple of fights. The gold back in the pockets of Fnatic, they used that so efficiently to complete the items they needed. They started getting individual picks. Giants started getting scattered. And they still were playing like they were ahead. Oh, we can take a fight here, we can take a fight there. By the time they realized they couldn't, it was too late.
I agree. And the main thing for Giants is that the very first team fight where they absolutely had to win, they simply did not. And that was the kills that allowed Steelback to get back into the game, pull himself up. At one point, top, middle, and bottom were down 20 CS each. And Giants squandered it. So it's just one of the stories that we do see from Giants. They had a great game against Unicorns last week, partially because Unicorns were not playing to their usual standard. But traditionally, when Giants have got the lead, they've been able to use it.
Yeah, it really is kind of dry, close-cut case in that situation. So Giants Gaming, they played really, really well in the lane phase. That is, as we mentioned, where Fnatic had seemed to struggle. They had a really good pick and ban phase. They focused out Huni. And on that Gnar, going back to it, he did step up. I think in the early game he was a little bit shakier on it, but he's shown that he's not just a man of two or three champions. So I was impressed by that.
I think it's still a little bit to desire. Like you look at Huni's Gnar and you compare it to Odoamne's Gnar, and you do kind of feel like they're different scales. But then you take Huni's Rumble and you go anyone else in Europe and kind of go, it's all Huni. So
that's why they ban it.
He has his strengths and weaknesses. But for Giants, this is much more important. They only have 7 games left. So 4 wins, 7 losses. Meet Your Maker is currently 1 win, 9 losses. It feels like it's a big swing, but if MYM take down Giants, if MYM pull off a few more surprise upsets, you feel like at the moment that MYM and Giants are the 2 teams that will be fighting for that 9th and 10th position. Assuming teams like Rocket and Elements can fix the problems, but we'll have to find that out later in the day.
Exactly. You get into that danger zone, and you don't want to be in the relegation or even in the promotion tournament zone as well. And they're not going to have the easiest week. They played Fnatic today. They're going to be playing H2K tomorrow. Not exactly. And it's also first games of the day, so even if the jitters happen earlier on, that's the problem. They kind of seem to have the same problem we saw Unicorns Love have a few weeks back. They've got the on switch, but they don't have the breaks.
Yeah. What I really like from Fnatic this game, it's a modification of their style. They weren't actually very focused on pick. They weren't very focused on kill somebody then take a tower. They were a lot more focused on, look, we'll wait for the team fights. We've got this reactive kiting and zoning team comp. And once you jump on us, we'll just outplay you in team fights. They've done it against every other team. Fnatic have got phenomenal team fight communication, despite the Korean top half and French bottom half, like we heard in the pregame feature.
They make it work.
Yes, they really do. And these team fights are a perfect example.
Yeah, exactly. And it just seems so seamless there. In the lane phase, it didn't look that great. Obviously, Giants had the jump on him. And we always were talking about how Steelback has a CS deficit. Actually surprising when I found that. I was like, wait a minute. He's behind the lane. Yeah, that's right. But then he gets massive.
Yeah.
And it's because they protect him just so well. And they have so much map pressure all over the place. So really impressive in that regard.
An instant lane swap. From when Steelback lost his flash up top, you saw Huni teleport. You saw Steelback back away and say, look, I don't want to be in this lane. Nobody really wants to go Corki Thresh v Alistair Callista, especially without items. So it was smart. It allowed Steelback to stay just a little behind his opposite number, and then the first team fight happens, and all of a sudden he gets ahead and stays ahead. The Bloodthirster plus Blade of the Ruined King plus the Blood Boil from Nunu made that work, made the sustain happen. And it was just very smart itemization, very smart team comp that was taking advantage of Fnatic's strengths.
Yeah, and once they got the Hurricane, too, it just absolutely moved out of control. For Febiven, too, he didn't look like a massive threat until he was, and then all of a sudden, when he chased down Whirl, it was like, oh, I can't fight that. That's not good.
It's Kassadin.
Yeah.
It's 5.3 Kassadin. On 5.3 Kassadin, at some point, will become a threat. Febiven became a threat, and then just started jumping on people's faces.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the story of the game. So now over to the analyst desk, we're going to head where Shox is joined by Huni and Rainover for a look into Fnatic's 0-60 win.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Indeed, here joined by both Huni and Rainover after that win. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Nice one. Can you tell us a little bit about your team comp going in? Because you guys definitely changed it up and had some different elements. Rainover, maybe first.
Like some games, like we had no problem like in the early game because they are not used to our engaging comp, and then like some teams like studied about our comp and then like tried to counter with lots of mobility champs. So like we knew that we cannot win, we cannot just play in same combination in all games. So like we tried lots of things, and then like in this case like it's like little bit about hyper carry Kalistar, and then like some early game team fight for Gnar, and then we just practice like this comp for like lots of games, and then we use now.
And Sidestone on Nunu is not a thing you like, it seems. Why don't you build Sidestone on Nunu like every other jungler in the world?
Because I see some junglers go Sidestone and like mastering E, but I was a person to do like that like before, but I met some guy in solo queue, like some Nunu player, and then what he did was just no Sidestone and jungle item first, and then tank item, and then master Q. So for his jungling, and then he was just jungling a lot, and then having really lots of item, and then he was so tanky that we cannot even kill. So I just realized that Nunu have very good level stat, and then if you just go like full tank, like skip the side stone, and maybe you can upgrade trinket, then you will be really tanky, and then you will do so much thing on the team fight. So I'm just trying. I'm not sure that it is good, but I'm just trying.
Do you agree now, or?
I mean, it worked in this game for sure for you guys because you became very tanky, but I do feel like sacrificing that vision early on, especially against their comp who had no hard engage, could have been risky, but I mean, it worked for you, so we're going to have to see next time as well.
It did. Huni, you got to be on Gnar this time because they banned out your Rumble, they banned out your Lissandra, and in the past, the Gnar hasn't been your best performance. How do you think you did here?
그러니까 나를 골랐잖아. 저번에 못했는데 저번에 제대로 못했잖아. 제대로 못 보여줬잖아. 근데 이번에 나를 그 상대가 뭐 럼블이나 리산드라 밴해서 이건 꺼냈는데 꺼내게 된 계기가 뭐냐고.
뭐 당연히 리산드라하고 럼블을 밴할 거라고 예상을 하고 전부터 나르를 계속 연습하긴 했는데 이번엔 대회에서 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보여줘서 제가 그걸 만회하려고 계속 뭐 나르로 열심히 연습을 많이 하고 와서 좋은 결과를 얻게 된 것 같아요.
Like he knew that people were gonna ban Rumble and Lissandra because he just really good with this champion, and then he of course I think he should use other champion rather Rumble and Lissandra, and then he practiced Gnar, and he's actually really good Gnar, but he couldn't perform like really good last game, so he practiced more, so now like he can perform more better.
And do you feel Gnar for you, Huni, is a lot better than like Maokai we saw last week against Gambit, which didn't really work for you guys at all? Is there any problems here for you? Just fine, just playing tanks, or is it mainly just AP champs you want to play normally? Except for maybe the Gnar.
저번에 마오카이도 같은 탱크류인데 제대로 잘 안 됐잖아. 그러니까 네가 AP 딜탱류를 그러니까 AP 딜탱류를 그러니까 탱크를 잘 못해서 그러는 건지 아니면
그냥 저번 주에는 제가 너무 SK 게이밍과 이긴 다음에 그 다음 매치업이 갬빗 게이밍이었는데 제가 너무 방심을 크게 한 것 같아요. 너무 들뜨고 마인드 컨트롤을 제대로 못해서 뭐 다음부터는 이런 일 없도록 열심히 좀 더 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Like the last game was versus SK, and then he was like kind of overconfident or like these things after the game. Like he couldn't prepare, he couldn't focus like so much as like we played against SK, and then he knows that he did so many mistakes, and then he will really try hard to fix the mindset.
You guys did try harder in this one versus Giants, although they did get a lead fairly early on. Well, let's actually get a replay up on the screen because this is a fight that I thought could go in Giants' favor if you guys didn't do it well. So Rainover, talk us through it.
We knew that Kenan TP on this side over the wall, and then we talked about that Kenan have no flash. So we Bora ordered that we should go for Kenan first because he don't have flash. So we go for Kenan, and then after Kenan comes up like in this way, then their team fight comp is not really good. So we put focus on Zed and kill Rek'Sai for the tank lane first, and then we just get the Drake after it.
Yeah, and you said that team comp couldn't really do too much in this fight here. I mean, the comp you guys played, how do people really pull off these like hyper carry peel comps? What's very important for you guys in team fights to win?
I think. Of course, we have to peel for AD carry, but we should be careful also of the enemy dealers to cannot just deal as much as he can. Like we have to not make the free deal for enemy AD or like AP carries, and then we also have to peel for like the our AD. So we have to like separate like who's gonna go for enemy AD carry, who's gonna go for enemy AP carry, who's gonna peel for AD carry, our AD carry. Then if it happens perfect, then it will be really hard to counter the team fight.
Those are things that require a lot of communication. We actually saw a feature beforehand of you guys talking about communication. You, Huni, in the first week we had you on the desk saying that you still translate. How is your English coming along, Huni? Are you think that you in a couple of months maybe will be able to talk English to the rest of the lineup as well?
뭐 최근엔 그러니까 예전에 내가 얘기했을 때 내가 너 막 통역해주고 그런다고 했잖아. 근데 최근에도 영어 어떻게 되고 있고 뭐 몇 달 후에는 여기 와서 영어 할 만큼 잘할 자신 있냐?
뭐 처음에 왔을 때는 아무것도 모르는 상태로 와가지고 이게 계속 모든 걸 거의 통역으로 해준 듯이 도와주면서 이렇게 영어 공부도 조금씩 하면서 그런 느낌으로 했는데 요즘에는 그래도 게임 안에서 쓰는 영어 용어는 그래도 좀 쉽다고 생각하거든요. 그래서 그 정도는 좀 제가 어느 정도는 된 것 같고 계속 영어를 계속 좀 더 배워서 나중에는 여기서 영어를 쓸 수 있는 그러기를 제가 바랍니다.
짧게 얘기해 줘, 짧게. It's too long. 짧게.
It's really difficult to put it shorter.
처음에는 제가 영어를 잘 못해서 거의 다 통역해주는 그런 식으로 했는데 요즘에는 그래도 게임 안에서 용어는 쉬워서 제가 좀 더 주도적으로 좀 더 많이 하고 있고 나중에는 제가 계속 영어를 배워서 여기서 할 수 있게 노력해 보겠습니다.
At first, like I was translating almost everything for him, but now he learned some of like game words, in-game words, like easy in-game words, and then now he can kind of like tell what he wants, can talk what he wants.
Yeah.
So if he learn more in-game words and like if he learn more words, then maybe he could like be in here.
Yeah.
And Huni, did you expect to be this famous when you went to Europe? Because obviously we have all these clips of you. Reddit loves you very much. How do you feel about that?
여기 유럽 처음 올 때 네가 이렇게까지 뭐 유명해질 줄 알았어? 막 레딧에 막 위에 많이 오르고 동영상들 올라오고 그런 거.
정말 제가 이렇게 유명해질지도 제가 이렇게 말하기는 그런데 유명해질 줄은 몰랐고 레딧도 그렇고 제 팬들 분께서도 저를 굉장히 좋아해 주셔서 다행이라고 생각하고 있어요. 그리고 앞으로도 좋은 모습 많이 보여드릴 거고 팬들 분께 감사하다는 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
He didn't expect that he would be that famous like by coming Europe, but he really appreciate that fans love him a lot. He really loves them too. So like 그다음 뭐라고? 그 팬한테 감사하고 열심히 하겠다고. And he will also try hard for the more better perform.
All right. Well, we love you as well. Thank you very much. Congratulations on that victory. We need to take a break, but when we return, the Unicorns of Love will look to be the second squad of the LCS newcomers to take a win off SK this season. And well, we have a couple of very interesting Unicorns of Love fans always, and the Unicorns of Love themselves have put on a very special outfit. They are ready for the battle, so hang tight and see if they have what it takes.
Let's go party! Oh yeah!
On the Lantern, Yellow Star's health bar is melting. They're going to look for Rainover and Huni. Deathmark on Exhaust as well. Steelback is the one who picks up Rydal to start this off. Oh, but Huni's going to be able to hop, and there we go. Pepinero going in for a mission, but he might not live through this one. Exhaust is thrown down. Rainover checking too far forward.
I worked.
I go first.
I still.
Cannon. Help me. Z.
Kill set.
Nice.
Cannon.
Rek'Sai. Nice. Yeah.
But he's got no backup, and he's going to go down. Pepinero trying everything he can, but Steelback just shrugs it off. 3 members of Giants Gaming killed, and Fnatic complete the turnaround. They take the win.
Welcome back to the European LCS. We're here with the coach of Giants Gaming, Lozark, and MYM's Yamato Cannon as we look forward to our next game between the Unicorns of Love and the first place SK Gaming. Welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to dive straight into our first matchup. As said, the Unicorns of Love on the blue side for this one. Vizicachi, Kikis, Power of Evil, Vardags, Hillasang, and Sheepy. The Unicorns of Love last week, they maybe surprisingly went 0-2. And Lozark, they did lose to you guys in that matchup on their second day. What do you identify as where you shut down the Unicorns of Love?
Well, I think they did a pretty bad pick and ban phase against us because, I don't know, they picked Maokai against Morgana, Sherath against Ari, and they let our AD carry split push all the game against Maokai and get the towers. And
Do you feel like when you see Unicorns of Love play, like they lack a strategy? They kind of just go in and see what happens in the game, and they don't seem to have a clear plan. That's at least when I'm looking at Unicorns and why they're so inconsistent. It's because they don't really use power spikes. They don't know which objectives to group for. Do you guys feel the same way when you look at Unicorns?
well, they are inconsistent, it's true, but I don't know. Against us, they used poke composition. But we got hard engaged with Sivir, and it was easy play against this composition.
Personally, about Unicorns of Love, I would say their strength is their wide champion pool, of course, on Power of Evil, Kikis, and like based on that, like they're a fresh team. They're coming in, they're learning their ground, and I think it's expected of them to be inconsistent. I'm just thinking like in the end stages of the split, I think they will be settled down and they'll have like a clearness and like a consistency.
Do you think the picks and bans is the main thing? Do you feel like the individual strength of the players alone, if they can carry, is big enough to overcome whatever team that's on their path?
Like personally, like the game they had against us, they just outpicked us. Like when they picked the Kog'Maw in like the last rotation, I was really surprised by it. And the correct pick from us should have been the Mundo instead of the Rumble at that point. And I think their strength is in fact in their ban and pick phase, just because they can come in with a lot of different strategies.
Do you also feel like a lot of the things goes around Power of Evil in the mid lane? Because he's obviously the guy we always look at. He's the star player on the team. I think it's fairly safe to say. And whenever he's not performing, or at least winning his lane, it looks like they have trouble in the mid game. Do you guys also see it the same way, or is all the players able to carry?
I think the best player on that team has to be Vizicachi. I think he has impressed me a lot. I had some knowledge about him before he actually was a part of Unicorns of Love, and I didn't really have a high opinion of him. And at this point in time, I really think he has shown that he's one of the top laners in Europe.
Who to you is the strongest player?
It's Itachi. I hope he doesn't play Maokai because I think he is really good and he can. I want to watch him playing with a carry champion.
Yeah, playmaking champion. Let's take a look at their opponents in this one for Vizicachi and Unicorns of Love. It is, of course, SK Gaming, the first place SK Gaming, Freddy122, FLICKR, and Fox. Forgiven and rated, and they're coached by Innerflame. They're coming off a 0-2 week as well, just like the Unicorns of Love. And, well, interesting for them because they went 8-0. Before that, Yamato, when you were looking at those games, what did you think? Where did they drop the ball heavily?
I think it's fairly obvious to take a look at SK's strategy that what they're doing is simply pushing every single lane. And against teams that are worse, it's probably the best strategy because it makes sure that you're first to every objective. If you're pushing, it doesn't really require that much planning in terms of taking, for example, a dragon. You can just come in, you're pushing, you don't have to take care of the waves. And I think, especially in the week that we saw before, like the last week when they went 0-2, was that Fnatic, for example, they punished them for pushing. And Svenskeren is put in a really, really awkward position where he has to gamble and predict where the enemy jungler is because he can only counter gank. And with that being said, Fnatic simply capitalized on the early game, got a lot of kills and took the game home.
Nice that you mentioned Svenskeren. Out of the 149 team kills of SK Gaming, he is part of 122. It kind of seems that even though he is not the go-to carry, he is in every other thing because he also has to take care of the vision. He has to support his lanes. He has to make sure they can push.
He's so good in the early game, and it was the same last year for SK Gaming, where we can say that weaker players, it was more about the teamwork and not the individual performance like it is now. And yet it was always about him picking a lane to snowball, often Freddy, and then back down to the bottom lane after. And that was how they would win like the early game. this year it's been the same because he's part of so many kills, and we saw Rainover pick that Rek'Sai who can gank earlier than a Jarvan and use that to really start snowballing before Svensson could do anything, and that really worked for Fnatic. And of course, as you said here, once SK fall behind, you can't just push every single lane, and suddenly you're forced to team fight and you're forced to play around vision, which is not the thing SK likes to do.
With that O2 coming in, what do you guys think of how SK will progress as a team? Have the other teams, like Giants that was coming off 2 victories last week, do they have what it takes to stay on top, or are their weaknesses exploitable by more than 1 or 2 or 3 teams? Lozar.
I think SK will win the LCS.
Oh,
there we go.
Well,
I wouldn't go as far as say win the LCS, because I think SK, out of all the teams, I think they will scale the worst. I'm going to use the word scaling. I think it fits perfectly. I think towards the end of the split, their strategy is going to not work anymore because the teams are going to improve. Usually in the first split of the season, all the teams are kind of weaker in the strategy and they're just learning their place. And I think SK abused that in the early weeks, and I think that's going to fall off.
Yeah, and I also think if you look at the big stage, like internationally, SK Gaming, their tactic won't work against, let's say, the GE Tigers from Korea. We're going to see it at IM Katowice very soon, if they can manage to pull it off. But I don't see them beating everyone in the laning phase and just do this 1-3-1 split push all the way.
Into this game, you say they will win the split. How do you feel they will do in this matchup? Is this clearly for SK Gaming?
Yeah, they need a win, and I think they will get this.
They'll get it. Come on.
I don't like doing predictions because I'm not a genie in a bottle, but just like looking at what has to be done is that Unicorns of Love simply capitalize on the early game that is flawed from SK Gaming, and if that happens, I think they can take home a game. But I have to mention that SK Gaming's mid game and late game is a lot better than Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, definitely as well. Thank you guys very much for joining us. The teams are ready on stage, so let's hand it over to Pyrotechnics and Quickshot to get this one underway.
Traditionally, Pyro would be the one that would say hello, but I think Yamato, you're not a genie in the bottle, but you might be able to rub a guess the right way.
Whoa. All right, man.
He ended up predicting SK in the end.
He did.
So,
he did. So
don't lie.
SK got the flashback. Wait, what? For this matchup, both teams coming off of, it seems like it's sort of a stinging results, 0-2. SK didn't seem too worried by those results. You saw even in the Fnatic game, forgiven, he's wrapping up his peripherals and he's still smiling. Even against the H2K game where they definitely had some trouble, they didn't seem too worried about it. And maybe this is what they were waiting for is, oh, can someone challenge us and put us outside our comfort zone?
Yes and no. It's a lot easier to accept a defeat when you're at the top of the table and you don't lose anything for it. So yes, they went 0-2, but even with an 0-2 week, SK Gaming are still the #1 team in the league. We also heard from Forgiven after their losses saying that the team simply didn't prepare enough for last week's games, that they had internet problems, there was sickness going around. So they may have understood where the loss come from. The trick comes in fixing it coming into this week's games.
Yeah, picking it back up. Same thing for the Unicorns of Love. They had their statistically worst week of the split. See if they can turn this one around. Zed and Graves banned right away for them. Fizz taken off the table for SK.
So that's an interesting one. Targeted ban towards the Unicorns of Love. We saw Fizz briefly a few weeks ago, but he has since been changed and obviously not really been a very popular pick. So definitely taking that off the table, most likely from Vizichachi. Maybe they know he's playing it in scrims. These are all just very targeted bans. You've still got the likes of Gnar up, Jarvan is still available, Rek'Sai is still available. So there's still a lot of priority picks. And I think SK have put themselves in a position where they can say to the Unicorns, you can take one, and we'll take the 2 that we want the most.
See if that is what they do. Corki actually banned away. That is an interesting choice. Nidalee locked in very, very quickly for Unicorns of Love. It's been fairly contested by both Kikis and Svenskeren. This leaves quite a lot available. The Lissandra was left up, and so was the Rek'Sai. It looks like they're going to get at least one of those. Thinking about the next, yep, that'll be it.
So it feels like actually both teams have got fairly comfortable picks. Seeing the rate at which they got locked in and knowing the proficiency that these guys have, like watching Kikis and Nidalee, it's his 4th time playing it. We see the Gnar locked in for Vizichachi. It's also a champion that he's played a bunch, and we've heard him even saying in the past, it's insta-lock. You've got the same token for Freddy with this flex pick Lissandra and Rek'Sai. So both teams getting really good comfort picks. And if this continues, we may actually see a game play out where it comes down to laning phase and decision making. Because at the moment, everybody's very happy with what they've got locked in.
Yeah. They are indeed deciding what they want. SK is going to slow down the pace of this one just a little bit. Okay, wait a minute, guys. This one's going a little quick for us. Lucian has been where we've seen Forgiven go when he's not able to get that Graves. They lock in the Leona as well. Kate pick didn't work out too well for him last week, so going back to those basics. He still hasn't lost on Lucian, by the way.
Yeah, 4 games played, 2 deaths given up. Again, mobility type AD carry. To quote Crepo from week 1 or week 2, he was saying how Forgiven's dashes on Lucian, specifically aggressively, are some of the most impressive. What I do like from the Leona lock-in for Enrated is it guarantees the ability to jump onto a squishy member of Unicorns of Love. Nidalee wants to poke. Siva wants to poke. Cass, yes, she has engaged power, but if any of them get caught by a solar flare, Lissandra plus Rek'Sai is a very good insta-give team comp to jump on them.
You're absolutely right, but Unicorns, they're relying on their comfort picks. Remember, the only time Power of Evil played Cassiopeia previously, went 5-0-3 on that champion. Massive, massive play for them. And Vardags as well on the Sivir. He's had a couple games on that one. I really think that Unicorns, it's big on the comfort for them, but they're going to have to change their playstyle because last week they were just far too passive, and a team like SK Gaming will run you over with that.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility, and for SK, locking in the Ezreal last pick, they're going to be very, very reliant on a Freddy or Enrated engage. But what I do like from SK is they anticipated or predicted how the Unicorns want to play their comp out. They locked in that Leona in the second rotation, and she's going to do great against a Cassio, against a Siva, against a Nidalee. Yes, Siva can run and spell shield, but fairly immobile Annie, fairly immobile Cassio, and if you can lock down the other two, that's how SK can just get their AD carries to hammer away. We need to see how the lane plays out. If Power of Evil gets onto Fox, there's going to be a lot of hurt being put out from those Twin Fangs. And traditionally, Ezreal doesn't win lane. Ezreal plays to survive lane, get items, and then become effective in the mid to late game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what SK does with this double AD composition. They've got the Lissandra power up in the top. So with the pick and ban phase timed out here, waiting for the coach to shake hands and go off. I agree, SK has a very clear-cut plan in this one. Quick shot, but after an 0-2 week, how well do you think they'll be able to execute what they've got?
Oh, I think very well. My instinct is the way the pick and ban phase played out, SK seemed to almost predict the comp or understand how to take advantage of the weaknesses that the Unicorns of Love have in place. So for Kikis on this Nidalee, it's going to be so important to have a powerful early game so that in the mid game they can avoid those skirmishes, avoid those Leona engages.
Indeed. Now both teams are coming off an 0-2 week, so tweet us at LOL Esports with the hashtag UOL win or SK win. Let us know who you think is going to start this week with a win. Big cheer up from the crowd, SK and Unicorns. Well, you can hear one louder than the other as we get ready to start off game number 2.
I can't wait to see what the public opinion poll is on this one.
Oh, it's going to be big.
Especially with their new headgear.
They took it off for the game, by the way. You can't fit the headphones over those.
Well, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But yeah, so for SK, you know, Svenskeren, if he manages to get in onto Power of Evil, he could probably help Fox out in lane. But I'm more inclined to think that Svenskeren's going to help out either Freddy or Forgiven. Get them into an advantageous lane, get them into the lead. And I mean, Lissandra into Gnar, that's already a matchup that's quite favorable for you. So the possibility is quite good for SK.
Oh, that spear though still hurts at level 1. Kikis leveling that one up. Gets Freddy to take a quick back. SK Gaming still playing a very safe one. So we look like we're going to see standard lanes here. At the very least, Forgiven is going to be in a standard lane. Oh, now he's going to get out of the bush.
Yeah, for Forgiven and Enrated, it's going to be looking to punish Hylissang. Leona can jump onto an Annie very quickly, and if they can get some quick burst down onto the Annie and zone her backwards, they can get control of this lane. But until Enrated is able to jump onto the members of the Unicorns, that's a lane that will be in favor of the Unicorns of Love for a few minutes at first, but it looks like a lane swap started.
Yeah, I spoke a little bit too soon, so they're bringing 3 members to the top lane right now. Hylissang, Vardag's moving a little forward. They won't have anyone to catch just yet, but SK doing some trickery here, and they're going to send N-rated out. Who's going with him, though?
And you see the defensive placement from SK? Almost expecting shenanigans in the jungle because of the fact that both Kikis and Vizichachi had moved so far into SK's side of the map. It made Freddy as well as Forgiven play him very defensive. I wonder if SK were expecting a lane swap. Maybe because they didn't want to have that top and duo facing off against one another. And as it stands out, you see the buddy system for Unicorns, whereas Freddy's done one camp and is backing.
Yeah, really curious start there from SK Gaming. So Vizichachi Kickus continue to roam together, be able to pick these ones off. So see where Vizichachi ends up going after that. They've already, of course, sent down Vardex to the bottom, so it should be no-brainer up to the top. But how long is he going to be at that? Because this is a free lane right now for Forgiven and Rated.
It's such an interesting thought, the way this team comp's going to play out. Because as long as SK Gaming do not get caught out by an Annie or a Cassiopeia engage, their late game's not going to be too terrible. They've got a fair amount of range poke from the Ezreal that can come out, especially if he does decide to go for an Iceborne Gauntlet. You can throw that down into Gnar, throw that down into Cass, create some more zoning and some control. And because of the fact that Unicorns have got this squishy long-range poke jungler, as opposed to a hard engage from their jungle position, it may buy more time for the double ADs to get the damage down. But again, all of the pressure is going to be on keeping Fox and Forgiven alive.
Oof. It's a tale of fire and ice in the bottom lane right now. Vardek's not really getting involved, but Freddy is getting zoned back just a little bit. I'm curious to see how these top laners make do. They usually are able to come back quite well, even after deficits.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that tale of fire and ice plays out, which character gets killed off first.
Yeah,
as
true.
is the tradition.
In an SK game, you never really know, to be honest.
No, definitely not. So let's see, who's pushing heavily? SK continuing their trend. Yamato Cannon summarized SK's playstyle fairly simply, that against weaker teams, SK have been able to exert their control by shoving the waves in over and over and over. It allows SK to get to objectives first. It allows them to be the first, feet on the ground, and their opponents have to react. We noticed Forgiven pushing quite heavily top. You can obviously see Enrated and Freddy pushing on the bottom, but Forgiven's the one that's going to be outnumbered if Unicorns decide to push up.
They are pinging for that one. Let's see, Kickus has some ideas here. He's going to jump the wall just a moment. Oh, there's a ward there, so he's going to get spotted. Yep, there we go, right away. Vizichachi goes Meganar, but Forgiven is already on his way out.
Yeah, Forgiven was in full retreat. I think just a few seconds before that happened anyway. Not really type of guy you're going to expect to get caught out, but sees a knock-up or a root has to land. Let's see if it does.
Yep, they're just going to throw a nice shard at Power of Evil. He was making good his escape as well. So far, some of this early aggression hasn't yielded much of anything. All of the Scuttle Crabs in trouble.
As they always are. Bottom half of the map in control of SK, top half in favor of the Unicorns. But it's interesting to see that Enrated has actually had left Forgiven. That Leona, not the greatest in a lane swap, because of the fact that she's melee, because of the fact that, Mini Gnar is going to be able to farm from range, so can't do a whole lot. But Kickus has found Sven.
Yeah, he has, and he's found half his health bar at the very least. Goes back in for number 2, gets knocked up to Spear. Will not connect the second time around, and Hillisang was sighted out in that brush. She's going to take it back to base.
Yeah, and again, early game presence from an Italy, despite the fact it's 5.3, still very, very effective. Going to be able to keep putting the damage down, the sustain, and getting the bonus damage from that Hunted and Cougar form means that Sven is forced away. You somewhat expect that in the 1v1. But what's going to be important for Sven is when he can make ganks happen, although he may need to act quickly. Forgiven's getting dived.
Yeah, he is indeed, but Vizichachi's one takes the damage to get the stun. They get the jump, but they get a flash as well. Forgiven trying for the outplay, but that's gonna be first blood for the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and Enrated tried to get that Zenith Blade down into Hillisang, but he was just out of range. In fact, flashed for that as well. So was trying to get something back, but did not happen. And the fact that Enrated was roaming, it allowed Unicorns to set that up. If you go all the way back, Unicorns had started that invade, they pulled Hillisang to the top, and they put pressure on Sven before diving top, but now it's Power of Evil in trouble.
Yep, there's a teleport coming in, however, can he last it? He's not gonna connect his ultimate, he burns his flash as well. Sven Scaring on the chase, Vizichachi dueling it out with Fox, and Power of Evil might actually get away. Sven thought he had the damage, but here comes Enrated. Kickus here is with Power of Evil, and that was just not well executed.
Yes and no. I actually think both Fox and Sven had a decent attempt, but because of the support from the Unicorns, they couldn't carry on the chase. You actually saw both Fox and Sven turn around to dodge the Petrifying Gaze from Power of Evil, which was great. And the reason Sven had to gank that lane as opposed to the others, obviously Forgiven had just got dove, and the fact that the lane swap played out the way it was. So Sven's only option to make an aggressive play was in that lane.
You got a point there. I will give you that one. And it was just really, really wacky to see how it all played out. But what this means in the end is that everything's still on even pace, with the exception of the Unicorns of Love early gold lead, which hasn't really changed much since the start of this one. Going back to the mid lane right now, Power of Evil, up until that point, hadn't been immensely pressured. He was able to get out of harm's way the only other time they tried to make some action on him. And with the double Doran start, he's got fair enough damage. Fox is not going to be able to really get that aggressive without some backup.
Oh, this is going to be scary. A level advantage to Kickers. He's caught Sven.
Yep, and Svenskeren runs right over the trap as well. The hop, the skip, the jump, another spear. He's going to be able to heal and tunnel, but here comes Kickers. Didn't expect N-Rated to be there. Forgiven, the triple team. Well, it's just a double, I suppose, because Svenskeren was watching from the sidelines. But a quick pickup, and that's a kill to Forgiven.
Despite all of the positive work that Kickers had put down in the jungle and, trying to keep Sven down, it's not denied him CS, and he goes too aggressive. Chachi actually throws his ultimate down on N-Rated just to avoid that CC. But again, just, it was smart play from Kickers initially. He got over-eager. He smelt blood in the water and chased too far. So was unable to make that work. And that's an interesting vote.
There's your fan vote. 67% of you saying Unicorns Love going to win. That's 2 to 1, really. There's my math coming in handy. Versus SK Gaming. And considering that SK still considered the big favorites by the coaches there, big favorites by analysts, I mean, that is a big, big number.
It really is. And, Pyro, the Challenger series has taught me one thing, never to do math on air.
That's
so
true.
we need to just keep
I
that
need
in
to work
mind.
on that one. The Challenger series taught me another thing, is that a team called Unicorns can very much impress.
That's the case. They've got themselves a small lead. SK were trying to shove the waves up, but the lane swap has not worked in their favor. And you could argue that having a Leona in the lane swap is part of the reason, in addition to the fact that Ezreal's not really going to win his lane, etc. So for SK, they're fairly happy to bide their time. They're still relevant on gold, despite the ones being engaged upon. And I still like their team composition when it comes to finding kills. I think it's a little easier and a little safer for a Leona to set up and engage than a Flash Tibbers is. So we'll see whether or not that same late game scaling comes into play. It worked for Fnatic in the previous game.
It's very true. And SK Gaming are a team that, while they may not like to take too many fights, they really do know how to protect the squishiest members of their team and just pelt out a ton of consistent damage. And they're going to have a lot of it between Fox and Forgiven this game. And also Freddy can set these things up. Here we go.
This is going to be a very big fight because Sven knows the Unicorns are here.
Yep, Kickus, he is going to get locked down and taken out. Svenskeren. No chance for backup, and that's a dead kitty.
0-2-1. Somewhat underestimating the tremor sense and the fact that SK had numbers advantage. What was very important to note, Forgiven wants Chachi.
Yeah, he does. He dashed forward, starts shootout calling, only hits a couple of shots, but he did get the tower. True shot barrage, a stylish pickup for Fox.
So the one thing we do have to take note here, Unicorns are trying to play aggressive. Part of the reason they lost last week, they didn't take advantage of item timings, they didn't take advantage of champion level power-ups, and they simply got beaten by not being proactive enough. Kickus is trying to carry so hard, he's putting himself in bad positions and he's been punished for it. He gave up a kill a moment ago, he gave up a kill a few minutes ago, even though his idea was good. Get aggression, get pressure, get in the jungle. So for Kickus, he's just going to dial it back and be a little bit more coordinated and controlled with the rest of his team.
Yeah, up until about a week or two ago, we pretty much exclusively talked about Jungle Nidalee being an early game threat, but Diamond has proved us wrong in that regard. We'll see if he goes for that type of build. Kickus now going to start off the Dragon. Hillsang coming to help as well, but there is the Void Rush. Svenskeren doesn't want to give this one up for free, and like
look for Solar
Flare. Yep, they're going to try to start this one off. Hillsang's the one who's caught. That Solar Flare gonna get flashed away. The heal comes up. Svenskeren having to turn tail around as Kickus is around the side, but neither team really in the greatest position to contest this Drake just yet.
No, do the Unicorns feel brave enough to go back? They know that the Void Rush was used. They know there's no Solar Flare. So we need to keep an eye on whether or not SK decides to back. But what was also good to see, SK were not willing to give up that buff because they knew they had the reaction. Teleport was available from Freddy, despite the fact that it was nearby, and obviously the Solar Flare. But they did get that flash from Hillsang. So a few minutes time, and we'll see if he can get caught out.
Teleport is being used by Freddy, so that one's going to be down for the time being because Chachi still has his available. But yeah, it does seem like they've decided, let's not attempt the Dragon just yet. Going back to defend those towers.
Both of these mid laners are looking to scale. So they've been sitting, they've both got tiers, they both need items before they can really start putting work on the map. And, Pyro, you were talking about how SK are defending their towers. the strategy that beat SK Gaming last week was getting ahead of them in the laning phase. You know, Fnatic did it through great warding and by punishing SK's wave pushing. SK have not necessarily kept up that heavy push this game. Mostly because I think of Fox on this Ezreal. Forgiven's trying, but again, it's not been 12 minutes of non-stop push. So it means that the only option for Kickers to really get involved was in the jungle. And that was why he was pushing Svenskeren so heavily.
Yeah, it made sense on paper. It just, he pursued a little bit too heavily, and SK were able to collapse on that one. Just really good map awareness from them and really good sense to be able to push off that aggression. So Kikis, he's not in a terrible situation. He can still go to Diamond Prox build. He can still go for this dragon. That's what he's doing right now. So the rest of the Unicorns collapsing on this one. They've got some serious damage, but Svenskeren is here. Sends out the Prey Seeker. They're going to give that one up, however. So first dragon of the game, 13 minutes in, goes to the Unicorns of Love. Like,
very smart. Void Rush had just come off cooldown. Culling had been used in the bottom lane. Yes, Solar Flare was up, but I think Unicorns with a calculated decision. And again, this is just growth from last week. It was improvement from their very slow games that cost them 0-2. Now they're being more decisive. They're making plays. But keep in mind, they're still behind in gold. And that is, of course, because SK has a tower already.
But I'm glad you bring up the fact that they're being more decisive, because that's really what seemed to sink them last week. They were backing off. They were not abusing their power spikes. They completely gave up a power spike. I believe it was versus H2K, and just backed off when they didn't need to. This time, they're asserting the power that they do have, despite the fact that they're down a bit of gold. That dragon pickup was big for them.
Yeah, and I think it's also very important to note, for Unicorns and their team comp, they need to engage. They've got two very heavy champions, and let's see if they can catch them up. Freddy wants power.
Oh, how's that for an engage? They find Power of Evil, the True Shot Barrage, the flash forward. Svenskeren coming around the side, but they don't even need him, and Visit Chachi is just too late to the party.
So very well played from SK. They were invading, trying to set up a play on the blue buff, and they managed to punish Power of Evil for moving into his own jungle. And you see how that hard CC works. For SK, if they get single picks through the Lissandra, the Leona, the Ezreal, that's how they can continue to win team fights. For UOL, it's all about AoE stuns.
Yep, and they are going to land it, but the Zenith Blade coming back in, the Solar Flare. Vardex, oh so low as he's burning down to nothing, and Rated picks him up. But they do manage to find Enrated as well.
So in a 3v2, they trade 1-for-1, but Unicorns got the tower as well. So net advantage to the Unicorns of Love. And I think as a team, they need to have those aggressive plays. They need Na to jump in. They need Hylissang to get the CC down. And that will buy the time for Nidalee, Cassio, and Siva to win out. We're going to have very explosive team fights that have the ability to go heavily in favor of one team. Because if a Solar Flare catches a few or a Tibbers catches a few, that's it. That team fight can be over in that instance.
Yeah, these fights can get really explosive. Power of Evil, again, trying to stack up as much as he can. He is, of course, already a solid, well, not a huge amount of CS ahead, but he's doing quite well versus Fox on this Ezreal. Has the Archangel staff completed already. Let's take a look at how that little 1-for-1 happened in the bottom lane, though.
Yeah, Vardex, of course, because he couldn't get auto attacks down onto Forgiven, he was forced to focus the tower out, meant that it gave Forgiven some free time to deal damage to Annie. And it was just a fairly textbook. Get the tower, get the dive, and they came away with the kill as well. It did go to Kickers, though.
I like how they were walking straight towards the Rek'Sai tunnel, and then Svenskeren was like, no, back off, that's mine. And then you got to move away from that one. So, almost 16 minutes on the clock right now. SK Gaming, fair amount of control in their own jungle. They have lost a tower, but they have one themselves up in the top side as well. Looks like they're going to settle back in to an extended laning phase.
Yeah, and something that we haven't, touched on just yet, the fact that Forgiven went for Pickaxe into Avarice Blade. He's actually got his Infinity Edge and his Avarice Blade, whereas Vardex has just finished his Infinity Edge. It's about 900 gold, the difference between these two. Yes, there is a kill and a tower, or rather a kill and an assist on Forgiven, but mostly because of that extra gold from the CSing, that Avarice Blade is going to help him get to that Shiv even quicker. So we'll see whether or not Forgiven and SK can make use of that item, make use of the item spike, rather, is the term I'm looking for, and punish UOL, because it seems like SK are playing more aggressively. Look in the mid, look in the bottom. SK are pushing where Unicorns are not.
Indeed they are. Power of Evil going to try to push this wave back himself. So Unicorns, they should be able to grab this top side thanks to the power of Visit Chachi and Kikis. Freddy does not want to get involved. He's actually hanging around the side, but of course Hylissang's coming up there too. So they get their second tower, but Svenskeren's hanging around on the bottom side. Vardag's a little bit low, has to back away from this one. And with the mini wave at their backs, SK should be able to push this one down pretty quickly.
with 2 minutes before Dragon. If SK had more wards, I would have really liked this play because they could have got some vision down to set it up for the next trade. They do have a decent ring. We'll get to that. Freddy's caught.
Oh, he is indeed. The Frozen Tomb coming down on him as they juggle a bit of turret. Aggro tries to get away. Kick is taking a few tower shots at the end of it all, but they do manage to pick up the kill. Here comes FLICKR in for a little bit of revenge. True shot barrage, shaving some off the health bars. Big Gnar against the wall, and FLICKR goes down to Kikis, who gets some gold back in his pocket. Fox coming in again.
A new challenger appeared.
Oh, and he takes out Hylissang, looking for Vizichachi, but that Mega Gnar still don't want to mess with that one. A big spear coming in. He goes farther forward. He's looking for Vizichachi. So low. Kikis jumps away from the Zenith Blade, and the action just doesn't seem to stop in this top lane.
It does not, but it's SK that come off a little worse for wear. They went in one by one, and the Unicorns punished them for it. Kikis is racking up more kills to his name, and Chachi with a very good stun into FLICKR. This is just actually a very well-coordinated dive. There's not a whole lot to it. Hylissang tanks up the turret for a couple of shots, and then FLICKR, he feels he can get a quick kill, but underestimates the mobility of Nidalee, and obviously may have anticipated the true shot barrage being on point. But unfortunately, Unicorns, just with a great tower dive, get themselves a goalie. Keep in mind, Forgiven did trade the top tower for the bottom tower, so they're keeping themselves close-ish on those objectives.
Of course, Power of Evil got the middle tower at the same time, so they were able to pick a little bit back up for it. After all the craziness subsides, it's 10 seconds till the Dragon is going to respawn. Unicorns looking to try to muscle in on this one. A lot of vision both sides, but the Tremor Sense for FLICKR is going to be able to detect a lot of the Unicorns.
Yeah, and look at the itemization here for Kikis. Up against a double AD comp and an AD jungler, he's gone for the Iceborne Gauntlet. So not only is it going to give him more zoning and more, in team fights, it's also armor.
Yes, it is. Hylissang, though, wishes he had some of that right now. Forgiven is going to take him out. Solar Flare lands. Power of Evil picking up Freddy 1-2-2. The Stone Gaze. FLICKR, a double kill for Power. They're looking for more. Forget the Dragon. And Radiant's going deep. He's going down. Kikis on a rampage. And they get themselves a 3-for-1.
Unicorns of Love find the team fights. SK Gaming should not be in a position where they're going in a straight head-to-head. They need to kite, they need to move, they need mobility on their side, and it simply did not happen. Unicorns win a convincing team fight, get themselves a tower, and they can even peel back for Dragon if they're feeling confident enough.
Just a few seconds remaining before everyone respawns. There they go. Instantaneous Void Rush. You hear the scream going out. Can FLICKR really contest this one? It seems like SK, in their hastiness, they've made some mistakes. This Dragon, True Shot Barrage, is just going to actually help out. Kikis is a little bit low, though. This is going to be close. They should be able to smite that. No, they actually just go ahead and pick it up with Vardags at the end.
Yeah, so Snipe was not actually available from Kikis. You see it fall down. But Unicorns just with a great team fight. I'm pretty sure that Solar Flare from Unrated hit nobody. Unicorns either flashed or peeled away from it. And as soon as there was no CC, look at this. 4 members of Unicorns of Love against 3 from SK.
Everybody on Hylissang.
Yeah, Solar Flare catches Vizichachi on the side. That wasn't even a full-on stun. And at the end of the day, SK were hoping to find a pick, and it backfired. They went too deep, they thought they had somebody, and they didn't. Unicorns with such a great response.
Yeah, and they're not respecting the Gnar. The Mega Gnar power Vizichachi is throwing out, as well as the houses, is just way too much. So they do get a tower after all that. It's 3-4. They are keeping relevant. They're now, though, down 3,000 gold.
Did he steal it?
I think he did. Oh, nicely done, Fox. So he can take both blue buffs whenever he wants.
Jeez.
So they're able to get that back at the very least.
That was blind as well.
Yeah.
There's no vision there for SK. Well played, Fox. So stealing that blue buff. It's a small win, but it's not the end of the world, mostly because of the fact that Power of Evil's got a lot of mana to play with that fully stacked Archangels. He's going to be able to keep growing in power. We'll see on how much ability power Power of Evil's racked up. It's 351. And the Unicorns, with all of their damage, they've started up an early Baron.
They're pinging Power of Evil. They know he disappeared on that side. They have to know this is happening. There is no Void Rush available. They don't have enough people in the area. Fox, he's going to have to try to do something. No, it's too late. That's going to get taken down. The Baron picked up at 21.5 minutes for the Unicorns.
There's a few reasons why this is so good. Number one, Unicorns made an estimated guess that SK didn't have vision. You can see all the pinks that Unicorns have there. That was obviously the controlled side, but they knew that SK did not have vision in their jungle. They punished SK for their lack of wards. Secondarily to that, Sheepy said in the pregame today, as a team, we could optimize our Barons. That is the most optimized Baron you can have. 21 minutes on the board, The only problem is, because they didn't back away to defend their lanes, they've lost 1, maybe 2 towers. We'll see if they can get after this fight.
This would be a very dangerous fight, but they turn on Enraided. He's burning down and going down. Visit Chachi finding the kill pickup. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Vardax is just continuing to push away Kikis. Gotta be careful. He's going to burn his flash to make his escape, but they just need to stop the backs. Void Rush having to be used by Svenskeren to peel Vardax away. The Unicorns still charging forward. Meganar, tower goes down. Frozen Tomb, Gillisang going to evaporate. Freddy is going down as well. Fox picks up a killing spree, but a double over the power of evil. Forgiven can't do a thing. A triple kill to power, and up in the top lane, I don't even know what's happening anymore, but an inhibitor's going down. Quick shot.
There was no bad call at all. Yes, Unicorns of Love may have given up some ground on those towers, but they punished SK. They sent Vardax top in a great decision. Vardax was able to get the top turret, the inhibitor as well, and while he was applying all of that pressure, it allowed the rest of the Unicorns to just jump on SK. Even if the Unicorns had lost the team fight and lost multiple members, but got the inhibitor, it still would have been a worthwhile trade. The Unicorns of Love have got absolute control of this game, and that was just really good decision making as a team to understand the cost, the variables, and what they could get, because they took the biggest objectives you can at the moment.
Yeah, and against a team as scrappy as SK is, that is just an achievement that you cannot understate. Forgiven's always seems to be the last guy to go down in those kinds of situations, but they finally take him out. They take out the rest of them. And yeah, they had to send Svenskeren in a mad panic back up to the top lane. He still couldn't defend anything, and that is one thing a Sivir is going to be fantastic at. As far as AD carries go, split pushing works out quite well in their favor. And now the Unicorns of Love still with that Baron buff.
Here comes
They're going to
Hylissang.
look for another fight. Hylissang flash, Tibbers on Enraided as tanky as he is. Going to go down to Vardax. Freddy trying to get away, but Visit Chachi on the hop is going to force his flash. They find Fox. Whoa, got to back away from that one as True Shot Barrage comes in to push him back, but they're still pushing as far as they can in the mid.
Yeah, culling was used just to wave clear from Forgiven. Unicorns of Love are strangling SK out of the game. They've got another inhibitor turret.
Oh, they're looking for some revenge from that loss. They suffered a very grueling one against SK several weeks ago. They take inhibitor number 2 right now. SK's base is not looking too hot. Quick shot.
It's not at all. The Unicorns of Love have just... They found everything that they did not have last week. The reason that the Unicorns of Love lost their games was because of the fact that they couldn't take advantage of their position or their team comp. And this time around, Hylissang's engages have been perfect. He's been involved in 11 out of his team's 12 kills. Power of Evil is putting all of the damage on the side lanes, and Vardax, yes, it's not the greatest scoreline at 1-1-4, but he followed the communication from his team. The call was push top, and it was Vardax pressure in the top lane that got Unicorn's inhibitor. 25 minutes on the board, a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, there's too many threats on this Unicorns team for SK to individually deal with. And as much as they're trying to contest objectives, as much as they're trying to push back, the lack of vision is punishing them. Svenskeren is waiting in this brush to see if anyone checks too far forward. But there are a lot of members of Unicorns here. Svenskeren, he's going to move out of town as he dodges away from the Javelin thanks to his tunnel network.
You know, something that we just have to highlight, that the first inhibitor that went down for SK fell at 22 minutes, 50 seconds. That is the quickest inhibitor SK has given up in the spring split. SK is on the verge of going 0-3. For a team that went 8-0, it feels like the higher quality teams have figured them out.
And there we go. Kick is finding something right there as he gets a quick pickup. Enraided going to try to save the day. Here comes the True Shot Barrage, but there is so much damage on this Unicorn squad. A shutdown for Forgiven, but they are in full retreat. Back to Fountain. The Unicorns of Love can grab themselves another inhibitor right after this one. Everything out of SK Gaming's base. The death timer's 20 seconds ticking. SK Gaming, a mad dash to try and save their base.
At 21 minutes, Unicorns made a brave call to go for the Baron. It worked out so well that 4.5 minutes later, they're knocking on the Nexus turret. The Unicorns have just got great decision-making in the mid lane here.
Absolutely. They're going to back off from this one right now, but they do get one Nexus turret down. There are minions streaming in. They've got the double waves of super minions coming out as much as they can. Here we go. Svenskeren going to try to get the flank on as he moves. Kikis, though, they're going to start this one off. Hylissang a little bit low, but still trying to keep himself safe. Svenskeren flashing forward, looking for Hylissang. True Shot Barrage is going to be the thing that finishes him off, however. Kikis following over the wall, not able to connect the Spirit Visit Chachi. They're taking even more action. They pick another another kill. Here comes Fox. Shutdown going over to the Ezreal. However, Vizicachi is able to hop right on his head and stomp him down like a Goomba. Forgiven finally gets the kill, but it is just oh so messy for SK.
SK Gaming want to channel their inner team solo mid for the next 20 minutes. TSM held off against Team Liquid with 3 inhibitors down for 3 consecutive waves. It was even harder because Team Liquid had Barons, had Dragon buffs, the aspect of the Dragon. For Unicorns, they need to just regroup, get themselves as 5, wait for the minions to push into SK's base, and then make use of the mobility from Sivir and the zoning from Gnar. Let the super minions take the base down. You just keep the champions busy. We'll see if Unicorns can do better than Team Liquid did.
We will indeed see, even though Liquid did end up taking that game at the end of the day. SK Gaming looking to stall this one out. They're sending out True Shot Barrages just to clear the waves away. A 3rd Dragon now picked up by Unicorns of Love. We usually don't say that when all 3 inhibitors are down, but that
I don't think we ever say that, Pyro.
I agree. This has been a very, very unusual game, Quickshot.
The thing that's just so great is the Unicorns, it's decision-making that won them the game. Team Comp versus Team Comp, you can argue the merits, who was better, who was worse, but what Unicorns did more appropriately than SK was get the pink wards down early in the Baron pit, rush it, and the moment they had that, they instantly pushed waves. They instantly pushed against SK, and they didn't dawdle. They didn't wait for their opponents to hit more items and more power.
Well, the game may not be over, strictly speaking, yet, but Unicorns are looking to make it just so. The Baron immediately spawning and taking some heavy fire from all 5 members of the Unicorns. No way that SK could try and contest this one, and for a team that had prided itself. There's the True Shot Barrage, a little bit too early from Fox. It's taken down. You gotta wonder if they maybe had some of that vision in there, they wouldn't have to be blind firing.
Yeah, and it is a problem that SK needs to work on. Individually, they've got great players, and as a team, they do have very good team fighting and map play, but only when they have a lead. Something that SK's yet to show is an ability to dig deep and defend and play from behind, which is actually something they did phenomenally well last year. In the summer split, SK was the team that lost lane, but still won the game because of their mid and their late game decisions. And it's going to be tough. They've called Freddy again.
Oh, and they hop right over him. He's going to Frozen Tomb himself for just a few moments. Vizicachi going to be able to finish him off. Power of Evil takes the end of the Solar Flare, but it doesn't even matter. Forgiven, trying to cull his way to something, but it is absolutely nothing at all. Inhibitor going down again. Unicorns are 5 strong, looking to charge down the remaining members of SK Gaming. The Nexus turret, final one remaining, going down, and in just under 30 minutes, the Unicorns of Love have done it. They take down SK Gaming, who fall 3 losses in a row.
Fantastic performance from the Unicorns. As that Nexus went down, I looked over my shoulders.
That is a good chant.
And the audience were on their feet. They won the Twitter poll. They bounced back from 0-2. And Unicorns are the real deal.
They indeed are. One of the quickest games that we have had to take down SK Gaming, and it was so convincing the other way the last time these 2 teams met up. But big smiles on their faces as they walk back to the booth, give themselves, and of course Sheepy, another big hug. Well deserved.
I think it's very important you mention that. With SK's losing streak now, they're 8-3. Unicorns of Love find themselves in a 6-5 record. However, the head-to-head is now tied because of the fact that UOL are now 1-1 versus SK. As the games continue to play out towards the end of the splits, if we have tiebreaker scenarios in the top half of the table, it's games like this that give Unicorns a better shot at a semi-final position, a better shot at a top 2 placement. It's still a few games away, but this is one of the things. They took an inhibitor from SK Gaming faster than any other team in the European LCS.
Right, and this is looking great for them. Obviously, it's worth mentioning they had an 0-2 week. It was one of the worst weeks they've had in the LCS so far. They still have yet to find some of that consistency, but if they can play like that, maybe not every game, that's a tall order, but if they can play like that, at least most of them, they can certainly find themselves in that playoff contention. They're going to be facing off, of course, against Meet Your Makers coming up tomorrow.
Yep.
So I would hesitate to say it should be as hard as that SK game looked at first.
Stranger things have happened.
That's very true.
So
I'll take my hands off that
no,
one.
You can't put it there, but I think if you step back and look at this game holistically, the lane swap slowed things down. SK were again unable to make an impact in the lane. It was the same problem last week. Svenskjæren did not have his usual impact in the early game, which is something that helped them get that 8-0 record. Even though Kikis made mistakes, even though Kikis invaded and gave up kills, it still wasn't enough for SK to take the lead or take advantage. Unicorns were still able to bounce back, and they just worked as a unit very, very well.
Speaking of bouncing, I really, really want to highlight Vizichachi's Gnar play because there were just so many good points where it looked like he got caught out, but he was baiting into his team. He hopped back on. He was able to actually get some serious Gnar ultimates for either isolation kills or a couple of really big team plays. And on the other side, there just wasn't as much coordination in these fights from SK. It seemed like they were kind of running around and just trying to get picks, but it just didn't work that well for them.
Yeah, I agree with you. It actually felt like the decision-making or when to go in for SK was lacking this game. The few times they did try, they would throw everything at a kill, not secure it, and then once Chachi jumped in and would get his Mega Gnar, he was enough of a zoning presence and a threat on that front line that Power of Evil and Vardags, I never once felt like they were at threat. When you look at those team fights, it's always Chachi on the front line. It's always Hylissang flashing forward, Kikis and his Nidalee. And all of a sudden, you know, you've got Cassio and Siva still hammering away. So yes, Chachi did great, but he was just standing there saying, look, you either deal with me or I stun you and you die.
Yeah, talk about playing to those win conditions. Now, for a closer look at that match, we're going to go ahead and hand it back to Shox at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. We're joined here by the Unicorns of Love's Vizichachi after that win over SK Gaming. Fantastic. SK Gaming with that are now sharing first place with Fnatic after their third straight loss, and you guys gave it to them. Talk to me about picks and bans, and specifically the fact that you got your hands on that Gnar. Last week, you gave it up once in favor of a Jarvan. Did you realize that that was something that was definitely something you had to get?
Yeah, definitely. We consider the Gnar pretty high priority again. However, we have some junglers that we think are more worthwhile picking, so that's why we first picked the Nidalee this time. So actually SK had the opportunity to pick the Gnar, but they chose the Lissandra instead, which is like a totally normal choice as well. The two top laners are like pretty even. They have really strong team fighting potential, like good laning phase as well. But I was happy to get the Gnar because I was planning to play him actually.
And just looking at the team comps, did you feel like you guys won the pick and ban phase?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, because again, when you come to double AD, we talk about this. I saw there was some discussion on Twitter as well. When you pick Leona into a double AD comp like SK Gaming did, I feel like it's so risky because if you don't win like on 15, 20 minute point, if you don't get a massive lead right there, then Leona won't add anything because you want to like peel for the 280 carries, and she's not going to offer that except for like a little bit of CC, but the likes of Janna would have been so much better. What is your take on these double AD compositions where you don't run like a disengaged support and you pick Leona instead?
I personally like to play against it. I wouldn't like to play with it. It's really strong if you master it. Like we can see it in the Korea. If FLICKR plays Ezreal mid, everyone can be super afraid because he will just hit every single Q and be a monster on it. But you really need to master these team comps to be effective with them. And I think it's exploitable as well for some extent. Like we have the Severe, which is a great engage tool.
Yeah.
And some CC to back it up. It's really easy to engage on them.
Let's actually take a look at your team comp in actions, get a replay up on the screen of one of the Dragon fights. You can take us through that and how you played that one. We can roll the clip.
Okay, so we discussed that we want to take the Drake. I don't want to use my TP yet, but we see a good engage opportunity here. They engage on us, I TP in, and we call the Leona instantly. But then Hylissang gets a really good stun onto the Lissandra, so we try to burst her down.
You get caught here for a second.
Yeah, I got caught here for a second, but I'm still super tanky, so I can just join my rest of the team and we can just clean up with Cassiopeia from now on, and Severe will help a lot as well.
Yeah, and I guess in this case, or in this situation here for you guys, your comp, at least in my opinion, would outscale SK Gaming's pretty easily, especially with you going Thornmail, Randy, and so on. I mean, late game here, did you guys know, as after you won this fight, and if you went late game, that it was going to be okay? Or did you feel like SK still had a chance?
I even said I think that if I get 4-mail, I will just be able to tank the double AD so easily, and I can maybe 1v1 any of them as well during a fight.
I just very quickly want to ask you, because we had Yamato, Kana, and Losak here, the coaches from Giants and MYM before, and they said they feel like you are one of the best top laners here in Europe. How do you rank yourself among the top laners? Are you up there? Are you top 3 for sure, or what do you think?
I think I would consider myself something like top 3, yeah. I still have a lot to improve because I haven't been performing too good in the LCS. In scrims I actually do better nowadays, so maybe it's the stage or something, but I think I did good in this game. Hopefully more games are to come.
Diplomatic. Well, very good from you guys in this one, bouncing back and beating SK Gaming, the Unicorns of Love. In just a few minutes, Roccat will face off against H2K. The question is, can Roccat keep their momentum up after beating Elements last week? Stay tuned. You'll find out in 3.5.
Forgiven, did you see that? Did you see the thing? Give pain, forgiven.
Was it Greek people?
I think it's Greek, I don't know.
Solar Flare lands Power of Evil, picking up Freddy 1-2-2, the Stone Gaze, Svenskeren, a double kill for Power. They're looking for more. Tower goes down, Frozen Tomb, Gillisang going to evaporate. Freddy is going down as well. Fox picks up a killing spree, but a double over to Power of Evil.
Okay. Got there? Nice! Good careful, I'm Leona! Leona's dead.
Oh, and they hop right over him. He's going to Frozen Tomb himself for just a few moments. Vizicachi going to be able to finish him off. Power of Evil takes the end of the Solar Flare. The Unicorns of Love have done it. They take down SK Gaming.
it's not that hard for me to, be dumb for the camera.
Kez puts himself in a good spot. A flash from Prolly to save that. Tries to get the ult down.
You had a really good score. You went 5-2-4 that game, so that was pretty impressive.
So did I.
No, you didn't. You went 1-4 probably.
Yeah.
That's not.
That was part of the comp, really. Well, the trolling of interviews and the analyst desk all came from I'm gonna say something that you would never guess.
How many more times do you mispronounce Yasuo?
Yasuo?
Yasuo.
Yosu?
Okay.
Yosu. Yosu. There we go.
You're pronouncing it wrong. It's Yosu.
No, I would have never guessed that playing League of Legends would have got me anywhere close to where I am. Whenever I played, even when we first started doing tournaments, it was always just this is something I'm doing this weekend. Next weekend I'll do something else. I don't think anyone could ever really predict this would be the outcome for me. I guess the league career started really with Legion was the first team, and we tried to qualify for LCS before LCS was a thing, the very first split, and we failed and it ended up disbanding. After that, I had probably the longest stint I have had was with Complexity. I was on and off their team for about a year and a half, and I actually got kicked from that team. I don't know if it's me being super stubborn, but every time that things went bad or I was kicked or I wasn't really sure of what to do next, I normally just went back to playing League. So I kind of did that, and alternatively that gave me direction for my life. It got me into the coaching now. H2K kind of approached me in November, and they kind of just offered, would you be interested in coaching for an EU Challenger team? And I was a bit skeptical at first, but kind of wanted to try my hand to see if I could do it. And I definitely think I made the right choice deciding to become a coach and moving out to EU. I've been here for 6 weeks, and every week just kind of gets better,
Ryu hits 2 with his third ultimate, and the collateral damage from behind. H2K are showing up.
Yeah, they're all just honest and humble people, so it's really easy to work with them. Everyone really understands this is a communication game, this is a team game, so everyone does their part and really is just happy that all the cogs are working together.
H2K, 38.5 minutes, pushing forward, and the League of Upsets continues.
Always great hearing from Prolly there, and we also see Prolly there behind his troops up on the stage, which H2K is of course setting up to get ready. Welcome back to the European League Championship Series. We're here joined by the coaches of the Copenhagen Wolves and Gambit Gaming, Dentist and Leviathan. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Hello.
We're going to start by picking your brains immediately, because earlier in the show we asked you guys at home to send us your questions with the hashtag #AskACoach. And here's what you wanted to know from these guys, from @Woody170196. What is the biggest challenge in keeping a team motivated, and how do you get the best out of your players? And I think it works perfectly for the both of you, so Dentist, maybe you first.
Well, as the Fisher can agree on that, the best thing to keep players motivated, uppulse. The Danish thing. You gotta get that going as a Copenhagen Wolf. But beside that, keeping them interested in the game is the most difficult task, because they have to play the game for 8 to 12 hours a day. So keeping them motivated and interested in the game is the most important part. If you did that, you're good.
Yeah, I don't think Gambit really lacks motivation. But one of the biggest things I think is just keeping everyone on the same page and keeping everyone understanding that we're here as a team, we compete as a team, and when we're successful, it's Gambit Gaming being successful, and when we're unsuccessful, it's Gambit Gaming being unsuccessful. So as long as everyone's understanding that it's a team game and we're working towards it together, and I just think that's one of the most important things that we can do.
Yeah, both great insights and a great way to look at your team. Now be sure to keep your inquiries coming by tweeting @LL Esports and using that hashtag #AskACoach, and we'll check out some of your responses later in the week. For now, though, we're going to get into Roccat versus H2K, but we have to get your thoughts on your matchup later today. The Wolves are playing Gambit. You guys are both on a hot streak, so how are you both looking forward to that one? Ben?
Well, statistically, we have the lead. We won the first game, so it's only natural that we're going to win the second one. But besides the joke, it's going to be a tough match. I mean, Moscow 5 is Moscow 5 was the 0-5 with us, and after that they went on a huge streak, winning 5 games in spectacular fashion.
So now you can turn it around.
And we're going to turn it around. We were the end, and now we're the beginning of the next one.
No, they're just going to be the 6th in our win streak. I don't see us losing to Copenhagen Wolves. We scrimmed them, and they're a good team, but they have a couple picks. I think if we take them away, it'll just be another game for us, another win for Gambit Gaming.
Well, yeah, that might be true that you scrim us and you win a couple of games in scrimmages, but as we all know, scrimmages aren't LCS.
Yeah, but we win scrims, we win stage as well. We haven't had any issues translating our scrim results to stage results, as you can see.
I really hope all the players are as confident as these two coaches here, because then we will have a fantastic game.
It'll be a great game. Well, we'll see how that one plays out. I know you guys are fired up, but we got to turn to our next match. It's Rocket versus H2K. They met last back in week 4 when H2K won the 30-minute match by capitalizing on a poor laning phase by Rocket. Let's start by taking a look at the laning phase, the lineup of Rocket. Overpow, Jankos. We have Nukeduck, Woolite, Vander, and their coach Ducky. So they actually lost to you guys last week and the day after they won versus Element. Tell me a little bit about that match that they lost versus you guys. It was Freeze on his Draven, of course, was very instrumental.
Yeah, the Draven is obviously instrumental because I think we're the only team playing with Draven. So unless you scrim us, you don't get any practice time against the Draven. And Draven as an AD carry is very specific. Like, people assume the wrong things when they talk about Draven. They always think he's got the most aggressive and strongest laning phase out of every AD carry in the game. And that's actually not the way you play Draven. As a Draven player myself and as the best in Europe, I would call myself, I know that. And I taught Alice a thing or two. And yeah, it's actually like pretty beneficial getting the Draven, but besides that, Rocket is a pretty awesome team. I mean, we weren't going into the game assuming that we would win, and we weren't sure that we were going to win, but we were as prepared as we could be, and I think it played us in our favor.
You were talking about scrimmages before as well, actually, the both of you, and what we heard from a lot of teams coming in, and I think you echo it as well, is that Rocket is so good in that offline setting, but what do you think is lacking when they come here on stage, Leviathan?
Well, you can take a look at the Elements Rocket game, and you can see that they have the ability to play very well. They have a great understanding of the game, both mechanically and strategically. All that matters is if Rocket is able to take what they know and able to translate it onto the stage, and that comes with confidence. It's going to come with experience with them just playing more and more, but really it's not anything that they need to train in their game specifically. It's just making sure that when they get on stage, they're able to play their game and play to their maximum capacity.
It really is scary when you hear again these two guys praise Rocket despite them being 4 and 6 at the moment, all the way down the bottom of the standings. And yeah, I agree 100%. The way they play on the stage is so different, and you can see even a guy like Jankos, who normally is so good at finding the right ganks, he's playing extremely passive, he's just waiting for the right moment, and then suddenly they face Elements and everything just seems to work for them. For me, honestly, and for Rocket, I think get a good start in a game and you are more than fine. But if you do start falling behind, then we see this like 50, 60-minute mentality where they just have to try and draw or like drag it out, and that doesn't work for them.
Yeah, Rocket's late game, I think, is one of the best late games in the league. Whenever a scrim goes past 30, 40 minutes against Rocket, we can just write it off as a loss. So I think if they're able to hold on or at least get a good early lead, you're going to see a successful Rocket.
And it's fun actually you say it, because in the LCS itself, whenever Rocket goes late game, they lose. Because in the start of this split, at least, they relied on like Woolite being the hyper carry, and he never really managed to win the game for his team later on. There was always a lot of things going wrong for them in the last few team fights, but yet they always managed to get there. So we're gonna have to see if they are now, as you guys say, really, really strong in the late game. But what we have seen in the past has not been good enough from them.
No. One strategy that did work out very well for them is shutting down Kevin in that Elements game. Do you think Overpow is also a guy that's going to need a little bit of help a little bit further down the line as one of the weaker points in that lineup? Or does he just also have to wait till he gets used to that role fully? Because when we talked to him, he did say it's not that big of a difference between mid and top, but we do see that sometimes it doesn't run out well. Dentist.
Overpow had a pretty impressive performance last year. I think it was like something like 6-0-2 or 6-0-1, something along the lines. And he had a pretty good performance with a bit of help of Jankos. And focusing him in the top lane, it's just a matter. Like, focusing on top lane is how the game is played right now. Most of the time you got mobile mid lane champions, so a gank is not like damned to succeed. And the bot lane, after the sidestone is bought, you're pretty much safe because you got the good vision game. So the top lane is the lane that you're going to attack if you want to attack. And that worked out pretty well against Elements, and let's see if they keep it up.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Overpow. I haven't studied his game, so I can't comment too much on him. But I've been following Odwamne for a really long time, and I know he's a very, very strong top laner, very skilled in that position. So if we do see a 1v1 matchup and Overpow somehow manages to go even or get a win, that'll be very important for Rocket.
Yeah, that will be a key matchup in this one. As you mentioned, Odwamne of H2K. Let's take a look at that lineup. As said, Odoamne, Lulex, Ryu, have Hjarnan, Kissing, and they're coached by Prolly, who we saw that a nice feature on as well. They are absolutely on a tear, just like you guys, very convincingly as well. They went 2-0 last week once again, and we've had Jankos told me in a post-game interview that he doesn't think that the challenger teams or the teams that have newly come into the LCS are so good. It's just that Roccat dropped the ball. I dare to say that a team like H2K does have a lot of potential to grow even more.
I think H2K, the last few weeks have been absolutely fantastic and definitely one of the best teams here in Europe. And getting in Kissing has been such a big thing for him. Not just Kissing himself, like he's playing great. He's really good at roaming. He's finding all the right engages, but it's more him and Hjarnan together. It's working so well. They kill Forgiven one-on-one, and it's not the first time where they take a lead in the laning phase, get an early tower, and Hjarnan plays like Sivir or Graves. I think they can push their waves very fast, and then he very easily rotates to the other lanes, and H2K plays around it, and he gets a massive goal lead for his team. And again, that also allows Kissing to just roam around like he wants to because his AD carry becomes so strong, and that has worked so well for them.
Yeah, Kissing's Thresh is just next level. Like, you watch him play Thresh, and you learn things every time. Like, I thought I knew Thresh, and he just plays the champion so well. He's a great addition to the team.
But beside the fact that you bring in Kissing, who is obviously a really good support player, it's also the fact of bringing in a new player. That brings like a whole new different level of motivation, not only to the new player coming into the team, but also to the rest of the team. Because you do two things. First of all, you show all the other players that you are replaceable, and that the organization itself is not afraid to replace you if you underperform. So they all get that boost in terms of moral and motivation, and that helps a lot in practice. And as we can see, it transits pretty brilliant to the LCS.
So how come it did work for H2K and Kissing coming in, but it didn't for Elements last week?
It's a gamble. Bringing in a new player is always a gamble. It's always how the team will react, and you don't know that before you bring in the player. So all you can do as a team is try it if you feel the need to try, and you got to take that gamble, I guess.
And plus, I don't think Wicked was necessarily the issue with Elements. I believe there's a greater underlying issue, which maybe switching out Wicked for Kevin could have fixed. Obviously, it may not have worked, and the current switch with Crepo coming in could be beneficial for the team as well. But yeah, roster changes, like Dentis said, are always a risk.
What about in your case now where you have Betsy playing instead of Nick in the middle? I know Nick is sick, obviously, so he's not benched like that. But for you guys, was it easy going into last week with Betsy and to say we know exactly what he can do?
We were very accepting of the situation. It wasn't so much that we knew Nick was sick, and we knew we had to find someone else for mid, so there was no issues. It was just, okay, let's find a mid laner, let's practice with a mid laner. Betsy filled in perfectly. We're happy to have him. When Nick gets healthy, obviously we're going to try Nick out again. It's not like hashtag keep Betsy and Betsy's going to be the only thing.
You started it now.
Yeah, exactly, right? But no, it was very easy to transition with Betsy. He's a good player. He has a level-headed mind. He's not a rager, and he just fit in really nicely, and we're happy to have him.
Definitely shows for you guys. Back to the H2K Roccat matchup, though. Let's actually take a listen to the way H2K communicates in a team fight now that Kissing is in there.
Killer.
Aurelia. Oh, never mind. Relax. I'm moving.
We can fight.
I'm collapsing. Fight. I'm collapsing. I believe in Aurelia. I believe in Aurelia.
Nice. Jump.
Let's go. Keep on going.
No, Kora, he's low.
Kolb is coming. Okay, Q2. 1 second.
Kolb is coming.
Okay, really nice.
I really love how you have like Kissing and Hjarnan trying to keep it somewhat cool and like communicate a little bit, and then Odoamne is just yelling targets left and right all the time, and it's a bit of a mess. But like for you guys as coaches, is this good communication in a team, or would you fix anything?
Well, as a coach, I say it's loud, it's decisive, but there's a lack of nice. So
yeah,
I would work on that.
The one thing I do like is they're always quick to call the targets. It doesn't really matter how you say it as long as the correct things are being translated. Some people like to get excited in comms and yell. Some people are more calculated, like you could see from the mic check from the Fnatic SK match. But as long as you're calling targets and information is getting communicated and the players are able to understand it, then it's fine.
Is this something that you guys train on specifically? If you see those listen-ins and you obviously know how your team communicates in scrims as well, is that something, or is that something where they should find their own way?
I think you can't practice that because LCS is a whole new different level than the scrimmage is in the middle of the week. You get more excited on stage. You are in the zone. Like you are in the middle of the moment, and then you can't practice that moment. You can't simulate that moment. We tried that, and it wasn't that successful because obviously a scrim is not LCS.
Yeah, we try to simulate it as well. Like there will be games where I ask the players to, okay, pretend this is the stage, but like it doesn't have the right.
Well, you can cheer behind them like you're the crowd.
Yeah,
maybe.
with the white noise in their headsets. But no, it like if the team gets loud or the team gets quiet in comms, it's really just preference. Like I actually spoke to the team today on the way to the studio about comms, if they liked the volume of our comms, like if we got too excited or didn't get excited enough, and they said it's fine. It's really just a matter of preference.
Do you feel like now we talk about scrims and how it's not in the LCS and there's a big difference from scrimming and playing on the big stage? Have you felt like the scrims here in Europe have gotten more serious now? The teams are really starting to figure out, okay, we need to practice, like we need to try hard every single time. Because when I was a player, you would go in.
Oh, there we go again.
15 minutes later, after we had completely stomped some team, they would just surrender and we would have to go again. And you never really got to finish a game or a complete series. Is that different now? Do teams really take it full try-hard serious in scrims?
It's a thing of mentality, I guess. We, for ourselves, Copenhagen Wolves, we play out every game. We don't surrender after 15 minutes. We don't surrender after 20 minutes. Our games, if we lose them and we are in the game, then it's possible that they go over the 50 minutes. So we never abort the scrimmage. We play it out no matter what. Other teams, I wouldn't say they do it that much. If we got the early game lead and it's huge, then it happens that they surrender after 15, 20 minutes. And actually that's not quite good for us because we can't practice to close out games.
Yeah, I think there's only like 1 or 2 teams in the LCS that will prematurely surrender. We'll surrender games if all 3 lanes are losing and it's like the 7th or 8th game of the day where we're drawn out and tired and we feel there isn't much left to learn. But I think it's usually beneficial to always play the games out even when you're behind a reasonable amount, because you're going to end up in these spots where I know one of the teams that surrenders games, they were in almost an identical spot where they paused and quit out. And I knew from that point that they had no practice coming from behind at that spot, because if you think about it, anytime you pause and quit out of a scrim, you're basically saying, if this was a stage game, we would have lost.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try anymore. So if you're ever in a spot where you're quitting out of scrims, you're basically saying, yeah, I don't care about this game anymore. And you can't do that.
By the way, guys, we do have a small tech issue up on stage, so we have a little bit of a delay getting into it, but that's fine because we have these 3 fine gentlemen here to
we can say 2. They're doing most of the talking. It's fine.
Yes, they are. Leviathan, I'd like to pick up where you left off there with the scrimming, because you told me when we ran into each other in the hallway as well a couple of weeks ago, like there's a lot to fix in this team, so it's quite hard to kind of do it all at one time. Yet, it seems like it's almost overnight that you guys have went into this winning streak and a lot of things were fixed, or is that just because of the way those games played out?
Well, if you look at the gold leads and our losses, we were able to hold on to gold leads longer, or at least make the game relevant longer. And there are a lot of things that teams need to do well that just cause you to win games. If your communication is poor and your objective focus is poor, you're not going to win games. There are always things that we can do to get better, like maybe our river crab control needs work, and it's needed to work the whole season, but that's not important to us. What's important to us are the things that are going to give us the greatest chance of victory. So it was kind of like hitting a switch, because maybe we had learned enough things that will allow us to translate our practice into actually winning games, because you need to be able to play both successfully in the early, the mid, and the late. So now we're just kind of refining and making our game clean up a bit. Everyone says Gambit's games are, dirty and sloppy, and I agree, but I mean, a win's a win, right?
What do you think, Dentist?
Sloppy games, never seen that. As going. No, obviously, like when you talk about like questionable wins or like wins that or games that doesn't look too organized, Copenhagen Wolves is a team that should come to mind. But we try to structure it as much as possible. We try to plan out what we can plan out, and then we just feel the moment. We just feel the game and try to win it. And so far, it works pretty great.
How was that actually? Sorry to interrupt you, obviously. For you guys coming into this split, because Copenhagen Wolves last year, number 8, relegation. Gambit last year, relegation as well. Been some changes. I mean, Freeze coming in for Copenhagen Wolves, of course. Pinoy for you guys here on Gambit, Capuchat, and so on. As coaches coming in and looking at these teams and say, we need to turn this around, because we need to obviously get better and better. We need to get a top 6 spot now for the playoffs. And there's so many things I would assume you have to sort out. As a coach, Does it feel like it's just too much in the start, or do you just sit down and say, okay, we just take one thing at a time, we slowly get better? Like, how do you guys look at it?
No, I was pretty motivated coming in because it's my first season. It's my first season as a coach, or first split as a coach. So I was pretty motivated from the get-go. And I didn't look at all the problems we got. I looked at the positive things we got in the team and tries to enforce them and work with the positive things we have. And believe me or not, there were a couple of positive things in Copenhagen Wolves from the beginning when I started to work with them.
The coach.
Yeah. No,
that was the only one.
You got me there. But yeah, working on the positive things more than focusing on the negative things and trying to fix them was like a huge thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when I was spending my time with Alliance, like Alliance was a very good team, and they did a lot of things really well. And switching from a team that is high level like Alliance to a team that's lower level like Gambit, it was really easy to go. Elements or Alliance did this, Gambit doesn't do that. Why? Oh, well, there's not a good reason. Okay, well, we'll just adapt it. And I was able to take like a lot of the good behavior and good habits that were developed on Alliance and just introduce them into Gambit. And you always, like I said before, it's a process. You just got to hit them one at a time. You make one practice day about one thing. Okay, we're going to work on our vision this game. And then next day you look to try to work on a new thing. Okay, we're going to work on how we siege towers and analyze how we siege. And you just got to hit it one by one.
That seems really interesting to me because I think it seems like a fairly easy thing to do, to look at the things that went right in another team and just try and come up with the same things for your new team. Were there not a couple of instances where you thought, well, no, because of the certain players we have in our team and the way Gambit likes to play, I need to build it up from the ground up?
It's mostly philosophy, I guess. It's not so much I'm telling them exactly how to do things. It's just when I realize that we siege poorly or we do something poorly, I just bring it to their attention. And they have more game knowledge than I'll ever be able to get because it's 5 players who've studied their lanes, come up in their lanes. And when the issue is like, what's the next objective? I guess how do we take this tower? I'll let them come up with the answer, and when they talk it out and they try to implement it in the game and it goes poorly, we'll just analyze what they came up with and maybe come up with something new. Or in most cases, it goes well, and we can just cross it off of our list. Now we know how to siege towers.
And I guess, Dentis, we can say for the Copenhagen Wolves, in the start of the split, you had some problems. Youngbuck didn't really play too well with Airwax. How did you manage to fix it? Like, what's this new strategy you guys are using? Because suddenly you're winning basically every single early game, and you're getting to these late game stages with Freeze and Storm where they can carry. Like, how did you make that change, and what really happened for you guys?
It's mostly, like, I can't teach them in-game stuff. Mechanically, they're professionals. They're doing this for years. And I can't compare and I can't contest their knowledge when it comes to in-game stuff. What I can fix and influence, however, is the mentality of the players. Like, they have to accept that it's a job, and they have to accept that they have to work hard on what they are doing, and they also have to be confident about what they are able to do. And for some players, it was a case that we were actually overconfident in what they were able to do. So they tried to win the lane, although it wasn't necessary for them to win the lane in order to win the game. So changing the mentality, like defining the role they were playing, was a very important factor for me as a coach.
Yeah, and I just tried to make Gambit talk more. They all know how to win games. They've all won games throughout their careers. But when they're all on the same page, just having to speak about, periodically throughout the game, what's the next objective, what are our win conditions, how do they win the game, just making sure they're talking and all on the same page just before they go into fights and before they approach objectives, it just allows for more powerful play.
How does it work for you guys coming in as well? You say, okay, you have these visions about how your team is supposed to change or will do better, and I'm sure those are all fine, but you are dealing with people like Diamond, like a Youngbuck who's been in there forever. How easy is it to get through to them and be like, dude, I think you should do this?
Joey is very, very easy to work with. Like, he's a pleasant dude. Like, we clicked from the first moment we met. Like, in the TeamSpeak, we haven't met ourselves in real life. And when we moved into the gaming house or in the bootcamp in Copenhagen, it was practically the same. Like, from the first moment, we just clicked and we rolled. And it wasn't easy. He has no diva attention whatsoever. He's really, really pleasant to work with, which goes for every single player of the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, and Gambit, like, going into it, they knew I'm the coach. I showed up, did coach things. There was no real issues. No one on the team really has issues with any things that I say. Of course, I maybe suggest that they play Shaco or Vigar too much, but I mean, that's just who I am.
Hey, Vigar was OP.
It's a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But they won't listen.
Shaco maybe not so much.
Yeah, my pocket pick was already implemented. Like freeze was a
Draven.
condition.
Yeah. All right. While we're still waiting for a little delay to get into the game, let's check in again with you guys at home. Earlier today, we asked you to send in your questions for our coaches with the hashtag #AskACoach. And YXPro writes, what is the best approach to in-game communication in your opinion? A single shot caller or everyone shouting at once? We touched on this already, but this might be interesting.
Is that a real question?
It is.
So everyone shouting at once is
Why
no shot call.
No, that's pretty good.
Like-
What if everything they shout is
No.
correct?
No. If everything is correct, it's kind of hard because, like, yes, I agree. There are multiple things that can happen, and it's a possibility that multiple things of them are correct. So it is a possibility that 3 people shout different things and all 3 are right. But defining a shot caller or defining 2 shot callers in our case who make the right calls and the right decision is so essential for the game. It's better, like that, at least that's my philosophy and also the philosophy of the team. If you have 1 call and 5 people follow that, it's still better than when everyone just does whatever he wants to.
Even if it's a call.
Even if it's a bad call.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think one of the important things is making sure you have the team work together on the strategy, but then one person is responsible for the dirty work in comms, which is bringing up the discussion of what's the next objective, or how do we win, or how do they win. One person needs to do that. Then each person has their own responsibility to communicate certain things like flashes or teleport timers, or if you're the jungler, you need to make sure you're communicating where the enemy jungler is. Each person on the team has a job of certain things to communicate. Then there's the one person who's responsible for communicating the map and objective movements, and then most people are responsible for calling out their crowd control and team fights. So the jobs are they're spread out, they're handed out to different people, but if you had to call one person a shot caller, it'd be the person that's responsible for the map movements.
So who's responsible in Gambit?
It's tough because Nick is really good at understanding the map.
Right.
Eddie is really good at calling team fights. And right now, it's most of the responsibility is on Edward and Cabochard. But everyone is like open to the idea of doing the shot calling, and everyone has shown that they're capable of doing it. So right now, it's Edward and Cabo.
Okay.
All right, we actually have another tweet on that topic. Our next question is from @RetroGameShowCA. That could be some good publicity. Who asks, what is the biggest challenge you face with internal team dynamics? Do certain personalities pair or clash more? Dentist.
Well, I don't have any problems with personalities in the team because, like, as I said before, every single member of the team is like so pleasant to work with, and one main reason why we win games is because we are all friends. Like, we work together as friends, we live together as friends, and there are no differences whatsoever. So I don't have any problems with dealing with
It's
personalities.
heaven in the Copenhagen Wolves house. What
Really?
about
Yeah.
the Gambit house?
Yeah, sometimes conversations get a bit heated, but that's just mostly because people are really emotionally invested into the game and their job. And so sometimes conversations there might be a couple names thrown around, but I'm always quick to diffuse it, and everyone knows that none of it's personal. It's just sometimes when you speak, when you're very emotionally invested, you maybe say things you don't mean. But I'm always here to go, no, okay, we're going to start over. Let's talk about this again. Okay, what did you see? And then what did you see? Sort of thing. But it's rare. It's maybe once a day, or once. when you scrim 8 hours.
Once a
You think that's too much?
No, I don't. I can't judge that. I'm not the one to judge.
Okay, because when you scrim 8 hours a day, or you try to play 8 hours a day, you're going to have multiple discussions. We probably have 100 discussions, and then if one of them gets out of hand and I have to touch on it, I think it's fine.
Do you ever like bring it up in a replay and say, I disagree or agree because of this, and you kind of go over it as a team? Or are you more focused on just scrimming and not really watching too many games?
I think watching scrims is useful when you need to use the video footage. So like after a scrim, I'm always in the spectate, and I'm always in the same room as them. So after, I always bring over, if anyone wants to talk about it, they just sit in my chair and skip to the point that they want to talk about. But a lot of the times we can just discuss things because people just play the game, they remember it. So we go, do you remember what happened at the third dragon? And you go, oh yeah, I remember the third dragon. We did this, and then you just go, okay, well maybe next time this is a bit more appropriate for the situation. And we go, okay, there's no need for replay for that. But replay is always up. Replay is always available. We try to use it when we can.
All right. Well, thank you guys very much for that extended insight. We will be getting into the game. So over to our duo at the desk to take us into Champ Select.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and of course, for taking that time. Apologies for that delay, but we will be getting into the game in just a few moments. But quick shot, looking at this matchup especially, just getting right back into it. Rocket, they had a one-on-one week. They started to climb back up. Didn't look so great against the Copenhagen Wolves, but they did have that big win against Elements. However, now they're up against H2K, and that's a red-hot squad.
It is. If you look at the two teams, over the last 6 games, Rocket's gone 3-3. for H2K, they're on a 4-game winning streak. And actually, both of these teams have been performing better and better over the last 3 weeks. But it's H2K that have hit a higher level and a bigger performance stride. So according to trends, H2K should, in theory, be the stronger team. But according to all the pros and the opinions from coaches and players, it's Roccat that may still have an edge.
Yeah, they really do consistently get that praise for just being this team that you cannot underestimate. Sivir, Annie banned away H2K, they banned the Zed. Now they're taking their time about the next one. Let's see what they take away here next.
Well, it's interesting to see that we have not had a single Ahri today, which is somewhat surprising because it is still 5.3 and she was really, really popular last week. But taking the Zed and the Castellan away from Nukeduck, just getting him away from those assassin picks, but LeBlanc and Ahri still up and available.
That's very true. On the other side, Roccat are targeting on a very different player, hitting the pool of Kasing, actually, with the Thresh and Annie off the board now. So I want to see what their plan is in what they first pick. This leaves a lot of our traditional power picks available to top-tier junglers. Rek'Sai Jarvan still up so far with the ban. It's Aurelia taken off the board. Overpower did have a monster performance on that last week.
So today's theme in the EU LCS is let the OPs through, because all 3 of our picks and bans thus far have had targeted bans at specific players. Kasing, in the 4 games he's played, has only played Annie and Thresh. Those are the 2 champions under his belt. So this will be the first time that we're going to see him play something different. And like Deficio mentioned in the analyst desk a little while ago, if Kasing and Hyanan are able to get an advantage in lane, it translates to the rest of the map. It's how H2K beat Elements. It's also how H2K beat SK last week. So a lot of pressure on Kasing to find another comfortable champion, but we know he can play a few. Leona's still up, Nami's still up, Janna, more importantly, still up. And I think Janna Leona could be some considerations.
That's very true. And even though some of the supports have been depleted, there's still a lot of options for Roccat as well. We saw them playing Morgana twice last week. Woolite played 2 Corki games. And actually, overall for Woolite, it seems like they've done so much better when they've been on these mid-game power spike champions, not trying to let him hyper carry the game, as Roccat picks up the Lissandra as their first choice.
Yeah, I think that's a good point that you bring up. You know, for Woolite, he's played 6 champions in comparison to Hyanan's 3. So Woolite and Roccat still trying to find a champion combo or a playstyle that suits them. Whereas for H2K, Hyanan, a little bit more versatile in that his 3 champions can do multiple things. He's played Sivir, Corki, Graves. You know, they fit into a multitude of team comps. But just look at how slow these teams are going through the phase. In contrast to the previous game where Unicorns and SK both got what they wanted, Roccat and H2K, a lot more discussion, a lot more thinking, a lot more planning, maybe caught off guard by the double support bans.
Yeah, they take their time down to the wire, but in the end of the day, they pick up the Kalista and the Rek'Sai. 2 very new champions there, locked in for H2K.
So Hyanan and Lulex going to be getting their champions locked in. Again, you've got Kite, you've got Engage, you've got scaling power. I still want to see what they combo with this Kalista, if it's going to be the likes of an Alistar like we saw from Fnatic. Wouldn't be too surprised. It's a great Engage combo, great peel as well, buying time for Kalista to get damage down. But you've still got your Assassins available in the mid lane. You've still even got Lulu if H2K want to go for sort of a protect the AD carry comp. It's something that they have done in the past. As well as Rumble, keep that in mind too.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on the board, as we mentioned. So, I mean, you've got the Kalista coming in. That's the first time for Hjarnan. But Lulex, he has 2 games on the Rek'Sai. They've won both of them. He's clearly comfortable in it. Roccat, on the other hand, they're going to take the Morgana pickup. They're also going to lock in LeBlanc. That's a lot of AP already in that comp.
It really, really is. And Nukeduck's going to get his traditional assassin once more. We assume that LeBlanc's going to go mid lane. 4 games played, decent stats, 13, 6, and 15. But questionable performances between the games.
Only 1 win out of that too.
We've seen Roccat try camp for him in the early weeks of the split. It didn't work out. We've also seen Nukeduck have better games as the week has gone on. But as it stands, it's just a lot of find a target, blow him up. You know, Frozen Tomb or Dark Binding, Distortion, Mimic Chains, etc. They just want to get somebody off the board instantly. And all of those options are going to be terrifying for a Kalista. If there's not enough protection for H2K, there's even more opportunities for Roccat to blow Kalista up much like Giants tried to do earlier today, but failed.
And, you know, I like what they're doing. In light of what you're just saying, too, they're not only taking a tank here in the form of Maokai, but they have the disengage from Janna. You mentioned what was Kasing going to play, that his 2 supports so far have been off the board. It is going to be the Janna. This is going to be such a mobile bot lane that it's going to be really hard for Rocket to get that catch. But if they do, that's their win condition.
On the condition that Hyanin can auto-attack. There's not a lot of mobility in Kalista unless she is attacking in team fights. She gets a hop after every jump, yes, sure. But she doesn't necessarily have the greatest built-in escape, like in Ezreal, like a Tristana, like a Graves even. You know, those dashes, they are very reliant on positioning and timing. What I do like about the matchup, though, thus far, H2K have got their front line, they've got disengage from Janna, they've got an aggressive jungler in Rek'Sai. They just need to take a mid lane champion to round this out. If they want to go full protect the carry, you can go Orianna, you can go Lulu. I almost prefer Orianna for the team fight power that it can give.
On Rocket's side, they're going to go with what has typically been that hyper-carrying Tristana. It's picked up for Woolite. It's one of the many champions he did play. He played it twice. They've not had success on it. We'll see if that changes here. They also get the Jarvan.
So scaling again, new Tristana. We'll see how it works out, if they can put towers down. But again, disengage, you've got good power for Rocket. It's going to be all about finding that one target. I want to know what H2K decide to round out their team composition, because of the fact that they've got this strong front line, they've got disengage, and they're putting a lot of pressure, a lot of faith into Hyanin, who has been enabled. Hyanin has shown much improved stats since Kasing has joined. The key is there enough protection to get away from Lissandra, to get away from LeBlanc? And it is going to be the Ahri lock-in. So we do get your traditional assassins for both Ryu and Nukeduck. They're just going to go head-to-head. And for H2K, mobility from your damage dealers. They want Ahri and Kalista dashing and diving around. Fnatic did it earlier with a Kassadin Kalista. And it'll be a similar kind of concept that they want to pull off.
Yeah, this is going to be an explosive game for sure. I really want to keep an eye on the mid lane matchup between Nukeduck and Ryu, as the coach is there pondering after the lock-ins of all these champions. So with this comp filled out for Rocket's side, they historically have not been all that great in the late game. They've been beaten down. In the mid games, they've been really, really good, but they're going back to this style where they have a very strong spike towards the end of the game. What do you think about this one, Quick Shot?
I actually quite like Rocket's team composition. There's been questions asked of some of their picks and bans in the past, but I like the fact that they have a whole lot of CC. They do have disengage power with Morgana, with Tristana, so they have the option to get rid of anybody that jumps onto them if Maokai and Rek'Sai decide to do that. So I think all of the tools are there for Rocket. The key is going to be this laning phase for Rocket to get ahead, because if they do, the only 2 damage threats from the side of H2K can actually catch them off guard, because of the fact that H2K are, again, banking on this duo sort of protection of mid plus AD carry.
All right, it's time for you guys to chime in after you've heard us and what we had to say. Go ahead and tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag ROCWin or H2KWin and let us know who you think came out on top. The crowd is ready. We heard them hyping up even in the delay, but here we are on to the field. Rocket versus H2K.
Yeah, and something that's also interesting to point out, Europe is about 2 weeks off of the Kalista hype. North America was running Kalista about 2 weeks ago. Multiple AD carries, multiple teams back to back to back, and also picking her fairly early. Last week kind of tipped off a tad as far as North America is concerned, but again, we're seeing her now picked up by the European AD carries.
And not just Freeze.
Yes, and Graves has dipped off. We're on the same patch as last week. We're on exactly the same patch, so it's interesting to see the trends and how teams are adapting and evolving their picks and bans and their team play.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool to see all the different regions do so many different things week after week and off of one another. So I want to see how they do end up stacking up. For now, Rocket are moving as 3 into this top side. They get spotted by a ward, though, so you mentioned the early aggression from them. They're certainly trying to live up to that right now.
Yeah, equaled by H2K. So Rocket invading on the top half of H2K's jungle. It is equaled, but on the bottom half, deep wards are going to get done. We'll see if anyone wants to look for that lane swap. The one thing that you do, of course, have to highlight is this Kalista plus Janna. It's going to be a fun lane if Hyanin and Kasing can make use of that Sentinel W damage. You can get the Eye of the Storm, get that bonus AD, get some stacks on Rend and Pierce, and all of a sudden you've got a lot of burst that can come out. So the ability to bully Woolite and Vander if Hyeonin and Kasing can find that 2v2, I think is actually going to work out in their favor. And they've already demonstrated they can take out Forgiven and Unrated. They did that last week in great fashion with their, I believe it was Siva plus Annie duo lane.
This is a slightly different one, but we'll see how it does go. The lane swap comes in completed for Roccat. They've yet to send anyone down bottom. Jungle Buddy system overpowered. Yanko's going to go ahead and do that.
So they decide against it. No deep vision from HTK into the lane. And we just saw Roccat revealing themselves top. So going to be the battle of the pushers. You know, both Janna and Morgana have the ability to push their waves with the Howling Gales and the Tormented Soil. But we need to see if Woolite and Hyeonin want to get the damage down onto the towers and see if they want to push them out quickly or not.
Yeah, I like this for Rocket's landing phase especially, at least in the bottom lane, which has now become the top lane for them. Just because Tristana has such a typically rough start to it. Both supports very pokey, but up against the Kalista, it could be really, really rough. And Woolite has been wanting to have a much more laid-back lane.
Yeah, and you know, if Rocket ever get to a tower, with the Jarvan attack speed increase, with the explosive charge from Tristana and the fact that she's got a rapid fire, towers are going to go down so quickly. But what you did notice is Rocket stole a whole lot of Lulex's jungle from the top half of the map. It does look like it's being replied, as Oda1 and Lulex are holding hands. They're using that sentinel vision to know that the buff hasn't been taken, so this is a relatively safe trade. And both teams have just said, look, we know you've got the numbers advantage on your respective half of the map. We won't go where you are, you don't come where we are, and we'll see who comes out ahead. Because again, extensive buddy system, different to what we've seen from the two previous games.
Yeah, the non-aggression pack coming in here. It's a gentleman's start, really quick shot. And we have seen this in the past when the lane swap comes in, that both teams really just say, okay, well now the jungle control is split rather than horizontally but vertically. Oh, very early dragon start, by the way, for H2K here. Lulex just says, let's go.
And not too unsurprising, can see the way this early jungle swap or this lane swap has played out. H2K actually have impressed me with their early game decision making. About 3 weeks ago, they also did a buddy system start, which led to Oda1 and Lulex doing a 4.5-minute tower dive in the bottom lane against, I can't remember who exactly, but it was something that was very smart to see, that they took advantage of the scenario, they read where their opponents were, and a 4-minute dragon. It's not worth a whole lot right now, but it will scale, and it's going to give H2K control of that pits.
Well, to talk about the objective control that H2K's had, I mean, last week it was just absolutely phenomenal. They got 9 out of 10 dragons in their 2 games. They got all the barons. There's only 2, admittedly, but that's still controlling that one. They got almost every tower that they possibly could get. They really have been on top of the objective control, and no vision there. I mean, why would there be? It's 3 minutes into the game. Okay, they go ahead and take it. They grab the first dragon at about 4 minutes in.
Yeah, even more important than the vision was just the fact that H2K, it was so safe. They knew that nobody was there. It had led from an invade with Oda1 and Lulex moving into the jungle. But what H2K have done with their leads in the past is just accelerated the game and ended up picking up relatively convincing wins. You know, they did it against SK, they did it against Elements, which we've already mentioned. So for H2K, it's not a lane victory, but it is a map victory, and we'll need to see how they get their control. Neither AD carry went for a fast push. Neither AD carry looked for the early gold. So we could be settling in for a slightly extended laning phase, Pyro.
I think we might be doing that quick shot. Also worth noting, too, during that Dragon, Hyeonin stayed in lane the entire time. They didn't actually need him as a result. He's been able to just farm away quite safely. He's actually a little bit ahead of Woolite, not by much. Oda1 getting chased out, actually gets hit with the Dark Binding. Still a pretty tanky tree as early as this is, however.
Yeah, very interestingly, up until this point, Woolite had not scaled his explosive shots at all, had put 1 point to Q and W, and I think only just recently put those skill points in. But there's your public vote, Pyro.
Yeah, pretty close, actually. Roccat winning that one just by a hair. H2K, still something to prove. Oh, Lulex is moving on up.
So this is the first time that H2K have made a move into the area of the map that their opponents have control over. Support from Kasing in the top lane. They've left Hyeonin to solo farm. And Lulex, with that tremor sense, getting a reading on his opponent Yankos. So he knows where he is. He can try to put a challenge down. It kind of looked more like a counter gank position. It didn't look like he was trying to set something up. It's very difficult to gank a Black Shield rocket jump lane.
It's very true. It does have a lot of the mobility to move around, though. They cleared out that Scuttle Crab Shrine, but a lot of wards littering around, so easy to spot out. And even if they've gotten the jump, there are those escapes available. So, well, Odoamne and Kasing will continue to try and grab a little bit farm back versus Lulix and Vander. The bottom lane will continue to poke it out as well.
So we need to see how this plays out. To go back to the coaches' discussion from earlier, if I recall correctly, mentioning that they didn't really want to see Odoamne on a, Maokai. He's a great playmaking top laner, but his team and this composition will work well with this Maokai. We'll see what sort of impact he can have. This will only be the second time he's played this champion, but you do see now, Jarvan plus Tristana, that explosive shot, getting some damage down onto the tower, but that AoE just means Woolite takes 1 or 2 extra hits. That's 2 waves, and about 75% of the hit points is gone.
Yeah, early flag, but Jankos doesn't take it. He actually takes a lot of tower damage, but they have been able to push this one pretty far in. We'll see how they're able to do on that. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, really hasn't been too much tower damage here, but Overpow zoned out just a little bit versus Hjarnan.
So we just need to keep track of how the CS is going between the respective laners. AD carries have been uncontested for the most part. And the only time that we saw Woolite go aggressive was when he had the support of his jungler. That was obviously a few moments ago. Now that Jankos has backed away, Woolite and Vander feel safe to take this first tower of the game. It will be going down shortly. And it's just
a moment.
Yeah, it's just a safe farming lane. 70 CS on the board. Woolite, oh, the Janna shield actually saves it.
Oh, yeah.
Did not expect that.
It will live for just another moment. Kasing keeps that tower alive. Roccat still able to push in, but you got to be careful as Woolite, even though he's level 6, a little bit lower here in the bottom lane. Jankos waiting in the wings to try and pick up Hjarnan if he gets a little over-aggressive. Overpow, 2 levels down against him now.
Yeah, Lulix is relatively close by, but he's going the opposite direction, and there's no tunnel to rush to. So one of the things that I like seeing about on Rex sides, especially in these lane swaps, is defensive tunnels as close to your lanes as possible. If Lulix had put a tunnel near the bottom outer turret, he could have the opportunity to react. He's most likely going to get 6 off this next buff, so we'll see where he decides to go. Jankos is still waiting in that bottom lane.
Yep, tower does get taken out eventually up in the top side. This frees up Odoamne, not have to worry about defending it too much, and you can see that dual lane backing away. Hjarnan's still staying very safe in here, so a lot of time is spent by Jankos.
Oh, not anymore. Jankos
there we go.
in.
The flash forward. They're going to try the 1-2 combo on him, the claw, to close the distance. Teleport coming in, but Hjarnan is going down for first blood, and it's canceled by Overpow.
Yeah, flash, heal, and teleport all secured from that first blood. Jankos involved in the kill, but this time around it gets given to Overpow. And we also heard from the analyst desk, Overpow, a player that has been struggling in recent weeks. That's a good start to his game on a champion that he could carry with.
Yeah, Jankos giving that kill and that gold over to Overpow. Good team play there. And even though he is the first Blood King, the first assist isn't too bad either.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Hjarnan going to make his way towards that Blade of the Rune King first item, which has been sort of the standard here in Europe for Callistas. Woolite going the more traditional Infinity Edge. Even CS basically across the board. And that was that sort of mobility side of the question we talk about. When you look at a Callista, yes, she can dash and chase and get very good damage down with that rend. But the moment a Lissandra, a LeBlanc, even a Morgana lock her down, so easy to kill.
Yeah, I want to see how this dual lane does now that it's actually facing off against one another. Ryu in this brush, thinking he's being sneaky, but he's standing on top of a ward, and Nuke Duck is laughing in his sleeve.
Yeah, going to have the information he needs to work with. So, Ryu, we've actually not looked at this middle lane at all, to be fair.
It's been very quiet.
Focusing more on the swaps. And Nuke Duck and Ryu, even on CS, you've got a slightly more defensive start from Ryu with the MR. Nuke Duck got the makings of a DFG, albeit it's not in the game. And Dragon number 2 goes to HTK, also uncontested.
Yeah, and not only that, now they've got Hjarnan starting to scale up just a little bit. The longer the game goes, the easier it is to pick up objectives like that because you have basically an extra smite in your Callista Ren proc. It's going to be difficult for Rocket to contest these. They're 2 dragons to none right now. HTK continuing to control.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. Despite the fact that HTK are a tower down, their ticking time bomb has got a much shorter fuse, and that's a great charm.
Yep, Nuke Duck is going, however, to deal more damage to Ryu than he got out against him, so I'll force the back away for just a moment. Very even on CS in that mid lane. That's the first real action we've seen, too. Overpow is actually moving down in here.
So if anybody has watched the games from earlier in the day, Fnatic were in a similar position against Giants, fell a little bit behind early, and it was their team fighting and positioning on their Callista AD carry that helped them win Dragon fights from about the 22nd minute onwards. Or a little bit earlier, in fact. Roccat are going to need to do what Giants could not. Roccat need to use Nukeduck to go around in from the side lane, maybe even a Yankos to get a Cataclysm down. And if you can get Hyanin just to be in a little bit of an unopportune position, that's when they can get all of that assassination from LeBlanc from Lissandra. Because you've seen how hard a Kalista can carry already.
Yeah. It is definitely scary if they let that one get rolling. Overpower just keeps hanging around in this side, ringing around that river brush. Bot lane still relatively quiet. Well, I could take some damage early on, but he's been playing safer since then. And H2K actually trying to assert some dominance over by this Baron side. Gonna force Overpower back.
Yeah, and really defensive tunnels from Lulex. Look how deep his tunnel network is on his side of the jungle. For Lulex and Rek'Sai, this is the 3rd time he's played the champion, and his kill participation is quite low. It's only 55% of his team's total kills when he's been on this particular champ. And one of the things that successful Rek'Sais do, especially European Rek'Sais that get kills early and get involved, is have the balance between aggressive tunnel positions as well as lanes that they can gank for. We'll see if this tower dive works out, because Odoamne's got a point-and-click route.
Yes, he does. He's going to use it right there. Overpower taken down to half his HP, throws down the tomb on himself. And Odoamne is perfectly fine to tank that tower shot up, gets out, and they take down Overpower.
Very, very well played. They landed everything they needed to. Helps when it's point-and-click. And even with the Frozen Tomb, Overpower gets shut down. So smart play, I think, from H2K. The only thing is it doesn't equate into objectives. Yes, they got a kill, but they're still down on gold. They didn't stick around to push the wave in. The minions had sort of reset. And the fact Odoamne was dropped so low, it was going to be a bit risky. So, well played. Good coordination. And the kill was picked up by Lulex as well. So that's a good start to help get this Rek'Sai into a slightly stronger position.
Yeah, Lulex himself going to start pushing on this top, but Overpower is coming back. He's going to back away, actually, after all of that. Down in the bottom lane, it's just been pretty much a bit of a CS fest as well. It looks to catch back up and close that gap. Small one as though it is with Hyanin.
Yeah, and you know, if you look at the itemization here for Odoamne, just to go back to this top lane, he's actually got the makings of a Righteous Glory. So not going to go for that Rod of Ages, not going to go for the slightly beefier, slightly more damage-dealing route. Going to go almost full tank. And it's just going to, again, play into the team comp that H2K want. They want Rek'Sai, Janna, Maokai to run interference, to be on that front line. And while the 3 of them are causing chaos and confusion and disruption, it allows Hyanin and Ryu to pick themselves up a bunch of kills. With Hyanin picking up 3 attack speed daggers, I can only assume he's going to go Blade of the Rune King into the Hurricane. Not going to go for the BT, which we saw out of Steelback earlier.
Yeah, it's a bit of a discount order before he gets into that build, so a little bit of cheap attack speed for the time being. Dragon, about 2 minutes on the clock. They set up with the Scuttle Crab Shrine, and Lulex clearing away the vision as well, so really trying to make sure that they are denying Rocket every chance they get. Wollite, oh, he's got a lot of spears in him. He's going to jump away, not before getting rended. Rended, is that a word?
It is now. Okay. I like that word.
Awesome. We're going to throw that in Webster's, but Odoamne, he's not going to get to stick around for just a moment. He moves back.
Forced to flash, but traded top lane flash for top lane flash. What I like from Lulex, you pointed out, with Dragon in 2 minutes, Lulex instantly is putting wards down in the enemy jungle, so H2K can make an informed decision. But Ryu, he's been caught by Nukeduck.
Yeah, he did get the tower, but he might be regretting it. Spirit Rush forward as Lulex comes in and pops the clones. Nukeduck dashing away. And dashing back in, actually, as Overpower comes into tag.
So Teleport was used from Overpower. That's important if Overpower does not stick around for this next Dragon, which is a minute away. We see multiple champions backing. Ari's backing. LeBlanc is backing. Tristana as well. So we need to see which items get picked up in preparation for the next fight. It's 16 minutes and a potential 3rd Dragon on the way. If H2K wanted to go for the 5-Dragon victory, they're very, very close already, and Odoamne, he might get chopped down.
Well, yeah, you mentioned going, well, okay, I'll talk about my point in just a minute, because Odoamne could be in some serious trouble. Going to Twisted Advance onto Overpower, trying to make his great escape, but there are just too many members of Rocket here, and Yankos is going to get himself a kill. 30 seconds on the Dragon right now. Odoamne is going to come up right before. Might have to use his teleport if they want to contest, though.
Luckily, he has teleport. His opposite number, Overpower, does not, and you can see Overpower backing, so he's going to need to quickly make his way down. Odoamne does have that Righteous Glory completed, so he's going to be able to give his team even more mobility and even more kiting in these team fights. But all of the vision that H2K had set up has been denied, has been taken out. There's some tunnels.
Big range Dark Binding, but Nuke Duck coming in after the fact, and there's a teleport now. Otoame is going to spend it. They're going to look to chase down Nuke Duck. He's got no tower to fall back to, and they're just going to try to pop both of them. They're going to get one, get two. That's taken down Nuke Duck. Otoame getting the credit. Lulex now in some trouble as he got the Frozen Tomb on Woolite, trying to stay alive. He's going to manage it, but Vander is now in some trouble himself. A jungler from mid lane traded. They didn't even have the Dragon in their sights, but now they do.
Yeah, they didn't have Dragon, but they didn't even have their AD carry. H2K managed to win that team fight off a great teleport and punishing Rocket for, trying to chase the Dark Binding. With Rend, it's Rend versus Smite. We need to see if Jankos decides to commit. He's got no flash to get out, and he does decide
They're not
to
using
back.
There we go. There was so many spears sticking inside of that Dragon. Doesn't have the same thick scales that Smog does, apparently.
No, not the Rift Dragon.
There's only one weak spot in Smog. That's all it needed, apparently.
I'll
But anyways,
take your word for it.
going back to this game, H2K, 3 dragons now. Let's see how this whole thing unfolded.
Well, we need to see. We're watching the Void Rush. This was a tunnel that had actually been placed earlier and had not been cleaned out. And it's quite smart. You notice how an aggressive tunnel from Lulex all of a sudden allows him to get behind. And yes, Rocket managed to kill Lulex, but they focused him so much, it allowed Ryu and Otoame to keep pushing down. Again, that was a team fight that H2K took without their AD carry, and they managed to burst Woolite so low he had to back off. But well played, and that tunnel's now been cleared out, Rocket realizing their mistake.
Exactly. So while they didn't get the kill, and obviously a little disappointing when you can't quite finish the job, they did enough to zone him out. They've got the 3 dragons start. So unlike our earlier game where it started with 2 dragons for Giants and then completely turned around by Fnatic, it's 3 dragons to 0 still here. H2K also a slight gold lead, 2 towers to 1. However, Rocket have built a comp for the later game.
They have, and I actually think H2K scaled pretty well on their side too, but the risk is always going to be the flanks. I think with the Buster shots from Tristana plus the Black Shield from Morgana, there's actually a few more tools available to Rocket to find the fight that they want, to find the engage that will allow them to jump onto Hyanin. But for the time being, Rocket have not managed to find that. So, Dragon's going to come up in the next few minutes. I'm lying to you because it just got taken down at about 17. So, it'll be a little while. But around the Dragon Pit is going to be Rocket's safest bet. If they can keep H2K in a smaller pit, have Nuke Duck flank from one side, Overpower from another, and time their engage correctly, that can be how they punish the low damage threat from H2K.
Yeah, that is what they'll need to do to get back into this one. They can't really afford to give up too many more dragons if it does get into that 5th territory. That's going to be a little scary. Taking a look at the items right now, you see Lulex actually going a very tanky build after he goes ahead and finishes his warrior, going for the Aegis completed right now.
Yeah, and against the double AP, 2.5 AP threat from the Morgana as well. Smart itemization. We do see Hyanin going for the Hurricane. And it's just been a slow and steady matchup. Overall, there's slightly more CS on Rocket's side, thanks to the fact that Overpower does have a 20 lead over his opposite number. And Ryu has only got a 10 advantage over Nuke Duck. But Nuke Duck's almost got his death cap. He's got a Morellonomicon built up, so there's enough damage to blow up a Janna, to blow up a Callista, or even to blow up a Ryu with that slightly higher MR.
If they can catch him, that's
the trick.
Now, see, I feel like, yes, this game has been a little more slower paced, but we're comparing to earlier today, which has just been super high octane, and Ryu's going to get a little bit of damage there out on Nuke Duck. This game has just been more, I feel like, level-headed from both teams. They're very much calculating before they go ahead and take a risk.
Yeah, and both of these teams want to keep putting wins on the board. Rocket are in this game at a record of 4-6. So they're tied down at the bottom of the table. They're not in a playoff position yet. So this would be an important win for Rocket. And for H2K, of course, they're looking to keep up their winning streak.
Yeah, right.
But the thing,
continue the comeback.
Yeah, the thing that's going to tip this game will be one big team fight. In a similar vein to Fnatic Giants, you see towers being traded. They've caught Lulex, but this could get risky. How quick can H2K reply?
Oh, it can't get out of there in time. At least Otoame was moving around, but yeah, they've started to try and collapse on him here. Here we go. Vander, Black Shield on him, but the Twisted Advance goes all the same. Ryu dashing forward. Do they have enough damage to finish off Vander? No, but they're going to land the charm on Jankos anyways. He is going to burn his own flash tower now being fired down. Otawamne, though, doesn't even want that. He wants the kills. They're going to have to back away. They do have a minion wave here, and it looks like they should be able to polish off the tower.
Let's see if Nukeduck can reply in the bottom lane. That was a flash. Doesn't manage to connect.
Nope, not quite enough, but meanwhile, Nukeduck just continues to chug away at this tower. Not got quite enough damage. The minion's starting to evaporate, but he's not being pushed back. H2K, they did get the one. It looks like it may be a trade. Rek'Sai Scream is just going to go towards the middle. It's going to be a while before they get there. Tower's already gone.
Yeah, but again, look at the ward network from Lulex. It's only in the top half of the map. If he'd had some slightly more more options available in the bottom half, may have been able to get behind Nukeduck. If you evaluate the trade, it ends up being even in towers, but Rocket gained one additional kill. They found the pick and managed to come out slightly ahead. So again, Rocket in a fairly even position, despite the fact that they traded these objectives. So it really feels like we're going to get down to one of these very big Dragon or Baron fights that might determine the entire game.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit of a callback to where we were at the beginning of the season. Okay, is it Dragon time? Okay, is it Baron time? Otherwise, let's just try to be safe. Let's maybe make a power play if they make a mistake. But if another team's going to make a massive mistake, well, we're going to be at that farm fest. So with Hurricane completed now on Hjarnan, he's got a lot of attack speed, not a lot of damage, but he's still wave clearing like a beast.
Yeah, give him enough time, and those Ren stacks will hit really hard. But for Rocket, this is actually quite impressive. Rocket's a team that's had a pretty bad laning phase and early game for most of the split, whereas H2K has gotten better and better and better. H2K single-handedly won games in a single lane in the last couple. So for Rocket to go even, despite being down dragons, they're not in a terrible position. And look at their placement on the map. Rocket are not willing to give up this next dragon uncontested.
They're not even willing to let rather, H2K is not even willing to let Rocket see this dragon. They want to keep denying that vision. It's going to be started up again, but Rocket are here, and they are ready to take the fight. It's going pretty low. They're going to actually turn on to Jankos, who's going to go in, tries to get it down, but the Rend procs, they've got him juked. Lulex, though, a little bit low on this one. Who's going to go down first? It looks like it's going to be Jankos, shortly followed by Overpow. H2K, Kasing, going to get pulled in. They're going to send him out onto Woolite. Otawamne was already there, but he's taken down Kasing. It is a 2-for-1 trade, but H2K have their 4th dragon to none for Rocket.
Yeah, and Hjarnan just went untouched that entire fight. Rocket were not able to get the damage down onto him. Lobbing a Janna into the opponent team is nowhere near as effective as lobbing an Alistar. So Woolite was able to escape thanks to the reset. Yeah, thanks to the reset on his rocket jump. Take a look at the damage dealers here. Yes, Lulex gets burst out by Nukeduck, but Lulex is not the integral member of the team fight. Nukeduck needs to jump on either Hjarnan or Ryu. Ryu and Hjarnan still have 100% hit points by the time Rocket decides to peel away. And this is where Otawamne plus Kasing jump in, but that's just basically destroyed from Woolite. I think
got served up a kill there.
Yeah, decent attempt from Rocket, but just not the right people to get the damage on. So H2K, one dragon away at 23 minutes. We could see an aspect before 30 minutes on the clock, Pyra.
It's very, very possible. Rocket, they're not too far down in gold, and they're even on the towers, but they just haven't been controlling the dragon pit very well. And H2K been fighting better in the pinch. And for a team, you know, they want to scale up in the later game. Well, previously it seemed like you beat Rocket in the late game. At this point, H2K is saying, no, we can beat him in the mid.
H2K said they want to beat them by dragons. And
well, they've got 4.
Like, this is 9 kills. This isn't a game that's been determined by team fights or by finding a pick onto a champion. Every time a tower has fallen, it's because Team A was in position to punish Team B, or Team B reacted to a play from Team A. And because of that sort of back and forth, you do A, I do B, you do C, that's why they're even on gold, that's why they're even on towers. Rocket has just had 0 presence in the Dragon Pit, which is why they've given up 4. And by the time they finally started to pick a fight, they hadn't yet, they haven't found their team fight groove, and they've got a lot of making up to do. They've got one last chance before Aspect of the Dragon is secure.
Yep, they're going to have to make sure it's not given away here. Nukeduck, he himself, is going to be given away by himself. Nearly picks up Kasing. I wasn't even saying the right thing there. Otawamne gonna get the jump on now. Nukeduck himself getting popped. And that is a very quick tree when he wants to get rolling. Thanks to that Righteous Glory, just like that.
Yeah, and thanks to the Righteous Glory, he got in range to follow Nukeduck after a flash. So that allowed Otawamne to lock down Nukeduck. And of course, if you miss those chains, you're not going to kill the supports. So we did see Kasing put some distance, and with the numbers advantage, H2K using that Tremor Sense to get positioning on their opponents, and they're sieging the inner turrets.
Yep, just out of charm range, Janko's not going to take that much damage. They do clear the waves away, and the Sentinel. But H2K did get some serious damage on this one, and they are starting to siege off. About 1,000 gold ahead of Roccat. It's about the highest it's been.
I really want to go back to the beginning, the lane swap. Neither team pushed the wave until Jankos joined Woolite. And by time that decision had been made, H2K had actually secured two dragons. They got the 4-minute dragon, then they got the 10-minute dragon. And since then, Roccat just have not been able to push H2K around. You know, Roccat sets up a kill in the top lane. H2K reply by taking an inner turret. And every time Roccat try to get involved, it just feels like their timing is a little off. We do see Lulex under a little bit of pressure get away.
About a pixel away, yeah, Lulex. He did get caught a couple of times, but that time was not one of them. Roccat continued to try and push this one out. H2K have been, but in particular, one thing that we haven't even done justice to, we've mentioned a few times, but they've just been denying so much of Rocket's vision to try and make sure to secure that. There's the red buff going down as Roccat just comes a step too late. And they just kind of haven't been on the same page as H2K have been able to rotate around the map a lot quicker than they have.
Yeah, and up until this point as well, with setups for dragons, Lulex has been able to put some deep wards in. Roccat has done a very good job of clearing those wards out, to be fair. So they don't last particularly long. But it gives H2K the time and the information they need. With all of the tunnels that are placed around Dragon, you can see Lulex is setting himself up. If Roccat want to pick a fight around here, they need to deal with all the tunnels or deal with a flank. And you've got, you know, the Chilling Smite, Locket, plus Giant Spell. You've got a Frozen Heart completed for Odawamne on Maokai. There's two pretty beefy high hit point totals, and Woolite still doesn't have any armor pen or any massive items. He's got 2 completed, but he's going to take a long time to burn through both of those front lines.
Yeah, that is going to be stark reality. This fight does start. Dragon about 35 seconds away. Vander pops the black shield on himself, avoids Kasing's knockup. Odawamne in the front. They're going to try to clear out this vision. They're going to try to find Woolite, who's going to immediately hop away, trying to start the fight off. Looks like they didn't quite have enough follow-up, got pushed back. Good Dark Binding by Vander to slow that one down. But all the same, it's back to the Dragon Pit.
It is, and Roccat have not expended anything. That was a rocket jump to safety. Woolite still has his flash, still has his summoner heal. Odawamne still got a couple seconds before that Righteous Glory comes back up, and H2K have a wave pushing against them in top. So this is really smart. Roccat have got presence in the river and in the bottom half of the map that they are forcing H2K away. H2K are not looking for the straight up engage. They're trying to pick off a solo target. Wait for Odawamne's Righteous Glory to come up before I expect to see him dive in.
Yeah, they're not proccing the Dragon either. They definitely don't feel safe to try this one. And now it looks like they start to bail out of the pit. Still a game of chicken between Roccat and H2K here as the Dragon does finally get started. Do they have enough damage to burst it down though?
Yeah, H2K could decide to go for the inner mid turret, or they want to pick a fight. Odawamne, Righteous Glory is available. And look at Roccat, they're just keeping the Dragon tagged.
Oh, they're stacking up. Who's going to get it, though? It looks like it's going to go over Dragon number 5 to H2K as Lulex gets the smite down, and they immediately take out Jankos. Roccat in full retreat. There are minions pushing on that tower, but they're not worried about it right now. They are looking for these kills. Ryu dashing in and able to get a bit of a tag here. Vander isolated, and that is going to be him going down. It's going to go over to Ryu. 2 for none. Dragon number 5.
Yeah, never gonna. I think it's risky to try go for a smite fight against a Rend plus smite on the side of H2K. H2K grab the 5th dragon and really just run down Roccat one by one. They didn't necessarily need a phenomenal engage or to find a phenomenal pick. They just take advantage, comboing Rend plus smite. I think Jankos actually hit that a little early. Didn't even get the chance to, now that I look at it. Yeah. And Roccat were in full retreat. The moment that Dragon was secured, the rest of the team was peeling away. Overpower wasn't in position. Nukeduck and Woolite were backing away. And Jankos was the sacrificial jungler.
Admittedly, they didn't give up as much as they could have. They didn't lose a massive.
Yes,
They just got a
true.
couple of them picked off, but playing so safe can only get you so far. Peeling off the Baron right now. Overpow coming up with a pick onto Ryu. Nuke Dog also down in this one. However, the Baron is going to get picked up by H2K, and they're going to clean up everyone but Vander taken off the board for the price of 1 Fox.
13 minutes on the clock, and H2K have got 5 Dragons and a Baron. You can see how disappointed Overpower Yankos look in your player cams at the moment. H2K have got every single tool they need to finish this game out, and they didn't take risks. They didn't put themselves in a bad position. They played it safe. Yes, we see Ryu getting blown up, but just look how quickly the members of Rocket die in return, especially with all of the damage mitigation Odawamne's putting out. It's just great play. It's really good play.
It really is. You saw in the bottom that they were able to grab that inhibitor in middle, so H2K just methodically pushing in Rocket. They've got a pretty solid gold lead here, about 8,000 ahead. At 5 Dragons to 0, the Baron, 6 towers to 4. I mean, these guys really are the objective kings, and they're proving it once again.
Yeah, I mean, H2K, they've not chased kills, they've not chased team fights. They said, we've got an early couple of Dragons, let's just play for 5 Dragons, and that's exactly what they've done.
Kind of reminds you of SK, doesn't it?
In some ways, H2K played the lanes, I think, a little better, because when you look at H2K, you could argue, Lulex's tunnels, you could argue some of the side lanes, but that's not been the focus. H2K have said, Rocket on pushing our towers, Rocket on pushing the map, we don't need to worry about it because we can just wait for the Dragons. One thing to note, H2K are most likely going to close this game out. They will own the head-to-head versus Rocket 2-0.
Yeah. If they can do just that, they have all the tools, as you mentioned. It's still a pretty solid lead for them. Rocket, there's some life in him yet, but they certainly have to fight it out and be much more proactive than we have seen. I mean, this is a team that we mentioned should look pretty good going into the late game, but at this rate, they're not going to make it there.
And the game is very interesting because Rocket have not made mistakes. They've just not gone in. They are now, though.
Yeah, they're certainly going to try, but is it too little, too late? Overpow goes in, throws down the Zanya's Hourglass. Odawamne tanking up so much, and there is H2K turning on the gas. Yarnin coming up with a double. Can he get more? He's going to tag in. Ryu gets one more pickup onto Woolite. 3 kills for none. Inhibitor is going down here. 33 minutes into the game. H2K looking to close this one out.
They're going to close this out, Pyro. They're on the Nexus turrets.
Yep, and they're looking for even more kills. No thank you, says Nuke Duck, who just hides in the safety of his fountain, but it won't save the game. Nexus turrets falling. The Nexus itself, desperate attempt, will not happen as Rocket goes down. H2K come up with another victory.
and 0. H2K undefeated with Kasing. The roster swap from 3 weeks ago is working out. And this is such a weird game because I don't feel that Rocket made mistakes in individual play. I feel that their shot calling is what let them down. I don't feel like they pushed the map. I don't feel they pushed Dragons. And this is a non-conventional game because it was so even for so long. It was only the Dragons, that was it. But you can't give a team 5 Dragons and expect to still win.
I agree, and this has been Rocket's problem for a while, is that they can last a while, they can stall, but they're just not proactive in those calls. And H2K took full advantage of that. You can see that, big smiles on their faces. And yes, since Kasing, undefeated, well played, but Rocket, they have a lot to think about.
Yeah, you contrast this game to last week. Rocket were able to punish elements. I mean, those are very serious faces from the guys, but it was a one-sided game from the Dragon control, and that was it. Everything else was even.
Yeah,
even CS.
Even 31 minutes.
No, there were even kills up until those last couple of fights. And just to contrast that game versus last week against Elements, Kevin made some poor calls on the map, and Rocket punished it. They dove him, they pushed him, they played the map, and they forced objectives. Today they were like, okay, we'll wait till the Dragon fight, we'll win a Dragon fight, and then we'll be back in the game. They didn't win that fight, and then it was like, well, we don't really have anything else now.
Yeah, and this is, of course, against a team that's going to push you in and pressure you for those objectives, deny so much vision, as opposed to what Elements has been showing us so far. So, yeah, against this team that is much more proactive, against a team that has that shot calling that says, okay, We can go in, but it's going to be for the purpose of pushing them off. We don't really want to take a dedicated fight unless they get too far forward. Rocket played it safe, and they just got edged out. There really wasn't anything else to say about it.
And for the second time today, Kalista was given time to scale. You know, we talk about top lane Aurelias, we talk about top lane champions being camped or being put into a position where you can delay the item spikes. You know, against Aurelia, you want to stop the Trinity Force. Against Kassadin, you want to delay the Rod of Ages, etc., etc. Against Kalista, she has a relatively weak laning phase against certain matchups, and there's just been no pressure. There was absolutely no threat on Hyanin. He went 3-1-7. He had 50 CS more than Woolite. Woolite was touted as the summer split rookie of the second half of the year, and he's also struggling. Yeah, I messed that one up. It was the rookie of the split. That was
there. We go.
And he's just simply not been able to have that same level of impact playing alongside Vanda.
And specifically, I mean, the AD carry difference is night and day. And this is another example of Woolite trying to go on a hyper carry champion and it just not working out. So, I mean, yes, that's all you can say there. So let's go ahead and head over to Shox, Deficio, and the coaches for a closer look into H2K's 5th straight win.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, H2K's 5th straight win and another loss on the board for Rocket coming in this one. How much of that was due to their pick and ban fades, Deficio? What did you identify as good and bad from both teams?
So pick and ban phase, it looked like Rocket were about to mess up completely when they had Lissandra, Morgana, and LeBlanc logged in, and we saw the Maokai coming in from H2K, which would have basically been unkillable, but then it got to Tristana, so I feel like they saved the comp somewhat. But in terms of like pure 5-on-5 team fighting, it was so much easier for H2K to play their composition, and I honestly felt like they would outscale them anyway. So once they started winning these fights in the mid game, it was basically over from there.
The whole game based around the 2 dragon fights that we saw. We're going to come later on that with a replay of the first one. But as Deficio pointed out correctly, the Tristana saved the composition. With a double AP against the Malka, you do nothing. If you pick like a Corki or a Graves, like who are designed for the mid game, you do nothing against them and you automatically lose the late game. But with the Tristana, if with the right time and the right skill, he could have made it work. So the picks and ban weren't an indicator who's going to win that game.
Yeah, it's already been said. I don't feel like pick and bans are too relevant and the deciding factor of the games. It was really how they played it out.
Then talk me through the early game, because you all had quite a bit to say about the way things played out.
Well, so we had the lane swap obviously coming in, and I have to talk about Vander in this one. I know you want to talk about it as well, but his roaming is not very good. He doesn't really know when to recall. He misses some timings. The first dragon went over to H2K because he recalled too late. Once you hit level 2, just recall. Like, you don't have to stay steal XP for your AD carry. He was almost level 3 by the time he recalled and roamed, and the dragon was already gone. That should not have happened, in my opinion at least. And I feel like it was a problem we saw a few times from him.
Yeah, the early game in lane swaps is generally scripted. There's the correct thing, and then there's a bunch of other things you can do that are incorrect. You're supposed to base on level 2, on support, go buy some wards, drop some down, and then apply some map pressure. And among other things that you're supposed to do in a lane swap, he didn't do any of them. He was often I found myself questioning what is Vander doing on the map, and I feel like that contributed to their loss.
Yeah, with a right recall at level 2 without taking the additional half level, you are actually able to either gank or put pressure on the mid lane and then be able to contest that first dragon. That first dragon went uncontested because Vanda was still at the top lane taking half the level in level 2. And that should never happen because those parts of the game, they should be scripted.
Yeah, and Rocket actually got a couple of kills, but as you said, their dragon control was lacking throughout the game. We actually have a team fight that we can show you guys because they do have the ability with their team comp and with a flanking Lissandra to make something happen if they want to.
Yeah, so just the fight itself here, it's a bit hard for Rocket to set up because they have to walk in through like a choke point, but we can actually just pause it right here in this case, because if you look at Vander and Woolite, they're standing now and only being able to hit Odu Amnes, so we're not going to get any Morgana ultis coming in here. Woolite is not able to have any impact, and you can see Overpower, he's on the other side of the Dragon Wall, he's about to claw over. However, he doesn't have an Hourglass at this point because he went for Morel Nomicon as the first item despite being in a lane swap, and Morel Nomicon is basically a lane item itself. It's better just get like Codex and your cooldown reduction boots and then go straight Hourglass if you want to fight. So once he goes in, I mean, you guys can talk about it. What happens when he actually engages at this point?
Yeah, because like, when you think about it, this is mostly a dragon game set from the get-go. Yeah, I rolled the clip. This is a dragon game from the get-go, and if you don't have Hourglass in the spot, you're not going to be very successful on Lissandra. So the ult comes in, ult onto Lulex. The ult should be on himself, and then you can see Ryu zone Tristana out of the fight. Tristana has to jump out. And if Tristana's not auto-attacking, she's not being useful. And yeah, there's absolutely nothing there for Woolite to do, and the team was just split up. Like, that's not how you team fight with Rocket's team fight comp.
The focus should be on Rio, if you ask me, because in both Dragon fights in the deciding moments of the game, we had Rio zoning out the most important parts of their team. The first one, he was completely zoning out the Tristana. Tristana was like able to hit like 5 or 6 auto attack that whole fight, while Kalista was doing work in the pit. Kalista totally destroyed the team, while the Tristana was zoned away from the Ahri. And in the second Drake fight, where we don't have a replay of, the Ahri denied the flank of the Lissandra, and with that flag, if that would have happened, the game would have been over, or that fight could have been won.
Yeah, it actually forced Overpow to use his only form of engage, his E. I don't know what the...
Yeah, the Claw of Doom or whatever.
The Claw, yeah. He was forced to use his Claw to escape Ryu, which made the fight a 5v4 on the other side. And you can't use your only form of engage to disengage. That's just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, and also for Rocket, when you want to play a comp like they're doing here, where you have this double AP, we can call them assassins some way, where they need to blow up a target. Obviously, you don't want the Maokai walking in first, so you need to be able to dive the back line. And in order for you to do that, you got to be there first around the objective. You need to have the walls placed down so you can see how H2K is coming in towards the Dragon area, and then you can pick your targets. But because H2K were there first, it allowed Ryu to get the zoning control, it allowed the Maokai to stand in the front, and suddenly we just didn't see any way of actually engaging from Rocket's side.
Yeah, when you go up to a dragon, and you know dragon's spawning, you need like a minute to 2 minutes, like minimum a minute, like minute to 2 minutes to prepare the dragon. And if you're walking into the dragon and the enemy has complete vision control allows them to plan out the fight perfectly, and it was just impossible for Rocket to win any of those fights without preparing for them.
Yeah. That was it for that one. Thank you very much for joining us. Leviathan is actually sticking around for a bit. Thank you very much, Dentist, for helping us out today. We need to step away for a few minutes, but when we return, Elements and their new support, Crepo, will face Meet Your Makers as they look to avoid another upset and start their climb in the standings. Stay with us.
The other canister.
Go guys, let's do it.
They clap for us. They clap for you. They all clap for Woolite.
They're gonna get one, get two. That's taken down. Nuke Dog go to one. They get the credit. Lulex now in some trouble as he got the frozen tomb on Woolite, trying to stay alive. Yankos, who's gonna go in, tries to get it down, but the Rend procs, they've got him juked. Lulex though, a little bit low on this one. Who's gonna go down first?
Lulex, come to me. Okay. Nice. You fighting? Nice. Just
nice.
Nice. German.
Nice.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Oda Wamne tanking up so much, and there is H2K turning on the gas. H2K come up with another victory.
Welcome back to Berlin. We are minutes away from our next matchup between Elements and Meet Your Makers. And to help us take a look at the teams, we're joined by Leviathan, still of Gambit Gaming, the man behind H2K Prolly, and of course, Trevor Quickshot Henry. I want to start off by wishing you congratulations on that victory. 5 in a row now. What is kind of your summary on your game versus Roccat?
Let's see. They did a really good job of not throwing, and Ryu did a really good job of controlling mid lane when he needed to.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid.
Pretty fair.
Well, congratulations on this one, but now we're going to look at Elements versus MYM. Let's start by taking a look at the lineup for Elements because it's changed once again this week. Kevin, Shook, Froggen, Reckless, and our coach Mart, and of course supporting is Krepo, which is a big story coming in here. We've given him a lot of camera time already, and maybe a long time coming, maybe the right change. That is the thing I want to ask you guys. Maybe Trevor first. We had the Kevin substitution this week. What will Krepo change in the dynamic of the team?
I'm going to just quote what I said on Primetime League last night. I think it's a smart move. I think with some guidance and some leadership that Krepo can bring, I think it will actually help the team. I don't know about the underlying issues that needs to be resolved off of the Rift. That's something they need to work on, and that takes time. You're not going to slap a Band-Aid on that and have it magically working in 1 week.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Like, off the Rift is going to be the most, like, impact Krepo can kind of do. And the thing also relies on the other teammates, like, having enough respect for Krepo's opinion. Because if it's kind of like, oh, he's a good player, but I don't trust him with what he says about this, then it's going to be the same problems all over again.
And I forget where I heard it or read it, but I believe that NIF was taking more of a coach role as well, or at least assistant coach. And that could be really important as well. Working with NIF, he's a great guy, always brings a lot to the table in the comms, and is just really mild-mannered, good guy. And I think that's also something that I think is really important to Elements.
If we can predict anything about the way that partnership will work and Krepo versus Reckless, I would be inclined to say that Krepo can push Reckless over the edge when it comes to being more aggressive in those plays. What do you guys think?
I share the sentiment. I think as a player, mechanically, I think Krepo is a touch stronger than NIF, not by a large amount. I think the biggest thing Krepo is going to bring is the calling. And he is a lot more aggressive. He knows what he wants, and he knows when he can get it. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing. I never felt NIF could push somebody super hard, but I know Krepo can. We worked with him at Worlds, and he can be really demanding at times.
Yeah, I think the missing kind of element that NIF had was he wasn't really the one to pull the trigger on something. When something was looking really nice and juicy, I feel like it was more of either a hesitation or a question. But with Krepo, like, you know, when he used to play Morgana and NA and stuff like that, you know, when he goes for a bind, he's yelling at his team to follow up on it. So I think pulling the trigger is really going to help with Reckless.
And just speaking with Reckless a lot, we're good friends. I have an understanding that maybe he second guesses himself too much or gets an idea but isn't sure if it's correct. And just having Krepo as the wall to bounce ideas off of, I think will help him be a bit more confident in himself and the decisions that he makes in game.
We'll see how it plays out here. They're up against MYM. Let's take a look at their lineup in the top lane. JWoww, Horo, Corey, Mr. Alls, Nisbeth, and Yamato Cannon. JWoww, of course, coming in last week after replacing Mimer. Mimer, who was great in the season before, and then JWoww's first performance. It wasn't really fantastic, but I think there has to be a lot that has to happen in that team to take the advantages or make the advantages happen. Where do you think the problem lies?
It's really hard to say what the problems are. I think one thing that will be solved a lot is Mimer being kind of like a coaching thing, similar to like how NIF was. Yeah. I think that's going to really help, especially with like bringing in a top laner since he was one himself. When you're trying to give opinions about a game, when you're in it, there's like an emotional aspect between the players. So it's sometimes harder to like see their point of view and you kind of get stubborn. So the fact that he's now taken out of the game, I think his opinions are going to be like a lot higher valued and kind of, you know, more impact.
And I think the biggest thing for Meet Your Makers is to ignore the standings and just take it a game at a time. They've dug themselves a hole, but it's not one that they can't climb out of. It's not like they're statistically eliminated. So I think what will be most important for MYM is just making sure that, you know, they think just ignore the standings and just play each game, try to get the first win. And once you get your wins going, I think it'll be fine for them.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to see the matches that they've got coming up because they are in dire straits, Trevor, and they have some important matches coming up, but it's the matches versus the teams that are around them in the standings that matter the most.
Yes, it really is. Like we've said already, there's 18 games in the split, 8 games remaining. MYM at a record of 1-9. The team that they're most likely to face in a potential 9th, 10th battle is going to be Giants. So they're going to play them next week, week 7. But leading up to that, if MYM can pull off some surprise wins against teams like Gambit, against teams teams like H2K, against teams like Unicorns of Love, who you expect to beat their opponents like Giants, for example, that is how MYM can pull themselves out of that 10th place position. But the problem is, H2K, Gambit, Unicorns, they're all performing so well. So for MYM, I think Leviathan's 100% right. They need to disconnect from the standings. They need to realize that if they can pull off a win, they're in with a shot. But they need to focus on the game, not on the standings.
It's going to take that first win.
Yeah.
And actually, that's the case for both Elements and MYM coming in here, because Elements is not a team that we're used to associating with being in dire straits. I want to ask you guys about last week and the fact that Elements, they lost versus Giants in the last minutes of the game, and I feel like that carried on into their game the next day, which they ended up losing. As a coach, where do you have to step in and say, hey guys, this is not a bad thing. It is a bad thing you lost, but you did play a very good game.
You want to take this one?
Well, from my point of view, it's almost like you have to accept it happened, but the only thing that you can gain from dwelling on it is losing more. So basically, you just can't gain anything from it. So it's almost like the best way to put it is into like logical steps. You know, it's like, well, you dwelling on this, like putting you on tilt, like really upset about this, like it's not going to help. You got to take your mind off of it and really focus on what you want. You know, you don't want to focus on like the past when it's bad.
Yeah, the emotional part of the past doesn't matter. Whenever we do replay analysis or just discussion, it's not about what we did, it's about what we'll do next time. And so if you look at a loss like that against Giants where you lose the Baron and then it snowballs out of control like that, you just have to look at the things you did incorrectly. So maybe you don't start the Baron there or whatever the reason might be, but then also make sure you look at the things you did well, end on a positive note and say, okay, well maybe we didn't do Baron too well, but we won our lanes, our rotations were good, and just make sure you touch on the things to keep spirits up, because emotional levels are extremely important.
Can I ask a very quick question with regards to Gambit? Last week, Thursday game, you guys took quite a while to close out when Betsy was in Israel. And something Defici and I were talking about at the end of the day is how Gambit as a team could have baited Baron more efficiently. Day 2, you guys bait Baron within a minute of the opportunity being available. Was this something that you'd identified, or was it just sort of by luck that it happened?
Well, we know, I don't want to give away too much of our strategies, but Baron baiting is in our playbook. We always basically take a look at the map and take a look at opportunity costs and what is the most profitable play at the time. And I guess just the team had decided in their communication throughout the game that Baron baiting was the most optimal play. And to touch on the reason why the game was so long, it's because how the hell do you end a game against Xerath? Xerath's wave clear is just insane. So when a game is supposed to end at 20 minutes against the Xerath, that game just ends at 40. That's just the way it goes.
Follow-up question for both of you guys, because you've both been in positions where at the beginning of the split, both H2K and Gambit had pretty bad losses and were struggling. But as the weeks have gone on, you've arguably become top 3, top 4 strongest teams at the moment. How do you turn around the mistakes, even in games you've won, to keep that upwards growth?
Well, you just always have to look at it analytically. Like a win is a win and a loss is a loss, but tons of things were factors in both results. So even when you win a game, there's still something that you can do better. And when you lose a game, there's always something you did right. And it's just about breaking it down and finding the most important thing to train week to week.
Probably.
Yeah, I would say for me, it's like when you lose, you kind of have to get over it quickly, but then when you win, you also have to get over it quickly. Like you can't take the bad for long, and you can't take the good for long. So with us, when we went 0-2, 2-0, 0-2, it really got to a point where everyone was like, why are we making these mistakes? We can do it well in scrims. Why are we not doing it here? So I think it became almost like, and things just kind of click, and that's kind of what happened with the team. People just started realizing like, yeah, why are we like stressing out like now? Like, why are we having all this like pressure on our comms for no reason? And they kind of just got over it, and I think the experience kind of kicked in with them.
I like you bring up the fact that you got to get over losses, but also over wins pretty quickly. And I've always wondered, if you're a team that isn't such a long or on a long winning streak, how do you keep yourself from becoming complacent? Because if you play every scrim and the other team has to surrender, or you're doing so good, how do you even prepare yourself if things go the other way?
Because everyone else is training. Like we lost a week due to internet, and we felt it. And just because, you can apply the same to winning. Like just because you win 2 games in your week doesn't mean that you're the best and you don't have to train anymore. It's like everyone else is still training to get better. They're always improving their communications, improving their map play, and it's your responsibility to continue to improve as well. Because the second you stop trying to improve, it will be the second you stop being the best.
Well, Elements is most certainly trying here with 2 substitutes. We had one last week that we're actually not focusing too much on because we had that Crepo overshadowing change coming in there. But let's touch a little bit on Kevin's performance, because in the Giants game, he did pretty well until he was shut down. And then Rocket followed up by absolutely focusing him in that game. That kind of been a good day.
Yeah, I think Kevin was having a bad day to begin with, and then Rocket punished him for it. And it's very unfortunate that on the debut week, you have an off game. For Kevin in particular, the decision to stick around in lane, the decision to stick around at towers, it really, really cost him. And I just hope he can learn from it and not make the same mistakes.
Well, also, I think Rokat did this intentionally because he is a new player. So when he's behind, he's not going to know how to communicate to his team what he needs to like get back in the game or how weak he is and he can't fight. So by focusing on a new player, it kind of gives you a strategical advantage in terms of they're not going to know how to like tell each other what's going right and wrong in the game.
And it's generally a healthy strategy to attack the weak points of teams. You can make your efforts to prevent their star players from performing at their peak level by maybe taking away 1 or 2 champions they enjoy. But their weak players are usually the easiest to exploit. And if the strategy is to exploit Kevin because it's the weakest player, then I think that's a strategy that I could go for.
Just tilt them.
Just tilt
them.
them. So guys, we do have a small delay because we're swapping out a machine over on stage, but we'll get into the game in a couple of minutes. But that does allow us to elaborate a little bit more about Elements. What do you make of the fact that Elements was having troubles and having a losing streak? Then they change out one player. Oh, it doesn't work. The other week they play out another. Shouldn't there be kind of an overarching plan, or even seeing a little bit longer if that one change doesn't work out?
I also want to add to that. H2K changed a player, and all of a sudden it worked. So probably, why is it working for H2K but not working for Elements as well as what Ifya just said?
I feel like a big factor was luck for us. Like, Kasing was honestly just like, to us, it was like a diamond in the rough. Like, we honestly didn't know like how much of an impact he would have on the team. Like, we heard good things and we like did our scouting and stuff, but we didn't think it would be this good with him and stuff. Like, him and Hjarnan work so well together, and it's actually like really, really amazing. So I'm really, really happy with that. So with changing out new players, it is a bit of like guess and check, like luck, and you know, maybe their luck is with Crepo and not with Kevin, and this is when it's going to all start working out.
I didn't want to come on the desk and just flame people, but I think one of the biggest issues for Elements has to be the coaching staff. The coach, I'm not sure. I don't watch their scrims. I don't sit in, and I don't know exactly what he does. But just it seems like the core issues of Elements, from what I can analyze from the outside, just stem from inadequate coaching. And I think that he is somewhat of a newer coach, and if I was a newer coach, I would want to hone my skills in Challenger before jumping into like the Yankees of League of Legends like Elements. So I think, again, with Nif moving to more of a coaching role, we'll be able to help in ways that the coach isn't experienced. So I think now, moving forward, it's in a healthy spot, but I think this took too long.
I think it's very fair coming from yourself, Leviathan, because of how Gambit have evolved. What alarm bells, as an external observer, make you feel that way? You know, what is it about the game? What is it about the players that make you think that?
It's just the issues that they have, like with maybe just speaking with some of the players, their confidence isn't where they need to be. I've heard that maybe some of the things that he says during pick and ban aren't correct, imposing certain picks when it's not his responsibility to. I think the whole purpose of a coach is to facilitate growth, and all the players in the LCS are smart, and it's really just the coach's job to help unlock the brains of these players and get them working on the same page. And I don't feel like it's being is done as well as it could have been.
Very interesting. You touch on a couple of things that a coach has to do. We know a couple of teams in the LCS that have a very big supporting staff that goes wider than just a coach. What is it for you guys respectively, Prolly?
What do we need?
What do you
what
have?
do I do?
Yeah,
what do we
what support
have?
does H2K
Yeah.
have?
We do have a stat guy that helps us gather things from regions and from our games and stuff like that. But other than that, I do everything else on my own, mostly because like I'm a big nerd and I really like the work. Like, I watch League all day, and then I'll play it some and try to figure out stuff, and then I'll do Mathcraft. So it's like, it's a really easy job for me just because it's, you know, fun to do. So I end up doing a lot of it, and it's not a job that ends when the hours end, if that makes sense. Like, we stop scrimming around 10 or so, and I probably
when your day starts.
Yeah, and I don't really stop until maybe like 2 a.m. So my days are probably like 16 hours, because there's never a moment where a player is sitting there like not like, yo, probably, what do you think of you know, Rabadon's on Maokai. So it's like, I need to be there to be like, no, stop that. Odo, don't do that.
Yeah, we have our manager, Mu, who provides us with like stat analysis work. It gives us all the pick and ban prep, what champions they play, what they've been playing in solo queue, just really good documents that are sorted out. And then we have our head analyst, William, who's been working in the Brazilian region as well. He basically watches all the regions. Every day we check in. He's like, oh, okay, Lulu Jungle's hot over here, and we give it a try, see if it's nice. But he's always filling us in on the gameplay aspect. When we need to bring him in to work on something like, we brought him in to work on double AD compositions, so he just comes in, he's like an extra voice, and him and I work really well together. We have like William the analyst, Mu the stat guy, and there's always other people lending in hands on Gambit. Oh yeah, Groove is the emotional support king. When Groove is around, the whole energy is just up, and you just always want to play better when Groove is watching.
Well, we've certainly seen that as well. Touching on that, actually, because SK Gaming has a really big supporting staff, but we see that that doesn't always give you the results you want per se. But thank you guys very much for helping us out during this small delay. We are ready on stage, so let's send it back over to the caster for Pick and Bans.
Thank you for that one, Shox. Yeah, we're finally back, and as Elements and NYM load up into Champ Select, I'd like to, of course, welcome Martin DeFicio Linga.
Thank you. Enjoyed my time on the analyst desk. We have some very, very good coaches here.
Yeah, we have.
Talk a lot.
Yes.
So it's been a good day for the delays, at least if you ask the coaches.
Yeah. Well, they've certainly had a lot of fun saying their piece. But, you know, big news, obviously, we talked about earlier on in the day. You're about to see it. But Crepo coming on to the Elements, replacing Nif. They talked about it ad nauseum. But the crowd, these guys are loving it, man. That is, talk about a bump.
There's so much hype around him. And honestly, I think he's a good addition. And I think the best thing Elements did was keeping Nif as a sub or coach. So in case anything happens, you still have him around and he can add some more knowledge and value to your team.
I agree. It's a no-risk move whatsoever. So Elements starting this one off on the blue side. They will ban the Nidalee away, and Cassidy is taken off the board by Meet Your Makers.
Okay, I like how they target Horo, and one of the few champions he maybe would be able to carry a game on. We have seen Nidalee players take over the early game, so not really any surprise here. And it's fun when you watch Elements. They normally always like to early pick their top laner. Like nearly all the games they play, they go first pick top laner or at least a flex pick. And then obviously they try and wait with the last pick for Froggen in this mid lane so he can get a counter pick for himself. I want to see if they're going to do the same. I mean, Lissandra is the obvious first choice for Kevin. He looked great last week on it against Giants.
Yeah, Meet Your Maker's already feeling the Crepo threat. Ban away. The Thresh was also a fairly big Morgana player. Played some Braum last year too.
So Crepo, of course, is known for his Thresh. Always been one of his main champions. But I don't feel like you have to ban it away. There are plenty of other supports he can play. And now Rengar would be open for Shook at champion. He's been looking great on. And again, if you first pick Lissandra, you take Rengar second, or then at least you force MYM to take the Rengar, and you have like a Jarvan coming in for Shook, and you can be perfectly happy. So I'm not really sure I like that Thresh ban from Crepo. There's plenty of other supports he can play.
I agree with you there. And what is sort of strange is that Meet Your Makers, up until about a week ago, they were having a very solid pick and ban phase, if not the rest of the game. There's Lissandra ban. That makes some sense there. I like that. And the really big question here for Elements, too, is not necessarily Crepo, but how is Kevin going to perform? Because he's been a little back and forth since his debut.
Yeah, a very tough situation for Kevin. Barely played the game after failing to qualify with Millennium to the expansion tournament, actually. So we're going a few months back here. Played a little bit of solo queue. Suddenly, Elements just pick him up straight into the LCS again. So obviously, he needed a bit of time. I think he still needs more time to really adapt to the new meta and get back to the top level we used to see Kevin play on. Just go like 1 year back for Millennium, at least.
Well, yet to see what he's going to play. The Ahri is already locked in. As you mentioned, they like to pick that one up quick. Meet Your Makers.
Actually, the opposite here. Normally, they would first pick, or last pick the mid lane. But in this case here, yeah, a lot of their, what we normally consider first pick worthy picks, like the Rek'Sai, like the Lissandra Cassidy, being taken away. So it's a fairly safe one, and we know Ahri can lane into nearly everything. Only LeBlanc can be a bit of a tricky matchup, and that was obviously banned away by Elements.
Yeah, and the Kalista becoming ever so popular here as Elements picks that one up for Reckless. They also take the Maokai, and this is starting to look like one of those winning comps that we saw from today. I mean, there's so much damage between an AD carry and a mid laner, and if they can fill it out with some very heavy protection, which the Maokai makes a good start for, they can be set up for some greatness. On the other side, Meet Your Makers. They grab the Morgana. This early on, I want to say that's another Crepo denial. And then Horo is on the Jarvan this time, and they're thinking about what else they want to pick up next.
I do like their Jarvan pickup, at least with Rek'Sai in Italy being banned. So 2 target bans on him, forcing him on Jarvan. Still a fantastic jungler early on. Not really much to be said there on the side of MOM. But I normally like MOM in pick and bans because they have some good comps. They just don't really know how to play with these comps in the game itself. There's clearly lack of communication on the teams, teamwork, and it's been a tough season for them, and there's been so many problems overall, so I can't even blame them for not really knowing how to play as a team at this point.
Well, we'll see if that does change. You've got the Fizz lock-in as well as the Graves. I haven't seen a lot of Graves today.
It's going to be a Fizz top lane into Maokai. It's fairly good matchup, especially once you complete your first item on the Fizz, Trinity Force. It can also be a plate if you want that straight away, but I do normally prefer 24, so you have a bit more team fighting power around the mid game. But he was disabled, at least last week I believe it was. Now he's back here as this AD Bruiser Fizz top lane. So it's not the AP anymore, it's been nerfed a bit too much to be viable.
So again, we continue this trend of them having fairly strong pickups to deal with the lane matchups, but then the execution is just not necessarily there. I mean, this is going to be a tough order against Elements. Even as they've been on a slide, this is still a very, very tough team to face down.
Of course, but I like what MOM is doing. Just picking very, very strong skirmish champions who can make plays. Oh, we're going to have the Ballista coming in.
Oh,
from Elements.
We haven't seen this in Europe yet.
Nope. Been played in NA at least by Double
Grappo's bringing that NA flavor up
Yeah,
here.
for sure.
They are
So,
loving this.
If people don't know what the Ballista is, it's basically where you have Kalista, Blitzcrank together. Blitzcrank goes in, he hooks a target, and then you pull him back with your ulti on the Kalista, and the target like travels double the distance now, and you can just... I mean, you can make some sick plays. And
It's a big yoink.
It's very hard for the other team to really do anything. But there is... there is, of course, their Black Shield coming in from Morgana, which normally would make it very, very difficult for Blitzcrank to create the plays.
Yeah, and Meteor Makers here with this Leona hover, they're actually thinking about possibly sending the Morgana top. Or, you know, we could even see a Morgana mid if we want to talk about the Fizz going top again. They have options, is the point.
I mean, okay, so Corey used to be a massive Fizz player, so he could play it, but it's been nerfed pretty heavily. You more or less just rely on your ulti and your E now to like burst down targets, but they are going to do it. So we have to see now if it's going to be Morgana in the mid lane or top lane. I mean, there's still some flex picking going on here from MYM, and we can talk about the comp once we see they've actually swapped around if they do it.
That's true. So back over to Elements. We've got the Ballista lane, we've got the Maokai, we've got the Lee Sin. There is a lot of protection here and a lot of chase that Elements can bring. And so many wombo combo possibilities.
Yeah.
A team like Elements that's so individually skilled in every role, I feel like this is the team that can make this comp work.
It's a fantastic single target burst coming from them. Get a few stacks of Ren from the Kalista onto one target. The Ahri obviously charm, combo everything. And then you have the Blitzcrank to single out the target and lock them down with the macro. So fantastic pick composition, which still works really well in a team fight with the right setup, so the Blitzcrank can actually see who is coming near him and he can land the hook. Because Blitzcrank always had that problem. If he fell behind and the enemy team started like grouping on your tower, it's very, very easy for the enemy team to see the Blitzcrank and when the hook is going to come, and you just dodge around it or you black shield it. In this case, by the way, it is going to be Morgana mid lane, as you said, and then of course the AD Fizz Trinity Force blade, most likely, from a JWoww top lane into this Maokai. So on the side of MYM, we're going to see a lot of focus on splitting up. Skirmish fights, especially that one-on-one in the top lane, is going to be important. This Fizz needs to go huge for JWoww if MYM wants to win.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, with those picks and bans locked in, let us know which team you think is going to turn it around. Other than, I'm still reeling from this one. Tweet us our hashtags, LWin or MYMWin at LOL Esports. Let us know what you think, but the crowd is amped, and it is the first match, the debut of El Crepo.
Yeah, he's back in Europe, funny enough.
We get him again, and he's having a blast on that Blitzcrank to start this one off.
All right, so again, of course, when you have a Blitzcrank here, it's so much about map movement and early vision control, because you can create so many picks basically on your own. Just by invading into the enemy jungle, you apply pressure on the two lanes next to you, because you can never disrespect the Blitzcrank walking into your lane, landing a hook, and then suddenly you have to flash away and you're now forced to sit under your tower.
You have to think MYM's gonna respect this. They are looking to set up for the lane swap up top. JWoww still hanging there as well. And it's actually a line of scrimmage start for Elements, so they're not taking their chances just yet, but still very early on. Let's see what they do.
So lane swapping against the Blitz. That's normally what every Blitz player in the world loves, because this allows him to roam now, and especially grouped up with a Lee Sin. That's a fantastic combo. Land one hook and you will get a kill nearly everywhere. So Elements are not going to be too unhappy about this one. They will do Crooks. Crepo is a massive fan of the level 2 power spike, especially also when you have a Callista. And then you go in with your Relic Shield. You kind of surprise the enemy. You always last hit the caster minions with the Relic Shield. So you get, boom, level 2, you go all in. But we won't see that in this game here, seeing as we have the lane swap.
Yeah. Speaking of abusing the level 2, that's something that Crepo's been extremely vocal about. Just the moment you get that, and boom, you want to go dive somebody. And if you're dealing with the lane swap situation, it might even be better for MYM to just not deal with that right away, because you know, JWoww, he's looking to be doing the jungle buddy system with Horo.
It's a little bit surprising because Leona Graves is fine, and they can do the Grump easier than you can do Crooks, because Grump is obviously easier to take down than the 2 targets. So they would be able to do the camp as well and go down and take that push against the Blitzcrank and the Callista. And if you get your level 2 first on a Graves Leona combo, you will engage instantly and you will force a flash from either the Blitzcrank or the Callista. So MYM just playing it completely safe instead. And this can also be because because they were expecting Elements to be on the top side to lane swap on the Fizz, because normally Fizz is super, super weak in a swap. He has no ability to farm. He's fairly easy to dive even, because yes, he can jump with the Trickster, but he's not going to return any damage or CC to you. So this is really going to backfire for MYM. I'm not sure again if they were predicting Elements to swap against the Fizz. In case they were, well, now JWoww is in a pretty tricky situation.
Not so wow. Indeed.
Not so well.
Fast pushing this one, Elements on the bottom. Kevin should be perfectly fine to deal with this dual lane up top. Going to throw down the sapling. It's going to go ahead and chase down Morales for just a second. So even though he might get denied some CS here, Nisbets can still get a jump on him. Still, Avani champion. Maokai is definitely not the unhealthiest to deal with this. Now Crepo,
level
as you mentioned, on the roam.
Of course, just get it level 2. Got the camp as well, level 1. Corey has to respect it. Get an early ward and also just back away after actually pushing down this mid lane first. But you know there's such a high chance of this support roaming up as soon as he leaves the lane. So yeah, smart play by Corey at least, getting down the ward. And now MYM's trying to do the same onto Kevin here. Actually a 5-man dive. The wave haven't been pushed down. And Kevin is already level 3. So he's not exactly an easy target to dive.
Yeah, JWoww still roaming with Horo here. They take down the Scuttle Crab, but they're not really getting much for their efforts right about now. Ral is trying to freeze the wave with the help of Nisbeth away from Kevin, but at least he's in lane.
He's in lane, but I do think this is the right call by MYM. They didn't get the freeze early on, and as soon as Kevin showed himself, he got the level 2 from the camp, as we always see with the Maokai. And then you would know, okay, diving him is too risky, because he's going to get level 3, maybe even level 4, because before we are in a position to dive him. So let's just freeze the wave after. I do feel like that was a good call by them and not risking any dives. But they need to get some farm on JWoww. He's only been getting some jungle camps, and this wave is not going anywhere. So he's not going to get any farm down here either.
Yeah, not anytime soon. Reckless. This plays right into his hand. He loves to get the farm game going often and early. Doesn't really need too much help in the form of Crepo, who was making his way up top actually to help out Kevin. Might see some action coming out there in just a moment. Sentinel's out too to scout out any Fizz sneakiness, but Horo actually coming with JWoww still. The buddy system has not ended.
No, but this is a good call again by MYM. You have to send down your jungler when the wave is being frozen like this and you don't know who's standing there trying to zone. Had Crepo stayed in the bottom lane, it would have been a 2-on-2. And again, you can still push it out and reset the wave on the tower so it bounces back. And obviously we see the vote here.
How about that fan vote?
Yeah, 89%. Oh, real surprise.
How much of that is Crepo bump?
Well, I mean...
Still very
probably
popular
a lot,
team.
Probably a lot.
Yes.
And also MYM is not exactly the team you would
They're
definitely
they're in some trouble right now. It's definitely not the favorite in terms of who you would expect to come out in this game. But you know, see if they have something to prove here. So far, as you mentioned, some smart moves. They haven't really been able to get anything on the map for it just yet.
No, Rex is level 5 to only level 3 in this Fizz here. So this lane, again, is very easy for Reckless to control. But JWoww did manage to get it pushed into the Tower of Elements with the help of Horo. Reset the whole thing, so now you can see he's actually pushing towards him. And he can finally start picking up some farm points. He's been heavily delayed for himself, and you're looking often towards this Trinity Spike. on the AD Fizz, that's going to be delayed for him now.
Yeah, he's really just sitting on the longsword and the flask, of course. Really not able to get much. 12 CS to his name. Not too far behind Kevin, who's been pushed back time and again by Rallas and Nisbeth.
And this was why I like the freeze in the top lane from MOM, realizing, okay, we can't dive the Maokai, and if we just keep pushing in the wave, yes, we might take the tower, but he's going to get free farm or free XP, and he's going to be so far ahead of our top laner, who is very important in this comp, because if JWoww isn't stronger than Kevin in a split push, well, then he's not really going to add anything, because the Maokai is going to be a lot better in team fights. So for MYM here, I like how they said, we're not going to get an early tower, we're just going to try and deny this Maokai as much as we can, because it's going to be very important that JWoww can be a carry.
Krepo tries the hook, doesn't land on Nisbeth. JWoww, though, still level 4, so is Nisbeth. Krepo might be 4, but Reckless has got that level 6 himself. He's got the Fate's Call available if they want to do something cheeky. Froggen, meanwhile, walks into a Dark Binding. We haven't really talked much about this mid lane. With all the Krepo hype, it's been pretty silent as well. The Morgana lane for Corey, staying safe.
Not often Morgana creates a lot of action in the laning phase.
True. Krepo, he's looking to charge in.
Jump for
He
Horo.
gets the pull. Horo, here comes Shook as well. They're going to run him down. Flag and Dragon, first blood. It goes over to Shook. 1, 2, 3.
We talked about it again. The roam you can do with the Blitzcrank here. As soon as you leave the lane, enemy team have to respect that you can show up. And we saw Shook as well. Follow him. Easy setup. Connect the first Q, wait for the Jarvan to jump over the wall, and then you just fly with the second charge and you get the kill. So nice little setup here. Beautiful roam. They can do it again, because it's a Fizz sitting in the bottom lane and Reckless has full control of it.
Man, that's the sound the crowd makes when there's a first blood. I want to hear what it sounds like when they declare war.
Or when Krepo gets a pentacle.
Oh. Whoa, man. Spoilers.
It's coming later.
Yeah,
About
we'll
10 minutes time.
We'll okay. All right, I'll hold you to that. So Horo did everything it could to get out of that situation. Really good tag teaming by Shook and Krepo. Really, really well played there. But overall, they are still staying relatively safe, but they're down 1,500 gold here. Just, they're not really been creating a whole lot of opportunities for themselves at the start of this game, and you can see that farm differential starting to scale between the top laners. Kevin's got 41 to the 20 of JWoww, who's just been so pushed back.
Kevin could just stay in the top lane, keep farming. JWoww had to recall, run all the way there. He saved his teleport for the potential dragon fight coming, because if you look at the comp from MYM and in terms of like the scaling, Graves is a mid-game AD carry, or early to mid-game. Morgana as well, very, very strong in the mid-game stages, but late-game her damage starts becoming pretty unreliable, because you gotta connect the binding and the full combo with your ulti. And that's if you look at the mobility of a Kalista and an Ahri, it's not often you're gonna get that second stun from the Morgana ulti, and that means mid-game-wise is where MYM needs to be able to pull ahead. In this case, otherwise this Maokai as well, late-game, and the Ahri is just gonna outscale you completely, and then they won't be able to win. So that's why JWoww is saving the teleport, so he can join for a potential fight.
Indeed he is. Wham not looking to set anything up just yet, though. They've got it in their back pocket. Reckless and Krepo now have the 2v2, fairly even in the farm game, but they're not getting close enough for a Zenith Blade, so Nisbeth is going to not be happy too much about that one.
Reckless going for Blade. This is one of the games where I like it. Often we see a lot of European players go for Blade, but in other regions, as a first item, it's very rare, honestly. But in this case, because it's going to be so much about MYM looking for these like 1-on-1, 2-on-2 kills in fights and like spread it out a little bit, I quite like it to dodge around, especially because of Fizz as well. Once he jumps in at you, if you Blade him, you can kite him around with this Kalista here and avoid him one-shotting. Because remember, AD Bruiser Fizz is no longer about like the burst you can do. It's about keep hitting a target over and over with the W, the changes, so you do that % damage on every hit. So if a Kalista can just jump away from Fizz and he only gets 1 or 2 hits, well then she's never gonna die.
Reckless Krepo still playing it safe down on this bottom side, but they've got some backup from Shook.
Both
There's the hook. Oh, they're going to ballista it up. Nisbeth now is going to land his solar flare, but they're right back at it. The heal is burned. So they get themselves a summoner. And, well,
it looked a lot cooler than
it was kind of like, whoop, well, that was sudden.
Yeah, so Horo showed himself. Everyone decided to back away.
Yeah, no.
That was the ballista for anyone who has never seen it before.
We might see more.
We will see more in this game,
about that
for sure.
Deficio.
Yeah, we'll get more of those. Not the pentacles,
no,
the ballista.
Well, don't hold anything off the table, but yeah. We've only seen it, I believe, just the one time in NALCS. This time it's come across the pond. So they do know how to execute the combo. We know that much.
Yeah. First little test has been completed in the Reckless Crapple synergy. And let's see for MYM. JWoww has been able to get back in this lane. He fell really far behind, but now he's had decent farm. Still delaying this Trinity Force a lot for him. I mean, not even a Sheen of Phage completed yet.
And I'm curious to see what Kevin goes, because obviously Picks Up the Catalyst has a few options. We saw that last game that the Righteous Glory was the choice. The ultra speedy, tanky Maokai. Ooh! Reckless finds a little bit of damage on to the back of Morales. Starts pushing this wave in.
Yeah, so about the Maokai choices, in a lane swap, what we have seen in other regions now, especially in Korea, is if you get denied for a lot of farm on the Maokai, you go for the Catalyst first, just because it's such a good lane item in itself and for every single level up you get. And you don't necessarily go Rod of Ages instantly or Righteous Glory. You save it, and you see how much gold you have on your next back. And if you can afford a Rod of Ages and it's still fairly early, you complete it. Otherwise, you just start building Spirit Visage, Frozen Heart, that kind of route, and then you just go Righteous Glory later on in the game, and you kind of skip the Rod of Ages part, because it is a fairly slow item in terms of scaling, so you have to get it early on for it to be effective.
Yeah, smart moves. So Kevin will have those options to him the longer this one goes on. Both the junglers gone with the Skirmisher Saber, with the Warrior Enchant. Makes pretty good sense here. Both teams want to team fight. No one's tempted the Dragon. 12.5 minutes in. There's just a glimpse of it from Corey there.
I would like to see MYM put a bit more focus on that Dragon you just mentioned here, and at least have a few more aggressive wards behind the Dragon wall so they can see the likes of Shook now where he's standing. And that means once you group around that, you can look for a pick with their Morgana, land the binding, followed by, let's say, Leona, and suddenly you can actually get a very fast kill, and you can take a Dragon from it. But they seem happy just sitting back and farming at the moment. We just saw Corey actually blow his ulti, so no Dragon. Nope, for MYM in the next few
Just a little bit more damage.
minutes.
Do the hook in on Nisbeth. A little bit tanky to get the kickback. They're going to look to try and make this a 2v2, but a pair of teleports coming on in. Krepo going to flash away, but he can't get out of the Cataclysm now. Reckless is here, and Horo overcommits. Shook is going to get the pick onto him. Kevin, after the teleport, helps Reckless to take down Nisbeth. 2 kills taken by Elements, and they are in prime position for this Dragon.
I'm really not sure why MYM were looking for some sort of fight here. You just use your ulti on the Morgana in the mid lane, so you knew there's going to be a potential roam or Dragon fight. We see Froggen actually going for Corey.
Yep, Corey's just diving around him, and Ignite's burned either way. They don't quite have the spell rotations back up. Last charge of the Spirit Rush, and they're pretty close to even, but oh, Shook wants to go in and finish the job. No, he thinks better of it. That was really rash.
I think also he had to respect Corey's binding under the turret here for him, but flashy plays from Elements, the hook first from Krepo, teleport coming. Let's see it again. So remember, MYM here, they don't really want a team fight, especially not after disengage where Nisbeth has been taken fairly low. Yes, teleport comes in, and here's the nice little dancing. First you dodge the ulti, and then you avoid the center plate from Nisbeth, as well as the ulti from JWoww. So everything being dodged by Elements, and they still have that tower to protect them. And now they can just clean up the kills with Kevin teleporting in behind as well.
Yeah, really nice play set up, and MYM tried to fight. He could not. 3-0 is the score. JWoww, Kevin looking to make it a little bit more here. Forces him to get pushed back. Shook waiting in the wings. He has been quite across the map. 100% kill participation. Those 3 kills. There's the scoreline for you.
And it's funny, whenever Shook plays Lee Sin and has a massive impact in the early game, Elements always do well. Think again, Worlds, it's been mentioned a few times, Najin White Shield, the perfect game, yada yada yada. I guess people are pretty tired of that one. But still, that was Shook setting up the whole thing, and he's still one of the few junglers who likes to play Lee Sin. We see a lot of our junglers focus on different ones, more engaged focused. But he can still make some plays early on here. And of course also credit to the rest of the team.
Yeah, Rengar
They've been
was
able to pick
actually
up the kills. Yeah,
in this
again.
big ban phase too, and he did prefer the Lee Sin over it. I think it fits into this comp quite well though.
Yeah, it does. Also, he needed maybe a bit more early game power. Rengar often wants his level 6, or we can say every time wants that level 6 before he really starts impacting the map, where Lee Sin can be active. Unless you rain over, of course. But the Lee Sin can be active very early, and because MYM's comp is so much about using this early mid game to win the game, then the Lee Sin makes perfect sense.
Yeah. You know, you can miss or hit the minions as many times as you want on those hooks. It only takes one. And you can see everyone getting a little antsy for that to happen. JWoww and Kevin still duking it out.
And just another thing about Lee Sin, if you look at the comp from MYM, so much is going to be about Corey and his ulti in a fight. If he goes in and Black Shields himself, sure you won't be able to kick him out. But then suddenly Mr. Rallis is open and you can dive him and you can get a kill on him with the Maokai. You can lock him down very easily. So if Corey basically uses Black Shield and anyone else but himself, then he will get kicked out by Shook every time. The ulti will be cancelled more or less, and you will only get that 1 damage charge. And that's once again where we can see this Lee Sin pay off.
Yeah, Kevin. JWoww trying to bait this one out. Here comes the fish, here comes Horo. They're going to dive onto him and juggle away the aggro with the Playful Trickster. There we go, MYM gets themselves a kill on the board.
Good little move here by MYM. They will lose a lot of pressure in the bottom side of the map though. Elements already moving in to place a few wards. This bot lane tower is very low, but it is defended for now. And a good kill for Horo in the top lane. Remember, this Fist needs to get going for MYM to win this game.
One assist will certainly help him out just a little bit. Reckless and Krepo back together again on this bottom side. That tower is not looking too healthy for MYM. He should be able to peck it away as Krepo backs away. Okay. Not sure what that flag was.
I really like
all right,
the place this game here.
He's just kind of like, am I going to juke you? Yeah, I am.
Oh, Shook as well, that flash Q in the mid lane. He's like, nope, not going to go for it.
The junglers are very interesting decisions.
Showing off today, yeah.
Yes.
Showing off.
Showing off those...
their mobility, they're showing what they can do on these champions. Anyway, classic start from Froggen. He always likes to go Abyssal Scepter in the lane. Gives him very good one-on-one trading potential. Hard to shut him down. And while the Fist is going to build 80 items, there's still quite a lot of the damage, which is going to be magic. So in this case, it's going to be twice as effective for Mr. Froggen.
Indeed, it is Krepo Shook hanging around. They're making sure they're not spotted out. But Corey, you know, I honestly feel like the Morgana itself was just a big telegraph that it was a safe pick. See how he's dodging out Froggen's Orb of Deception right there? And he's been playing very far back, not too far down on the CS either.
No, again, I agree. I think it was just a very safe flex pick that can go top, mid, and support, so you don't really show anything. And Morgana has been a very strong pick in every single role, honestly. So, no, I don't feel like MYM did a mistake picking it. They just take a comp which I normally would expect them to play because they have to. No matter basically what they do, they have to win early game for them to take a win because they're so far behind now, like 1-9 in the standings. Nothing really been working for them. So I do like the fact they run a bit of a snowball comp. It's just so hard for them to pull off. So not guaranteed to win, sadly.
No, not guaranteed indeed. Got to play the game to win, Deficio. JWoww, take a look at that top lane differential. About 500 or so gold separate him. He's got a little bit back for himself, but still, that early game really, really hurt him a lot. And Krepo just no fear whatsoever. And Nisbeth was going in with the Zenith play. There's the Fate's Call, holding it, throwing it right there. Rallis not taking quite so much damage, but Reckless going to try for the outplay. Solar Flare does not go where they needed it. A very fast Kalista. And MYM backing off.
Well, that was a fairly risky trade by Elements. You saw Krepo walk into 2 waves of minions, tanking them first, knowing of course there was the ulti from Reckless to pull him in, and managed to force MYM back, blow a few ultis. Nisbet completely missed his. It's so hard to land it on a Kalista, it's nearly impossible.
But they trusted that they were going to be able to do it. There's another hook, they've caught Nisbet this time. Can he get away? He's got the flash, but so does Reckless. Over the wall, not enough damage. There we go, Reckless on his second win. Finishes that one off. Another 30 gold in the pocket with the pink ward. And now the Dragon's live, like clockwork. Elements moving to place.
Oh, and the crowd is very, very happy. I like this from Elements. They're moving around the map. They're trying to create plays. Yes, you picked the Blitzcrank, so you have to do it. And it's working for them. Against MYM here, they're playing aggressive in the lanes. Only guy who's slightly in trouble is going to be Kevin up in this top lane. And Horo, he's going for another one.
Slow
and he's
steady. No. They know he's there. Elements, yeah, they're so much more proactive. I don't know how much of this necessarily is Krepo and how much of this is the lack of pressure that MYM is really generating on the map. But
for
either
sure.
way,
yeah,
it's working
100%.
Wonderfully for Elements. 20 minutes into this game, 2 Dragons. They've got themselves a 3,000 gold lead. They've got a tower to none. They're looking to push on a second one, and there's just no response from Meet Your Makers.
Yeah, now's the real test really for Elements here. How fast can they actually close the game itself? Because when they played Giants, they had the same kind of lead early on. It looked fantastic. We were praising Kevin for really having a big impact in the game. And then they end up basically sitting back and just waiting. Got to 40 minutes, started a Baron. They didn't have to. It was stolen by Frederick. And then Giants walked down and won the game right after. So it looked so good. And then suddenly everything just went completely want to say a wrong word here, so I'm not going to say it instead, but it just...
Upside down.
Yeah, upside down for Elements. So now we got to see if they can close this game against MYM.
Still, you see aggressive moves for them trying for the outplays, trusting it too. Honestly, I would not want to be up against Reckless and Crepo, especially on those two champions that they seem to be executing quite well on it. Reckless 2 kills, 0 deaths, 1 assist right now. Pings all across the top side. They look to take this outer turret. JWoww gotta beat a retreat. Can he get out of there? You know he cannot. Playful Trickster, but here comes Kevin, and Reckless picks up kill number 3. Looks like a tower inbound too, boys.
Just walk in, you land the ulti to silence him, and then you hook him in for yourself, saving the Trickster from JWoww at the start, and then in the end, Kevin shows up with a nice little power play by Elements, simply saying, we've already did the bottom lane, we pushed up the wave to the tops, to the tower as well in the bottom side, so we know that someone is sitting there and farming, and we can just go 4-man top, and we will always be in a numbers advantage.
Yeah, and immediately Kevin spends his teleport, goes down bot, saves the tower, and prevents Raleigh from pushing the wave. More damage, a ton onto this second-tier top turret. Nisbet's the only one here to defend this, and they've still got Froggen pressuring the middle. Elements is controlling this map perfectly right now.
Yeah, they're doing everything they are basically supposed to do. 5k goal lead this early. Now they might be looking for more.
Oh, there we go.
Always play around this deep vision here. As soon as you get a lead or you see an opening to walk inside the enemy jungle and place a few wards, you should do it. And Elements here, look at the minimap. It's basically their jungle as well now. MYM is only owning their own lanes, and that's it.
Oh yeah, they've annexed the entirety of that jungle away from them.
They don't even own their own
They've
lane.
grabbed a tower. Yeah, they're getting knocked down 1 by 1 for towers to 0 now. Kevin chasing out JWoww. The rest of Elements are in hot pursuit. They got Nisbet again, and the Zenith Blade, the Solar Flare doesn't do much of anything as Elements come up with another pick looking to take out a tower. MYM not even safe.
Oh,
in their lane, not safe in their jungle. No, this one's going down easy.
Just great play again by Elements, really using this lead to always roam in the enemy jungle, and when you have full vision control and they have to try and face check you to move between the lanes and defend, well then it's so easy for Blitzcrank to just pull in targets left and right. And dinner is served, paid by Crepo.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty happy with that one. 006, a perfect support score right now. If you look at it with that kill participation, he's been involved in every single one of these Elements skirmishes. Your makers have been struggling to find any kind of recourse here. I mean, it's a massive gold lead for Elements at 23 minutes in.
And for Meteor Makers here, we looked at the schedule early on the analyst days. We talked about how they basically have to start picking up a few wins if they want to try and avoid number 10, which is the automatic relegation to the Challenger Series. And I looked at the Elements game and said, this might be one of the games they can win because Elements have had problems, have been inconsistent, they've been changing out players. That's one way you might be able to surprise if you get that early lead and just snowball the game. But it's not been the case at all here. Elements have basically been reading them like a book and just outplaying them throughout the entire stage, or throughout the entire game.
Completely agree on that point. Meteor Makers, again, they had a more or less good draft phase. It was a little bit strange in this situation. Now, JWoww is going to jump onto Kevin and try to make the outplay. They're even in levels, not so much in HP as JWoww pushes as far as he can, but there's still a very healthy turret there. They just don't have the map pressure to do anything to Elements, who are continually pushing them around.
But this does show how MYM want to play the game. In this case here with the Fist split pushing, we see the Blade also because the Trinity Force was so delayed and he knew, okay, I'm gonna have to one-on-one this Maokai very soon. He just went straight for Blade itself. And we see the power here. Kevin is not able to do anything. He has to walk away every single time. So if you just go like 20 minutes back in this game and MYM had gotten standard lanes, this could have been a completely different situation. In this case though, Elements have had a perfect setup for them, and they're looking for more. Crepo is pulling in Horo.
Pulls in Horo. Shook has a chance to go in on the Q. Crepo getting pulled out by the Fate's call. Question is, will they re-engage? Crepo thrown back into the action. MYM trying to back away from this one. Pressure exerted once again by Elements. MYM's actually caught in a bad spot. They are all clumped up here, and the cooldowns are not quite reset just yet, but they are going to be able to muscle their way back to their tower.
So the first time we see MYM fight back just a little bit, nobody ends up dying, and they got a disengage going for them. And there's still a lot of ultis ready. JWoww will be up for this fight. So all the ultis for MYM for this fight here. Still, you don't have any wards pre-placed except for that one Rex is standing on. So once they get cleared by Elements or they move into this small bush down here with the pink ward, then suddenly you can't go in and face check because you're going to get hooked in by the Blitzcrank, and nobody's tanky enough to survive that.
No, you cannot afford to get pulled away from the team, but MWAM, they're going to try and stop this Dragon attempt right now. The Solar Flare is going to land. Reckless a little isolated away. Froggen, though, immediately picking up Nisbeth. Horo focusing. Reckless is down. Raleigh is going to follow. It's a double kill going over to Froggen. Corey and Horo caught and kicked. Azania's Hourglass, but that won't keep him alive for long. Shook follows through. Corey's going down. JWoww, playful trickster to avoid the ace, even though Reckless went down. That's another Dragon for Elements.
Another one, 4 kills as well. Fairly decent engage from MWAM coming into this fight here, but they've just fallen so far behind, and they were unable first to really lock down Reckless, so he stayed alive for a long, long time. You can just see the replay as well. Froggen managed to single out Mr. Rales.
Yeah, that was, again, just this textbook. Elements was able to outplay, outfight, even though the angle of engage was great from MWAM. They were, as you said, so far behind. They didn't have the items. They didn't have the sustainability, and it just kind of turned into getting picked off. Let's see it again.
So remember we talked about how Corey, with the black shield, it's going to be tough for him to find the right target. He's using it on himself, so he's not going to get kicked out by Shook, but that means his AD carry, well, he's dead already, because Froggen just dives right at him, blows him up, no protection for him. You play Leona as well. There's not enough PO to really save your AD carry in this case, and therefore, so Elements can clean it up. Reckless did go down. This took a long time for MWAM to kill him, and then you saw Rales basically being dropped instantly.
Yeah. At that point, it was all cleanup duty for Elements, so they grabbed themselves 4 kills for 1. That third Dragon on the board, the extra mobility will help them to continue to push MWAM back. Skull of Crab soon to go down. Baron Pit control over to Elements, and Vision to boot.
I always have to remember when there's a Kalista in the game, you can take some fairly, what we normally would call risky Barons, and you can still just build up enough stacks of Rend on it, and if the enemy team spots you and going to try and stop you, it will most likely be too late. You got that insane amount of burst from the Kalista itself. And we see now from Reckless. Hurricane was of course second item, QSS coming in third one. Locking him down again is going to be nearly impossible, but he doesn't have too much AD build up for himself, so he needs a lot of hits in these team fights to pull off enough damage with the Rend. And that's obviously one of the trade-offs when you go for Blade Hurricane, is you rely on getting at least 10 to 12 stacks on a target before you can do some decent damage.
Hasn't been a problem for him so far. 4-1 and 4 on that scoreline.
And I think decent maybe is wrong. Let's say some great damage.
There you go. 4 members of Elements are pushing out and controlling this jungle yet again, just making sure they keep the vision game in their favor. Big wave pushing up top, and they've been able to let Kevin do his thing down bottom lane. He's more than a match for JWoww at this point, even though it has been a couple of close shaves for Maokai. He stays alive as long as they need him to, and he's still got the teleport up and available, which JWoww doesn't have, so they have that movement advantage on top of it.
Yeah, they should just use it, bait around this Baron itself. You see the top wave has been pushing in for a while, set up by Elements, and they're just basically fighting over the vision in the jungle here. So they're saying to MYM, well, you can't defend your tower, you can't walk into your jungle, and you cannot face check a Baron itself, especially because you don't have that teleport you mentioned before. So it's just a perfect setup. Get a few hits on the tower, go back towards that Baron here. If anyone recalls and you see them recall, you can just start it. You have the Kalista with the Rend stack, and that Baron is yours.
Yeah, wash, rinse, repeat. Elements, they love this type of strategy. Now they're hanging out, waiting to see if MWAM are going to check for this Baron. They're taking, so far, the safe route. Crepo going to zoom on forward. Nisbeth is not going to get caught this time around. They got a little bit antsy.
That one ward clear, but still, yes, you got into place a ward from MYM. Yes, you dodged the hook, but you're not here to defend your tower now. That one goes down. They're going for the fight.
Yep, Shook is going to be able to safeguard his way back, but Horo, Nisbeth, they really want this fight, but he's going to get popped. Reckless coming up big. Shook a little bit low, ignited. They can't force the fight, however. Crepo thrown in with the Fate Skull. Reckless still in the front, doing all the damage he can. Horo immediately bailing out, but he won't be able to get away. 2 kills for none. Elements dangerously low on the health bars, but they come up with another 2 for none.
And we see again from MYM here, they're looking for that engage onto Reckless. They got it, honestly, but he managed to once again jump away, not enough follow-up damage. Let's see it again. So tower goes down. MYM has been forced to just run around this lane a few times. It's on to Shook, so not even Reckless. I'm not sure what I'm talking about here. And Froggen in the very end is going to be the first target. He survives. Nobody ends up dying. And here, well, it's just somewhat cleanup duty. Now for Reckless, all the engaged ultis have been blown by MYM. Reckless can dance around with all his attack speed.
Yeah, they really just can't get away from that one at the very end. Froggen pops Horo. They did get a little bit low because of how caught out they were, but again, just so far ahead of Meteor Makers in this situation. It's 8,000 gold in the lead. Another Dragon's coming up in a minute and a half. Elements have the map pressure, have the team fights when they need them, and what does Meet Your Makers have?
That's a great question. I'm not too sure, honestly, what MYM have or can do in this case here. They need to keep looking for the engages. I think that's the right call for them. And you just gotta hope Elements misplays a team fight. Like, if you do manage to lock down Froggen with your ulti from Nisbet, he doesn't have any defensive items completed yet. There's no Mikhails coming in for Krepo yet either, so he can get locked down and you might be able to blow him up. But then you have to deal with the Kalista after, and you just blown all your CC on the Ahri. So honestly, I'm not sure. I think MYM is doing what they can. I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Well, at this point, they certainly need all the help they can get. Skullcrab Shrine now taken by Elements. 30 seconds till that next Dragon comes back on up. They Meet Your Makers know that they have a dangerous task ahead to try and even contest this one, but Horo gonna run right into a Blitzcrank hook. He's flashing away, he's flagging Dragging away, and he'll get away, but that is going to expose the Dragon. Another 15 seconds up. Can Horo get back as soon as he needs? I don't think so.
Just the power of wards here for the people who normally don't watch, well, we can say solo queue people, often don't really value getting all these wards down on the map before you set up an objective too much. And we just see this game is just a textbook of why playing around the vision on objectives, especially with the likes of a Blitzcrank Ahri, combo from Elements, so much single target burst from them, it's just perfect because it makes it impossible for the other team to ever walk in around them as long as you're set up in time.
Hey man, SK Gaming can take a few notes. It's going to be Reckless picking up this red buff, big pop on the Rend, and he backs away in style. So really just a fantastic game from Elements so far. Meet Your Makers, as you mentioned, they're trying to find these engages. They're trying to force a fight, but they've been getting outplayed consistently, and it's to the point where even if they get the perfect angle, it just seems like they don't come up with the kills.
As soon as Froggen gets his Hourglass and the Mikhails is completed for Krepo, then it should be good night for MYM, because then they can't even catch anyone out of position. Shug is fairly tanky. Well, that's a lie. Shug is not very tanky, but he's not really the target you want. And obviously the Maokai is extremely tanky, meaning for Kevin that he's going to be more than fine being the guy you engage on. And if you go for Krepo, well, you have the ulti from Reckless to just pull him back in, and you don't really have any targets suddenly.
Yeah, it's a troubling mix here for Meet Your Makers.
They have a few minutes now, though, before Froggen goes back and before Krepo goes back and completes the items. There is that opening, but it has to be on the Ahri, and that's the only way for MYM.
I feel like Elements could, instead of just baiting this Baron, just straight up go for it. They're pinging it out right now, just because you're strong enough at this point that you can bail off and still take a fight, and they want to bait MYM into a bad situation, but they're testing the waters first, and you know how risk-averse typically Elements are.
This is playing it very safe, for sure, for them, not starting the Baron, not risking a Horo steal like Frederick did for Giants, and also not risking getting a caught in choke point, but Nisbet, he's going in it again.
Yeah, they're going to try to force this one again. Nisbet's health bar, though, is rapidly melting down. The Fates call, massive soul shackles, though it's only going to end up on Kevin and Shook. Meanwhile, JWoww getting popped in the back as they go in for another one. Rallis getting caught over deception back. Corey, his Zhonya's is off, and Elements on the chase. Krepo may have gone down, but everyone from Meet Your Makers is in some serious trouble. 3 members dead, and Elements looking to push up the middle.
Again, they try to go for the engages, this time onto Krepo and Shook. Again, 2 targets who can't really escape it, but you're not getting to the carries. Reckless managed to jump around. He has BT, he has QSS, Blade. He has so many items to peel for himself. That's why he went for that build as well. Not really much help coming in from the rest of his team, and he stayed alive.
Oh,
that's
my goodness.
Gonna be a surrender.
Yeah, 35 minutes in, that is the surrender, and Elements, they stopped their losing skid, and the debut of Krepo results in a win for Elements.
Yeah, so it was against MYM, bottom of the standings, but still, there were some key points here for Elements that looked a lot better for them.
Absolutely.
The way they were roaming early on, the way they were always playing around the vision to set up these picks worked wonders for them. And breaking the losing streak.
Yeah, smiles and relief on their faces, you can really tell. Krepo happy with that first result as they go over to shake hands with MYM.
That's not the same Krepo we saw in the intro movie.
No, I don't think so.
What happened right there? Lost some weight, got a little bit buffed.
Changed his jersey.
I have a picture on my desk of Krepo with no shirt on. We put it up on Twitter.
Yes.
We had to print it out. We look at it every day. It's beautiful.
It inspires us.
Yes.
Just like that performance. Good work, gentlemen. Froggen, big smile on his face as the crowd is loving that result for sure. And MYM, another loss on the books for them. They just really never got it going.
No. Again, they got caught in that lane swap, which they started. And you have a Fizz, who's a champion who gets really, really shut down if he's forced in a 2v1. So we never got to see J-Rock get rolling. He had the one fight with Kevin in the bottom lane where we saw the power of the pick. But it was just delayed so much, and the rest of the team was so far behind that, yeah, you might be able to one-on-one the Maokai, but he's just going to sit back and farm then at his own turret, and you're never really going to kill him. So, well played by Elements. They used the advantage. They played the map really well. No hesitations at all. Of course, you played safe when you just lost the Baron last week to Giant.
I think that's
feel like
justifiably risk-adverse.
They did what they should,
situation.
and it was a good performance.
They didn't really need to really test the waters too far out there. So a good test run with Krepo. The Ballista lane worked out quite well, not for the Wombo combo ability, just because they were able to make the outplays. They were fine in the lane swap. They were fine in the 2v2 after the fact. And really, just every lane outclassed in that situation. I want to look at Kevin this game on the Maokai. 2-1-6. Arguably wasn't challenged quite as much as he had been in previous weeks, but he's looking fairly solid on that tanky champion.
He's doing his job, and I think Elements probably looked at Kevin and said, you're not quite ready yet to play carry champions like Aurelia. He's a big Aurelia player, just like Wicked was. And that's why they most likely will focus on getting him on these tanks here, where he can be more of a supportive role. And I think that's fine. It works for Copenhagen Wolves and Young Bucks, so I think it's good here from Elements.
Yeah, worked out well for them as they pick up that win. Now, for a closer look at that match, we're going to go ahead and head on stage, where Quickshot is joined by the refreshed Elements bot lane.
Thank you very much, Pyroficio. I am joined here by my former co-caster, Krepo, as well as Reckless. Congratulations on the win. Let's kick these things off by talking about the matchup. Blitzcrank, very confident pick, game one. The Ballista combo, your whole team comp, what went right for you guys?
Well, we got Ballista, you know. I think I was still a little nervous. I think we could have played it better. I lost too much XP in the lane swap, but we basically covered our bases, you know. We stuck to what we practiced. We didn't have much time so far, but there was already notable improvement from our scrims. I don't know how it looks on stage, but yeah, we got a good composition that we were ready for. We didn't get countered. I didn't feed, so it's all good for me, you know.
Yeah, I can see the excitement. Well played. The crowd is definitely behind the Blitzcrank. But just before we started the interview, Reckless, I heard you calling out Krepo that he didn't want to pick a fight. I thought he was meant to bring the engage for Elements.
Yeah, I guess it's all been a lie, right? Where I'm the passive player, and then I just bring stuff for support that I think is aggressive, and then he's just more passive than me. Nevertheless, I feel like Krepo was a bit nervous, and I had to kind of step up, and even if he's more of a veteran than me, I just tried to do my best to help him out, you know, because I've been there as well. Yeah, when you have your first game, you don't play ultimately. Even though I think Krepo carried this game pretty hard, so I'm happy to be playing on him on my lane, actually.
Well, I'm very happy to see the performance. I do want to ask a question. You guys have been scrimming all week. We know Reddit detectives found out that you guys were duo queuing a lot. Is there quite a big difference in terms of the shot calling or the play style from Nif to Krepo as an AD carry?
I think Krepo is, I don't know, like there's no offense towards Nif at all. It's just Nif is a passive player and I'm a passive player, and that doesn't really work out, you know, because one of you needs to take the first step, and I feel like I'm the sort of player that's good on following up. So when I have a player like Krepo who takes that first step, I do my job and just follows him up, and will take the 2-for-1 if it's needed, or cover his ass if it's needed as well with the Ballista. So it just feels really good to have a partner that understands my playstyle, and I feel like we match really well.
Well, it definitely seemed that way. You guys had a very convincing victory. Before we head over to the coaches to break the game down, what are the realistic expectations? You guys did take out MYM, but it's only been a week. So Krepo, where are you guys aiming?
I mean, if you look back at the game, I think everybody can see that we took it slow. Still methodical but slow, but I'm still getting used to being the loudest voice in the team. So yeah, I'm quote-unquote shot calling. I'm taking it one at a time, but we have Nif in the coaching role, which is honestly, people should know that he's been fantastic. Because I came in a team on, I think on Sunday. Monday I show up, Nif is still there. So you'd think it'd be a little awkward, you know, just stole the guy's job. And he's been phenomenal in the coach. After every match, you know, we sit together. We watch more than 5 replays, guys. We've watched more than 5 replays in this week. And we're just analyzing the game. And yeah, I trained Reckless to be aggressive with the Ballista. I was like, no, you gotta go in here. So much that I pussied out here on stage. He's like, no, go man, get me that 2-for-1. But KDA boys, KDA boys.
Well, congratulations again on the win. Looking forward to seeing more from you guys. And it's also nice to hear you talk about Nif as well. For now, I'm gonna throw it back over to Prali and if you're on the desk to wrap up the game.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And I mean, it's great to see Krepo back in the LCS. It kind of was like the Twilight Zone in the beginning to see him because he's been on the desk the weeks before and then he was there. And it's also very nice to hear him talk about NIF and that there's not any bad blood there, because I can imagine if you step into a new team, there's always something of like, oh, I'm replacing this dude. How will it go?
Yeah, that really like kind of speaks to NIF as like kind of a guy. Like he's got to be really good outside of the game, and that's also going to be really good for his coaching position he's taken in. The fact that he's like that is going to be a lot easier to respect him and like be able to take his criticism and stuff. And also, Krepo's inaugural game is Blitz, so I think it all the stars just aligned for this game for them.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about that, because it's one thing coming back here to the LCS. It's two things to pick Blitzcrank and do good on it. It's kind of a risky pick, but he is confident enough in his abilities to know he would pull it off.
Yeah, I think it came out of kind of the Thresh ban, so they were kind of like, oh, well, Thresh is banned. The only bad pick, I guess, would be Leona against it. But, that really didn't play too big of a role since MYM forced a lane swap. So they basically got a 2v1 with Blitz, which is fine because Blitz is a great roamer. However, they had Morgana, so Blitz couldn't actually roam mid. So I think in another world where they pick Ahri mid instead of Morgana, Krepo would have been able to make a lot more plays early game.
We will see, but I kind of feel like more than getting that win on the board, which is of course very important to Elements, it's more of a momentum thing, and they do have a game versus MYM. Let's be honest, it's a team that is at the bottom of the table. They have Krepo coming in. We have Reckless getting fed in that very first game. Like, as you say, the stars are aligning, so where do you see them going?
I don't know. It's really up to them if they're going to take this as like, oh yeah, we're done. Like we're at the top of our game right now, or if they're like, this is the first step, which is the right way. So as long as they take it as steps to improving and not like not just eating the honeymoon phase up as like, yeah, we can just do this all the time, I think they could probably take their spot back up top.
Well, we'll see tomorrow because they're facing SK Gaming, so that could be a huge opportunity for them as well. Before we go to break to set up our final match of the day, let's check in with you guys and pick Prolly's brain. Earlier, we asked you to send your questions to the coaches of the European LCS with that hashtag #AskACoach. And here's a question coming from XSamuelX. How do you guys go about building a team comp? Is it specific to your opponent or is it catered to your team?
I guess like bottom line, it's always catered to our team. I mean, there's always champions that people are confident on in every matchup, even like counter matchups. Like, for me, I would play Kinnan in anything, like no matter what. So that's where if Kinnan fit the team comp, we could pick it even if it's a counter lane and not have to worry about counter picking lanes. So it's kind of a balance between that, but it's always up to the confidence of the player, if they're comfortable playing a counter matchup or if they want to pick purely for lane.
All right. Well, thank you very much for those insights, and feel free to keep sending those questions into @LL Esports. Be sure to include the hashtag, though, #AskACoach. Coming up next is our final match of the day between two teams on fire, Gambit Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves. Stay with us and see who keeps their winning streak alive.
Huh? Yeah.
You're feeling good?
My knees are weak, my arms are heavy.
Palms are sweaty.
Palms are sweaty.
I got you though.
Falcon's tired of that already,
And if you keep going about this spaghetti path, then it's okay. That mixes things up a bit.
Frog and spaghetti,
Immediately picking up Nisbeth. Horo focusing. Reckless is down. Rallis is going to follow. It's a double kill going over to Froggen. Shook is going to be able to safeguard his way back, but Horo, Nisbeth, they really want this fight, but he's going to get popped. Reckless coming up big. Shook a little bit low, ignited.
They're on me. That's fine. You're winning.
Nice. Good job. Morgana. I'm low. I'm low. I need to regional minions. Going on Morg.
2 seconds. Kill Morg. Grace. Nice. Morg.
Nice.
Perfect. Elements. They stop their losing skid in the debut of Krepo.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where Gambit Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves are about to face off. Two teams who've been looking fantastic in the recent weeks, and I really want to highlight the two top laners for them because I think that's going to be the featured matchup in this game here. Youngbuck, he didn't start the season too well. He died a lot of times. I mean, we see here from him 29 deaths in 3 weeks. That's not good enough. He was a target for every single team, and it basically meant Copenhagen Wolves were not able to get a lead early on and let these two carries, Freeze and Soren, do their job. But now they've changed up the playstyle, and we have a few clips we can roll of how they play the early game now, especially with Airwax. He's the guy in charge always. Notice how they're leaving the bottom lane basically on their own just to do whatever they want to because they're so good together. And meanwhile, Airwax, he will always be on the side of the map where Youngbuck is laning. This means he can help Youngbuck and also Soren if needed and make sure these two soul laners will always have a good time early on because they're so crucial for the team itself. This fight in here, I mean, Rainover, he was basically the target for Airwax all game long. He knew exactly where he was. We can see how the Copenhagen Wolves can clean up the fight itself. And then a few ganks onto overpowerful Rocket or against Rocket. That's really been the tactic for Copenhagen Wolves. Always try and help Youngbuck. He's a good team fighter, but he's a weak laner. Now, the problem is for them, they're going to face Gambit, and we're just going to see some stats on them. But first, of course, let's just praise Youngbuck a little bit for his recent performance the last 2 weeks. His stats are getting better KDA. He's dying a lot less for himself, and he's the captain of the team. He's not the main shot caller, but he's so important for the team itself. They are, however, facing Caposhard and Diamond. Those two guys together have been amazing the last few weeks as well. Diamond himself, 15 KDA for him, been on fire every single game, and Cabochard, one of the best top laners in my opinion, especially in the laning phase. This matchup itself, Gambit will camp the top lane as well, but they camp it to snowball Cabochard so he can win the game for them, where the Copenhagen Wolves try and camp the top lane to make Youngbuck survive so the other carries can do well. And I think whoever wins that matchup here between the junglers and the top laners will take the game itself. But we're going to have to see also what the analyst desk will say, so let's toss it back over to them and take a look at the lineups.
Thank you very much, Deficio. Returning to the desk to look at this matchup is Prolly, coach for H2K, and Yamato Cannon of Meet Your Makers. Welcome once again, gentlemen. We're going to start by taking a look at the lineup for Gambit Gaming. As Deficio mentioned, we have Cabochard, Diamond, Betsy, Pinoy, Edward, and Leviathan. And they are on a hot streak, just as the Copenhagen Wolves are. And let's take a look at the different components of that lineup and what are the most important components. I want to start with Diamond. He was a Week 5 MVP. And for me, it is just so interesting to see how he was this great player a couple of seasons ago, and then it never really came back, and all of a sudden it did. What do you guys attribute that to?
I think Diamond's biggest strength is really his own confidence in the early game. If you notice a lot of junglers just in NA and EU, you'll see them play really aggressive, and then you'll see them do nothing the next game. Diamond's very consistently ganking something. He never really just sits and farms or kind of gives up. Even when lanes are losing, he always just goes really hard and tries to get a kill.
Yeah, the thing is, it's only in recent weeks. And yes, it has been phenomenal. But if you look at Diamond for weeks 1, 2, and 3, and you look then 4 and 5, you would actually think it's a different player if you turn the nicknames off. But it just seems that whatever magic needed to happen did. But we also know that for the first few weeks, Gambit did have some difficulties training and internet-related problems. So maybe it was just finding a regular practice schedule that helped him get back on his feet.
Leviathan was also mentioning to us that Diamond is also a player that has been around a lot, so he needs to find champions that he really, really loves to play. And in Italy and Rek'Sai, we've definitely seen that. Yamato, what are the elements in that Gambit lineup that you think are absolutely making it happen for them?
I think the core fact behind why they're doing so well is simply because you might say that Diamond Prox hasn't really performed up to his usual standard, but it's really important to notice that how the jungler performs comes hand in hand with how the rest of the team performs. And when issues regarding internet, etc., it kind of puts you behind the other teams. I think now when they've rolled, they are going now. I think with that in mind, I think Diamond Prox is consistent. I think he's one of the most consistent junglers in the world probably, just based on how often he's at the top of the scene. So just simply because his team is doing better, he's going to show up better as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. If you look at Cabochard, who Deficio was praising a few minutes ago, this is a guy that I don't think loses lane. It doesn't matter who he's on, who he's playing, who he's against. He just performs incredibly well. Played 8 champions this split already. We're just going to rattle off a few of them. Morgana, Irelia, Kennen, Renekton, as well as looking at the rest of the list. Kennen's up there as well, Cassiopeia, Gnar, A great performance overall. The main thing for me, Caboshard and Diamond, their synergy is great. They get ganked. He gets ganks for his lane often, and generally speaking, he uses that to snowball further ahead.
Yeah, they actually do it really well. Like, Diamond knows if he camps Caboshard won't just sit and farm. Once Caboshard like kind of gets rolling a bit, he's gonna go make an impact on the other part of the map. So it's like actually really good to camp for him, because it's not just like, oh, we're getting top lane ahead. It's like, well, now our top lane's ahead with TP. Now we can go bot. Now we can roam mid. So it's like it just spreads throughout the map by doing that.
I think that is pretty much the core of how Gambit play. Like, usually in some teams you have a specific lane that is the aggressive lane, and in this case it's of course Caboshard. He's always playing these matchups simply because they pick top lane late. He's usually put in a better matchup, and that itself usually puts them in a matchup, in a better 2v2 matchup as well. And them together, they usually win most 2v2s, and that is how they win the early game in most cases.
They're incredibly strong. They are up against the Copenhagen Wolves here, though, also on a hot streak. Let's take a look at their lineup. Youngbuck, Airwax, Soren, Freeze, Unlimited, and their coach Dentist, who we also had on the desk here. 3-game win streak. And as the Fisho touched on as well, Youngbuck, he has been stepping up, but it's in a different way that we would usually say that carries or top laners or whatever step up. It's more that he has found his role more. And I was talking to Dentist a little bit more. He said we made him identify not only his role, but also what he does with it. For instance, Freeze is an ADC and a carry, but Youngbuck, he is a top laner and doesn't necessarily have to be a carry and have to kill people one-on-one in lane. He has to support his team throughout that. What has been the other strong things for you, Trevor, in this? The solo laners come to mind as well.
Yeah, for me, I think the solo laners are great. Soren's performing well. Youngbuck's turned his split around. But the fact that Freeze is such a carry, 50% of all AD carry bans in the entire European LCS is against the Copenhagen Wolves and Freeze. He is single-handedly responsible for half of the total ADC bans. So that tells you just how scary he is as a player.
You guys as a coach, when you hear that, and also when you're up against the Copenhagen Wolves, and you know, okay, we got to ban out Draven, Kalista, we got to ban out Cassiopeia, or how does that throw you off, and how for them is that a huge advantage probably?
Well, for Freeze being a really strong carry, he also, by drawing these 2 bans, makes him a lot scarier than, oh my god, he's really good at the game. It's the fact that, like, okay, if they're purple side, you know they have to start banning Kassadin, and now you get free Cassiopeia. I mean, rip the next patch. But it basically takes, like, so many bans off of mid lane, and now Soren gets to kind of do what he wants, even though he'll probably never get Cassio again.
Yeah, I think the fact that when you have players like, for example, I like to compare him to, for example, Fnatic. They have Huni, he's drawing bans. When you have a player that is drawing bans, I think it just makes your ban and pick phase perfect. In this sense, when Copenhagen Wolves start repairing their other problems, because simply when for example, when Micha Makers went into the game versus Copenhagen Wolves, we banned out Kalista, Draven, and Cassiopeia, just as you said. And we did that simply because we didn't really fear the top lane in the same way. Usually in the games before, we banned out the top laner and just made sure we had a good matchup over there. And if they fixed the problems they had with the top lane, as they have now, I think they're going to look really strong in the future.
Well, we'll see what they can do in this one. Thank you guys very much. The teams are set on stage, so let's get you back to Pyrofisho to take us into Champ Select.
Thank you, Shocks. Now, this game, I feel like we might have saved the best for last year to Fisho. This is a very hype game. It's win streaks for both teams, 3-0 for the Copenhagen Wolves, 5-0 for Gambit Gaming after their start. I mean, somebody's going to get snapped here. Which one is it?
Well, I mean, I don't know what I mean, but
I don't either.
I don't know if who's going to win. I was going to say last year, had I looked at this matchup, I would have been like, ooh, bottom of the table here. Gambit and Copenhagen Wolves number 7 and 8, relegated both the teams. And then this year, suddenly, we're looking at 2 teams who play completely different. They have new carries coming in, and they're sitting and slowly moving towards the top 3 ranks. Right now, of course, HK is sitting there, but the Copenhagen Wolves, they're close. They can tie them, and they want to do it.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it here right now against Gambit Gaming up into picks and bans. So smiles on the faces of both teams, actually. Draven banned away. Speaking of smiling.
Whoa.
Freeze had a pretty big performance on that one. Nidalee banned out. Cassiopeia, they're going so quick.
Kalista first pick, Gambit coming in, because if you ban the Draven, you know Copenhagen Wolves want to play the Kalista. And we know Pinoy loves to play it as well. Question is, which picks will you now give up? Because Lissandra is not banned yet on this side. Now could also be open. Okay, you can also just ban the Kalista and say we're not going to first pick it, we're not going to risk that. And we go completely different in terms of AD carries. Graves is suddenly now a very contested pick.
2 of these are the most commonly banned champions against Copenhagen Wolves.
Not too surprised they go for that, but yeah, completely
Leviathan's
focusing on
happy
Freeze.
about that Rek'Sai ban.
I think so, yes. Let's see what he's got up his sleeves.
So Jarvan is left open now as the top jungler, with Rek'Sai and Italy being banned away with the double AD carry ban. We mentioned the Graves beforehand, Cassiopeia and the Kassadin. Of course, some target bans coming in there on their side, but this is a Gambit special. It is a pick they can play in every single lane for themselves, and we have already seen Capuchat do really well in the top lane on this Morgana, but of course Graves, as we mentioned as well.
Yeah, Freeze had a really solid game on Graves, 12, 2, and 12 versus Meet Your Makers last week. Airwalks now picked up the Jarvan pick. I think it's a bit of a no-brainer in that
Best
situation.
for him,
yeah,
for sure.
I mean, it makes the most sense. So it's just the strongest things they can get in this situation. But Gambit has a plan here.
They must have a plan, but I think Copenhagen Wolves will be very happy with the first few picks, because you saw it again, those double AD carry bans, and then you still get a Graves, which is considered a top tier AD carry here in Europe. So they don't really lose anything on those target bans from Gambit, and you get the best jungler for Airwax. He loves to play Jarvan. He's very aggressive early on, and he needs to be the main engage for the Copenhagen Wolves, as we see so often. He's one of the two shot callers, him and Unlimited. Airwax is the guy calling the team fights, so for him to be the guy starting it is perfect for them. And that also really pays off them with the two jungle bans, because now suddenly Diamond is going to go for the Lee Sin, or we're going to see something completely different. He could go back to the Sejuani, maybe from the IM Cologne times.
We will see. He's got some time to decide as the timer ticks down for Gambit Gaming. They do lock in the Zed for Betsy and the Tristana for Pinoy.
Okay, Tristana.
Haven't seen these players on these champions.
No, but Tristana is a champion after the changes. There were some mixed opinions from the AD carries, but most of them said she's pretty strong. Earlier in the laning, or weaker in the laning phase now, compared to before, because you lost quite a lot of damage, especially on your E as well. Now you need to get those few hits after the bomb has been activated. But because the E is now physical in terms of the ratio and the damage, unless it's the explosive, or when you kill the minions, the passive formers. But that actually makes her stronger in the mid game, and she's still fantastic in the late game despite losing some range for her, and she can push towers down really easily.
Yeah, and so can Zed too. I mean, I'm curious to see how Betsy does on this champion. We've only seen him play 2 games, obviously. His Ahri, though, is devastating. And, ooh, well, there's a hover. Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves, they've also grabbed the Annie support, too, for Unlimited.
Yeah.
I think the Annie Graves is pretty solid. Remember, this is, by the way, this is patch 5.3, so I thought for a moment, until the Thresh started being hovered, I thought we might see the Veigar support. It's a possibility.
We can still see it.
Because the Morgana can go anywhere.
However, normally when we do see it, it is in like these poke competitions.
That's true. This is not exactly what they would want to have as an optimal setup here, but they have a lot of choices as the time goes down. There is your Sejuani, and they lock in the Kennen too, so we have a support Morgana this time around.
Support Morgana. Gambit did the same thing last week, where they early picked the Morgana and then last picked the Kennen and simply just swapped them around. And they love to pick these very skirmish-focused champions who can do really well on their own. We know they have multiple carries on the team. Gambit is one of those where you don't say, okay, this guy is going to win the game for you. No, Betsy can carry a game. Pinoy can carry a game. Capuchat can carry. Diamond has carried multiple games. Even Eddie is a support. We used to say he was a big playmaker. So you have 5 players on Gambit's side.
It was called Edward Carey.
It was called a lot of things, but
yes,
that was
one of them.
And it simply means when you play all these champions who can do so well in terms of one-on-oneing, but also together in a team fight, it creates a very, very hard to play playstyle from Gambit's side. So it's very hard for the other team to figure out exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, and the scary thing here for Copenhagen Wolves is how much Gambit Gaming's older players especially have been stepping up. Diamond and Edward in particular have just looked so good in their wins. It is very, very scary to go up against them. So Copenhagen Wolves are going to lock in the Maokai pickup. Okay. They have built themselves a decent front line here between that and the Jarvan. But they have a very, very explosive amount of damage as well. So if they do catch members of Gambit out in these skirmishes, they could go either way.
Yeah, but Copenhagen Wolves is going to be all about 5-on-5 team fighting. Massive front line in terms of Jarvan and Maokai. Good engage coming from them as well, and the Annie. And then you have this burst damage from the Ahri and the Graves, so the mid game is going to be very strong in terms of that. And you have also the late game scaling of a Maokai. So Copenhagen Wolves are looking like full-on 5-on-5 team fights where Gambit have more options. They can split up the map in the 1-3-1 with the Zed with the Kennen on their side and look for picks and split pushing instead of pure team fighting. But even if they do get in a fight itself, because they have the likes of Kennen and Sejuani, that's a massive AoE combo there in terms of CC and damage they can provide. And then, of course, a Morgana ulti. If Copenhagen Wolves group up together, a lot of people are going to get CC'd.
Yeah, that could be some dangerous stuff there. You see Leviathan.
Oh,
and
the beat.
oh, the button heads right here. Dentist and Leviathan.
We saw it on the analyst desk as well here.
Begin, yeah. There we go. That is some serious coach camaraderie right there. Good stuff to see.
We saw it on the analyst desk. They're talking about who was going to win the game. Nobody really wants
Serious
to beat the other one.
bragging
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I
it's
love
going to be an
that they're
important
gonna
one. Important one. Two teams on winning streaks. Nobody expects them to be where they are at the moment in the standings, and they want to go even further.
Oh, yeah. And as we load into the game, let us know who you think is going to keep that win streak alive. Tweet us at LLL Esports. Use that hashtag GMB win or CW win. We're going to add those results up in game, but this is the big match of the day. Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves.
Damn, and we see Eddie again. He's doing this boot start on Morgana for himself, so he has a bit more roaming pressure, a bit weaker in the laning phase itself. But again, this match here, who's going to break the other team's winning streak? It's going to be exciting to see.
Oh, yes, indeed. As to Edward, he's got his walking shoes on. It looks like we are going to get this one underway. But before we do, we want to hear what Pinoy actually has to say. We talked a lot about Diamond. Let's see what his words are.
Like, it's pretty insane because like 2 years ago I was looking up to this guy, and he's like a super talented guy, and it's like it's a dream coming true that I finally get to work and play with him. And he just brings a lot of experience from his past season and just overall, because he knows how it is to be in the LCS. He knows how it is to lose and how to handle losses, how to you win games and then you.
Sorry, we got to cut you off there, Pinoy Unlimited's caught up
more.
in a little bit of trouble. Okay, he's back. We'll get back to him.
Oh, close call. Anyway, so for Pinoy here, of course, I mean, it goes for both Diamond and Eddie on Gambit side. They've been here since the Moscow 5 days. They've played so many different tournaments. They've been in the LCS since the start. And yes, the amount of experience they can bring, especially to the likes of Pinoy, who's new to the professional scene, Betsy coming in as a replacement for Nick. There's all these young guys here who can learn so much from both Eddie and Diamond. That's important for Gambit.
Yeah, goes on to just say how big it is with looking up to this player and going forward in this game.
Thank you, Diamond, for being the first guy to walk in and just stop this Maokai level 2. The ward was placed. He cleared a lot of saplings. Jambok is still staying there. He might just gonna go for the small minions and then back away from the camp itself and get some XP.
Yeah, that'll
and still
slow
go
you
back
down.
to his lane.
Oh, Eddie's going to catch Freeze with the Dark Binding.
All right, so we did see Jambok just take the small one after Diamond was so rude to destroy the party. Big Raptor is alive, just watching all these poor kids getting taken away from them.
Terrible feeling, man.
We've all been
the
there,
whole serious
right, Pyra?
take on the
All our kids.
Oh, boy. Anyways, Pinoy and Edward. Edward's a little bit low in this lane right now. So a late to lane, speaking of, is Cabochard. He's going to go ahead and spend that teleport to make his way up top after helping out with the Krug camp.
So Copenhagen Wolves get 2-2 lanes. Braves Annie is a fantastic lane itself. And remember Tristana, after the changes, her early game is a lot weaker than it used to be. So there's going to be a bit of a tough matchup for Gambit's bottom lane. And also with Eddie starting these boots here, that is meant for lane swapping so you can roam around. The 2-2 lane, however, you don't have any combat stats now. You don't have any gold per 10 either from him. So that's going to be tricky. And we see Copenhagen Wolves already pushing down this lane.
Yeah, Pinoy and Edward really battered and bruised in this one, trying to push their way back in. They will get a little stronger as the game goes on. Airwalk's hanging around in the bottom side as he clears out that blue buff. See if he decides to make a trip down to that lane. It's already very pushed, though.
He's fairly healthy, though, for his first clear. Often we see Jarman players do the 3 camps, then you do the Skull Crab, and then either go and do another camp before the recall for extra wards. We see Airwax moving towards. At least going to see if there's anything needed. Raptors always plays the deep wards on his own. Then he can go back to base. But it's often the thing we see with these Maokai Jarvan players. They don't gank before being back for the Trailblazer. Instead, though, Airwax going for Betsy.
He's going to be able
running away
to shadow step away from danger as Airwalks reveals himself. So fairly even lane in this middle. Ari versus Ed. Always a fun one to watch. But we've had a lot of quiet mid matchups today to Fishy.
Yeah, very explosive skill matchup in here. Airwax actually basically controlling the river on both sides of the mid lane. This is going to be very important for the Copenhagen Wolves to see what's going on, and for him obviously to get some extra gold before he goes back on the first time. So he's going to be able to get his Trailblazer and plenty of wards for himself if he wants to. And obviously, yeah, the Ari Zed, you talked about it. Skill matchup. a lot of people would argue, slightly in favor of Zed early on, and then what Ari can do is go for her arm guards, get a blue buff, and then she can start taking over the lane here. But we're gonna have to see what happens. Pinoy, he's the guy in trouble.
Yeah, the Graves Annie definitely favored in this early game, and Pinoy, especially by himself, can't really push this one back. Freeze is dashing in forward, just punishing him. And this is a Tristana. The early game you mentioned, even weaker here, has the potential to scale well into the late game, but Copenhagen Wolves aren't keen on letting that happen.
Well, again, for Wolves, they do have the Maokai for late game. But of course, you have to worry about both Kennen and Tristana in that stage. So yeah, both teams have some sort of scaling on their hand. But for the Wolves, the mid game is definitely powerful with the Graves Ari combo and this fantastic front line they're going to be building up with both Airwax and Youngbuck. First gank, we talked about this before the game. Focus for Airwax is so often on the top lane to make sure Youngbuck has a good time in the laning phase. He's sitting right here. He's going to force a flash.
Yep, he is indeed, and he's going to have the lightning rush. Here comes Youngbuck Cabochard in some serious trouble. He's not using it. There we go, the flash to avoid the sapling damage. And they do get that first summon.
See it again and again. Both these two top laners, they want to get to that first item, the Rod of Ages for the Maokai, and of course the Hourglass coming in for Kennen. So important for these first team fights, otherwise you can't just get blown up, especially by the likes of Graves Ari on the side of Copenhagen. So I like the focus, try to deny Cabochard a little bit. He's one of the main carries for Gambit as well, with his fantastic strong laning phase and ability to simply snowball out of control.
Very even in the start of this game. Pinoy still taking a lot of abuse. This time it was coming from the form of unlimited dodges out the dark binding. 45 to 39, not the worst CS line as a Tristana, but you've got to be careful not to get caught. They get the double stun. The heal comes out. Freeze, exhaust down immediately, and they land the dark binding. Pinoy should be all right, but he's going to have to back the base.
Gambit saved the flashes here. Used the two defensive summoners on limited, flashing in for the stun himself. But again, pressure. Copenhagen Wolves, they have it, so they can control the lane, and you don't need your jungler to come help because you're already winning the lane on your own, so he can focus elsewhere. Pink ward has been placed by Airwax, getting a few more green wards down as well. This is a smart one. It's actually where he's recalling now. That's where the pink ward is placed. It's not a bush you normally check if you're running around in your own jungle, so that might give a lot of information for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, take a look at that fan vote. Gambit really winning out there with the fans. I guess 70% of the fans are not necessarily big fans of Pulsa, Deficio.
Nope, sadly, Pulsa is delicious.
So I've heard.
Russian Pulsa is pretty good too, though.
Oh, okay. Speaking of Diamond, making his moves in the jungle. A lot of wards setting him out here. The Copenhagen Wolves want to make sure they have tabs on him at all times. He can be pretty devastating once he gets going.
For sure, and again, 3 deep wards from Copenhagen Wolves on that side. So your 2 soul laners, they should be safe. And they just pinged out Diamond beforehand. Didn't manage to pull off any gank. You don't have to on the Sejuani. You want to get to your level 6 point anyway. And you're more about team fighting than ganking itself, because you don't really add that much damage to the gank, but your CC and the tankiness you will get once you go for this Juggernaut as well on him is going to be absolutely amazing for Gambit later on.
Well, and with a jungler like Diamond, who just is so innovative in everything that he does, it's so hard to predict where he's going to be in particular. But I think this time Copenhagen Wolves have been quite safe in what they're doing.
And this is a little problem for Gambit. They haven't been able to control the rivers. So there's so much extra gold and vision coming for Copenhagen Wolves now with Airwax on this job. And he's just basically been farming them every single time he could. And that's a lot of extra income for him. And again, into the jungle of Gambit. You have full wards, you can see everything. You don't have to worry. Steal away another camp from Diamond.
Indeed, they have been just trying to make off like bandits with all of that. Meanwhile, mid lane still a little bit quiet. Some poke traded back and forth. Airwalk's making moves.
Top lane again.
Yeah, he's going to keep focusing this one. Cabochard, he's got no flash available. Immediately twisted, advancing. Cabochard going down. That's first blood on a dunk. Double time for Youngbuck and Airwalks.
Go back to the pick and ban phase. Nidalee was banned, Rek'Sai was banned by Copenhagen Wolves. First pick by Gambit came in, that was going to be the Morgana for them. Suddenly Jarvan was picked by Copenhagen Wolves, and there was no real pick left for Diamond to take that could challenge that in the early game. We haven't seen the Lee Sin for him in quite a while, honestly. And this simply meant that Copenhagen Wolves can win this fight top lane 2-2 situation. Airwax has been so active there. It's going to be a fairly good start for them, and really trying to shut down the Kennen, delaying the Hourglass for him. Obviously he wants the Scepter, but second item.
Yeah,
delayed.
he's going to go ahead and pick up a few pieces. But yeah, Kabashard, I mean, as squishy as he is, it's because they've been abusing that fact. They've been able to pick him up and burn to summoner first. It's still not quite off of cooldown, and he doesn't spend his teleport to get back to lane, keeping that one in case Copenhagen Wolves want to try a dragon.
But all this simply means the first dragon fight we're going to see will be in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. They're getting a kill.
Yep.
I mean, they're just playing it so well early on, so whenever they want to start the first dragon, they will be stronger. The Kennen will not be able to dive in onto them. They're going straight for it now as well with this first, or with the second kill, obviously onto Eddie. So this is going to be a first free one. But the mid game, it's going to belong to them. As long as they can keep placing down these aggressive wards here, they can keep finding the right ganks. And this Zed suddenly will never get to a point where he can start split pushing, because his team will then just get engaged on and they will be weaker in potential fights. They're really shutting down a lot of things by playing so well early on and having Airwax pick the right lanes, or the right lane in this case we can say, to gank. Another one for him as well, more gold.
Yep, more gold in their pockets, a dragon as well. So Gambit Gaming down 0-2 on the kill score. A little bit of gold, about 1,500 down on the Copenhagen Wolves. We're looking to set themselves up a powerful mid game, which they already are going to have by virtue of those compositions.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic for them, especially when your Maokai gets snowballed as well. And the Sejuani has simply not been paying off for Diamond yet. He's too weak early on to really go for any big fights. And that's what, as we mentioned before, Copenhagen will have taken full advantage of.
It's going to be hanging out
Yes.
in mid lane. See if
Yeah,
he
he has
can make
ulti
something
now.
happen on Soren. Betsy's going to try to bait this out.
It's going to be a tricky one, especially because the lane is pushing as well. Soren has no real reason to try and go aggressive unless a charm connects.
They know Unlimited's coming though.
Unlimited, yeah. Look at the pink ward, set up. It's not spotted. This might actually end up pretty bad for Gambit.
Diamond is going to bail out, finds Airwalks. Okay, that's going to get cleared away. Immediate use of the Raptor Smite.
All roaming down.
Young Buck. Yeah, that's when you dash away.
Simply roaming from two different lanes at once and having your jungler nearby means the Gambit have to back away. And this river, all early game long, has belonged to the Copenhagen Wolves, making every single lane super safe, making it near impossible for Diamond to pull off any ganks.
It's been difficult, certainly. Betsy taking quite a lot of damage. The Foxfire is helping out with that one. Airwalks continues to go in to the Gambit jungle and come right on out completely unscathed. Diamond, as you mentioned, just hasn't had that big of an impact right now, and Copenhagen Wolves, as a result, looking to push down this middle. He's there to defend it, but what can he do?
And again, this is full credit to Copenhagen Wolves and how they play the early game. You see Airwax put focus on these Scuttle Crabs to get that vision down for himself and the team, and the deep wards. He did a very long clear. He stayed around, got the first gang off the Honda's Machete as well, went back to do a Raptor camp, so he had enough gold when he went back to get pink ward, to get a green ward, and then simply just walk in and place them very deep inside the Gambit jungle. So just a very well played early game by the Copenhagen Wolves.
Diamond not quite going back just yet. He's got that quick sight stone after he finishes the hatchet. Doesn't get the enchant just yet. So up in the top lane, Kabashard still feeling like he can poke his head out and deal a little more damage to Youngbuck, but he has been, I would say, cowed a little bit just by the constant threat of Airwax.
For sure, he's been locked down and delayed quite a lot. And Youngbuck got a kill. Might be going for Righteous Glory, seeing as he got that early MR as well. So not just rushing straight for that Rod of Ages. So it could be the item for him, which basically means you're going to have that extra ability to engage the fights. And Betsy now, he's going to find Airwax.
Oh,
see
yes,
what happens top.
Indeed. Youngbuck could be in trouble himself. Kabashard, Betsy double timing it up. He's going to twist it, advance on. Airwax is thinking about it, but it might be a little bit too late. They pick him up. Betsy is able to come up with that one. Airwax couldn't quite get there in time, but now he's going to try for the revenge. Dunk on to take out Kabashard. It is a 1-for-2 double kill. However, going over to Betsy. He's looking to bail out. Doesn't want to fight a full health Soren.
I didn't see where Airwax used his flag first, but he clearly didn't have it ready for the fight itself. He just put in the Q, couldn't really join it, and therefore Youngbuck ends up dying first, and then in the end trading a 2-for-1 for Gambit. So they got an important kill. Roam from Betsy, 2 kills on Zed. We talked about how he was shut down beforehand, or I wouldn't really be ready. So I actually just got told that Airwax had his flag for the entire fight. He just didn't feel like he wanted to go in, and then realized after he should have, and then he came in too late and ends up dying as well. Bit of a misplay by Airwax.
Yeah, Kabashard though, he's really been the punching bag for Copenhagen Wolves this game, and
no fault of his own, really. They just keep focusing extensively on trying to keep him down. He does have the Abyssal Scepter. Let's take a look at how that craziness happened.
So again, right here, Arex, he thinks that Youngbuck is done, like he's toast. I'm not going to go in and try and kill myself, but he realizes the amount of damage coming from the Maokai early, and of course himself with his red buff, the Warrior enchant, and then he actually ends up going in after. Yes, he gets a kill, but this could have been turned around earlier by the Copenhagen Wolves.
I agree. I think it was a misplay here, and giving Betsy 2 kills is not always advisable. 2-0-0 on that.
I think you want to avoid it normally.
Yeah. But even with the Zani's Hourglass completed on Soren, it's going to give him a little bit of a rougher time. They're not exactly laning it up anymore, so Soren's going to be moving over, taking this blue buff. Meanwhile, you've got Pinoy in the mid lane, so Gambit's starting to rove around a little bit more and see if they can grab some vision back. And Betsy! Oh, just like a ninja.
And remember, this guy has only played 3 games in the LCS.
He's looking pretty good, man.
And yet, he's the guy making the plays, and now Youngbuck again, he's in trouble.
Yeah, runs into 3 members of Gambit. Cabochard, he'd only bargained for 1, and it looks like he is going to go down, but Cabochard a little bit low. He needed that kill. Gets 1 back for himself.
So we saw Copenhagen Wolves gank the top lane early. Gambit has now managed to respond. First the roam from Betsy, then we saw Diamond and Eddie go there up as well. Get the few kills, at least one of them for Cabochard himself. Dragon is not up, 30 seconds. No teleport for Youngbuck, same goes for Cabochard. So he's going to have to recall once he pushes in this wave and then walk down to the Dragon, and he needs that ulti ready before the fight starts. So that opens up for Copenhagen Wolves to just take the Dragon.
Well, indeed. Eddie's going to be in a little bit of trouble here, and they blow him up. Collateral damage, I would say not even needed.
Perfect play, though, by Copenhagen Wolves around the Dragon. Pink wards are there, so you know you're not spotted. You can just set up a trap with the Ahri, with the Annie. You have deep wards inside the enemy jungle. There's no way Gambit can contest anything. And as we just saw here, if you try and walk in and ward, well, you're going to get a Tibbers and a Charm, and you're going to die.
Yeah, insta-give is the word. And this Dragon should be going over to the Copenhagen Wolves. A little slow response. Yeah, they are going to try to maybe force something off of this. No, can't quite do it in time. Everyone's going to be bailing out. So 2 Dragons to none. Copenhagen Wolves not too far ahead in the gold lead, even on the towers, but those Dragons are certainly going to be helping them out.
Always a good win condition, especially because it's a thing Gambit has liked to do. While they do say, as a team, they don't really care about the Dragon early on. They don't want to sacrifice any gold to try and get it or risk a bad team fight. They will take it if it's for free, of course. But then they care more about it late game because it often becomes a win condition for them. They do well early on, they get 3 Dragons, maybe to 0, and they just wait for the 5th one before they finish the game. That won't be possible in this game because the Copenhagen Wolves have been playing so well early on. And even when Youngbuck died in the top lane, they went straight to the Dragon, warded it off completely and said, okay, we're going to take this one. Yes, you get a kill now top laner, but we get the 2nd Dragon.
Yeah. And Youngbuck as a player has really been stepping up lately. In the last couple of games, the win streak that they have found themselves on, he's been playing not just well solo, they've combined well with Airwalks, they've put a lot of pressure on this top side, and it's really trusting the other lanes to be able to do quite well, and it's worked out well in their favor, even with their favorite picks banned away. Look at this. They're going to try to bait this one out, but Youngbuck's a little too smart for this right now.
So both teams trying to make a play on the side lanes. Gambit is going for the top one. They should get this tower for free. Same goes for the bottom lane now for Copenhagen Wolves. So they can trade the 2 towers, and both just trying to create some roaming plays. We often see this when you have fairly standard laning, I guess we can say. In order to really break into the outer turrets, you've got to roam around, you've got to recall and create a numbers advantage in the lane. Copenhagen Wolves got the bottom lane, Gambit got the top side.
Yep, Diamond wanted to move in, but he realized there was going to be a problem there.
And because Gambit did it first, moved in and got the tower, they can actually go mid now, put some pressure there, get some damage on it before Copenhagen Wolves should be able to react. Instead though, they focus on getting a few wards down and a red buff for themselves.
Yeah, stealing that one away. They've got Freeze there to defend. Diamond's actually going to find Airwalks in the jungle. Pinoy just rocket jumps his way in, and Diamond grabs a quick kill with the help of his AD carry.
It's caught a little bit, despite having a lot of wards in that jungle. Now 5 guys on the mid lane. Remember Tristana, she can put an E on the tower now, hit it 4 times, it will explode, and it will do a lot of damage. You're going to see it here. So these towers, once you're trying to get to them, they will die really fast.
Gets blown up. They've got quite a lot.
Good play.
Siege potential. Yeah, really, really nicely done from Gambit Gaming. So they grab themselves a slight tower advantage there, a little bit of a gold edge. Still those 2 Dragons, if they can get back more, if they can stall this game out to the later edges of the game and start securing more map control, they look to be in good shape.
Yeah, for sure. Pinoy, though, not been able to get any kills and has fallen behind in farm to freeze, which is expected when you have a lane, when you have a Tristana lane into a grave. But I just really like the play. You make the proactive roam first from Gambit's side, and you don't look for the kill. You just walk into the lane, push down the tower, and then you can see how Copenhagen Wolves are behind you, or step behind in terms of killing the bot lane one. So you just roam around to this mid lane while you ward on the way. Just a good little play by Gambit to get some gold.
Yeah, fair amount of vision from both teams, too, to try to make sure they keep tabs on just about everything they can. Gambit covering quite a lot of that topside jungle and the outer edges of the river. And now the wards that Copenhagen Wolves have put on the opposite number down in the bottom near Gambit's red buff have expired. They're going to push on this top, half its health, and no one there to defend it just yet. Should be an easy take.
And we just see two teams thinking alike, basically. They're saying, okay, where's the next outer turret? Where's our focus? Where are we going to send most of our players? Okay, that's now going to be our strong side. So we go up there and we feel confident just walking down the lane, taking a tower. Before there was Gambit in the top side, now Copenhagen Wolves get it, trading outer turrets for both the teams and playing somewhat the same style of how to move on the map. You see, they're always going 2 or 3 guys when they take a tower. It's never just one guy pushing up on his own. No, it's multiple members at once, creating that numbers advantage.
Gambit here roving around together, but so are the Wolves, sticking in the pack, trying to contest this blue buff. Betsy was able to steal it once. I don't think he's going to be quite so lucky again. Really turning it around in his head. And Unlimited, oh, he shadow steps, but he's still got the timbers on his head. Goes in for Unlimited with the death mark, but get blown up in a shower of fireworks from the Copenhagen Wolves.
Copenhagen was expecting to steal or the attempt this time.
Not this time.
Unlimited is flashing the wall, timbers in your face. Quick little kill from this will give them the map pressure, with Betsy being dead and allowing them to push out the waves now. Get down a few of their own wards. Which really is going to be the name of the game here for both the teams. Because Gambit, they want to try and use Betsy to split push and capo shot at the same time. But in order to do that, they need to be able to see where the Copenhagen Wolves are so they don't suddenly get hard engaged on in the mid lane onto the 3 guys, ends up dying, and then they have to back away anyway. So they always need to have wards around where they're sending at least Pinoy so you can push in. Because if you ward the flanks from Tristana and you have the pressure in the side lane, then you will have openings where you can get hits on the tower. We talked about how you can put the E on them now with the bomb, and you can really poke
Instant wave clear. Yeah,
really poke down those towers.
There's no threat. You have to go and try to dive, but it's so hard on the Tristana with the rocket jump available. You saw able to bail out of the Krugs at the last second. So Gambit don't lose anything in that situation. Starting to grab a little bit more river control. Dragon's less than a minute away now. So this is the time for a Diamond going pretty deep in this jungle. Actually going to find Freeze, and he's not going to do anything about it. Oh, wow, that was a max range binding.
Freeze is sitting on 1,300 gold. He wants his Ghost Blade before this Dragon fight. That's going to mean he's going to be a bit late, spawning in about 20 seconds. And this time around, Gambit is there first. They're the ones setting up the vision. It's very defensive at first, but then you suddenly see the wards placed behind as well. Just couldn't see it for the Copenhagen Wolves guys.
Yeah.
That jungle, the blue buff from the Wolves, is completely warded by Gambit. As long as they sit ready, which they don't.
Yeah,
they had
Copenhagen
set
Wolves
ready.
Walking in here, like,
they would have
no
basically
problem.
forced the Wolves to face check into a binding and then get in a pretty risky team fight where suddenly Youngbuck had to teleport down while the fight was already on and he might be joining in late. Instead, they actually allowed the Wolves to just move in and play some of the wards.
Yeah, they
don't see a fight anyway, though.
Yeah, the fight's going to happen. There's double teleports coming in right now. And there is Diamond with the ultimate. They're going to look for the fight here. Soul Shackles is out. Here comes Combo Shard right into the middle. Finds Unlimited for a quick pickup. Betsy is going to get another one. Actually goes over to Pinoy. Youngbuck going to get blown up. A double kill going to Pinoy. That time, they make them pay dearly for their Dragon.
Yeah, Cabochard, he's managed to get his hourglass completed for the fight. Oh, Pinoy on the Soren.
It's not over yet. Yeah, Pinoy getting blown up by Freeze. Oh, my goodness. It actually goes over to Soren that time. Still, in all of that craziness, Gambit looking to grab another tower. There's really nothing left in the tank here for Freeze, and it's going down.
It almost looked like a trap from Gambit. They set up all these wards here, and you would expect them to sit ready and catch out Copenhagen Wolves if they were moving to the Dragon. But they just backed away. They allowed the Wolves to walk in. They let them start the Dragon, and then they teleport behind with Capo Shot, and they start the whole fight. Let's see it again. They're now stuck 4 guys together around this Dragon. 2 TPs coming. Good ulti from Diamonds Unlimited and Airwax, and now 5 men together. Cabochard flashing in on this cannon with his ulti. Betsy as well coming from the side. He's untouched at this point. Pinoy as well. Every single carry was just left on his own from Gambit because of this great engage. And of course the hourglass being completed by Cabochard in time.
I do want to note, though, that the big carries did get away in that situation. But, you know, when your front line's melting that fast, it may not be that much good for the team fight. So Gambit, they take the better one. They take the better engage. But still, it's 3 Dragons to 0. The Wolves, though they're down about 2,000 gold, are not looking too shabby still.
No, you always have that 5th dragon in mind now for the Copenhagen Wolves. But if we get another fight like that one, then Gambit is going to get very far hitting gold, and then they will be able to pick up dragons and stop that 5th one from the Wolves. Pinoy, 2 items for him. But more importantly, is Capo Shot on this cannon. And that engage from him in the last team fight was so important. We can say the follow-up after Diamonds engage first.
Yeah, he's starting to get a little bit scary on that Tristana. Picks up the Wrath Elixir for later use as well. His positioning has been particularly good. I liked how he, in that fight, he jumps into the back of the Dragon Pit and just starts lobbing his E and then just basically pecking away. Exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, Wolves have a comp where they need to be the one engaging onto Gambit because you don't really have a lot of peel coming in. You need like aggressive form of CC to peel, but Betsy might be in trouble. Diamond's here.
Yep, Diamond is going to be making something happen as Betsy is able to move away. The Deathmark dealing some damage to Soren. Diamond chases him off. And what looked like a really bad situation for Betsy turns into no kills so far. Gambit on the chase.
Jumping the wall.
Oh,
big
doesn't have
Poro.
his ultimate though. Black Shield on. How fast is the Poro? Eddie not going to connect the Dark Binding on but a minion, but Unlimited could be in some trouble. Pinoy now joining the fray. Charmed up for just a second, and Unlimited is going down to Diamond. A long chase.
We do see a cross-map objective here from Copenhagen Wolves. The thing to do really well when they see too many guys in one lane, they start pushing down in the next one. But Caboshot, he's defending this really well on his own. And the top lane wasn't pushed in time, so there was no pressure from Youngbok in this case. And Gambit get a kill, might even get more.
Oh, they're coming in. Yeah, that heal burned immediately. Airlock's in some trouble. He's going to flag and drag his way over the wall. Gambit, yeah, in a 1v2, Caboshot throws down the Slicing Maelstrom, is able to push them away. The Wolves, I mean, they had the right idea, but they couldn't execute it.
No, yeah, the problem here for the Wolves were they were making a play in the bottom lane while the mid lane and top lane weren't in a position to really punish Gambit if they did send 4 guys to the bottom side. We saw how Freeze had to push in the mid lane. We saw how Youngmark was trying to push the top lane, but it was way too early. So once Gambit showed 4 guys, there was no tower to be taken for the Wolves to punish them for sending 4 guys to get a kill. And therefore Gambit managed to read the map correctly and obviously read the minion waves and say, we can go for this one and we won't lose anything.
Calculated risk from Gambit Gaming. 3,000 gold in the lead. Next Dragon is about 2 minutes on its way. We'll see what happens then.
And again, just to talk about the Copenhagen Wolves comp, I said before, they need to be the one engaging. They do have a lot of peel, like through like Maokai, Jarvan itself, but in order for them to really peel the fights, it's by them jumping onto Gambit first, jumping onto the backline, locking them down. So now the damage is suddenly gone and your carries are free to do whatever they want. If you get engaged on like we saw before, they won't be able to do it.
Just like that, engaged on. Betsy immediately throws down the Deathmark. Freeze, half his health is gone in the blink of an eye, but Gambit have turned this one around and Airlock trapped in his own pit. Going down to Eddie.
Brutal, man.
And that has just not been a good day for Airwalks. He's had some serious counter ganks.
Yeah, he's been punished a few times for going in. He's the guy who loves to make the calls for Copenhagen Wolves starting fights, but this is straight to Baron. Freeze was back in base. They're very low.
19 seconds on a smite.
No smite.
Youngbuck is going to have to play the hero right now. He's certainly going to try. Are they going to ignore him? No, here's Unlimited. He's still trying to make this happen. The Baron is the 5th member instead. Says Airwalks is already down. Diamond in trouble. Oh, they take it down. It's picked up by Pinoy, however. They didn't quite need that one. And Soren, oh so low. Gambit Gaming should be able to find that one picked up. Oh my goodness, a double kill over to Pinoy. The Baron to boot. Gambit just making the outplay.
Such a decisive call from Gambit here. Engage from Airworks. They punish it. They kill him. There's no TP coming in from Youngbuck, so there's no real extra engage or follow-up from the Copenhagen Wolves, and then straight to this Baron instantly. So on the Baron itself, Copenhagen Wolves, they want to try and fight and stop it. You can see how Soren comes in now in the bottom of your screen. He wants to kill Diamond to get rid of the smite. But if you look at the minimap, Freeze is so far away, so there's not really any damage as soon as the exhaust comes down on Soren, and he's unable to get a kill as well. Gambit, Baron, more kills for them. Great goal lead.
Yep. Gambit just able to outplay, and the confusion that they created after that, and the decisiveness, it's netted them that Baron, it's netted them a fight. It's going to get them their first dragon here. A ring of wards. There's no chance. Copenhagen Wolves, even if they were in the area, they would not go undetected whatsoever. So just like that, Gambit have picked themselves up a serious lead in this game.
And then now again for Gambit, when you have Tristana, even if you don't have a siege comp, even with a Z, you can still, honestly, you can go 5 guys together, go up to tower with your Baron buff, and just get 2 or 3 hits on the tower every time with the E from Tristana, and it will start dropping down. It's not the best way to play it, especially not when you have the Zed, when you have the Kennen, who can all split out in different lanes, and you can have multiple waves with Baron buff minions pushing in, which should be the tactic for Gambit, and just keep Pinoy in the mid lane to go for this tower here. Only thing you have to worry about is the potential hard engage from the Copenhagen Wolves. So as long as every lane is pushed up and you can see them sit back and defend, then you know if they go for the mid lane, we should be able to take a tower in either top or bot lane.
Yeah, and I want to go back to your point. You talked about how the Wolves, when they take fights on their own terms, that's when they really find it. It seemed like Gambit was kind of the same way, but they're being able to turn these around and see if they can do it again. Edward's going to get dunked on by Airwalks. However, Kabashard's the one answering back the kill. Youngbuck trying to tank everything up, but Pinoy is going to punish him, knocks him back, and takes him down.
So the Wolves trying to look for a pick. Instantly, Gambit is nearby. They have all these wards placed in the jungle so they could see the engage happen. Straight back to push at least 2 lanes at once with the Baron buff minions. And now, Tristana on a tower. This is what she likes.
Yeah, the tower's not going to win in that situation.
And boom, look at that.
So much damage.
That's it.
Diamond's going to get charmed up, but there's no way they can
How long did
through.
it take him? 2 seconds? 2.5?
I wasn't even counting, but probably at this point. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, oh yeah, you know, Zed's pretty good at that too, actually. So Copenhagen Wolves not able to respond. Another tower down bot. It's going to get popped in just a moment. Oh, Diamond is charmed up. He might give his life for the effort. Meanwhile, the inhibitor, they're just dragging the Wolves everywhere. Diamond actually gets away as they take down the inhibitor in the middle. The Wolves are just
bot tower as well.
stretched everywhere.
Youngbuck teleporting behind though. Copenhagen Wolves, they want to try and fight.
Yeah, this could be the flank. Youngbuck's going to try to make it happen.
They're
The
gonna
rocket
get
jump on
Pinoy.
the expend. Oh, Pinoy could be in some trouble. They throw down the Timbers on him, and they've got so many members. Kaboom!
Gambit,
and Pinoy is down.
Gambit is the team where you sacrifice your AD carry. Everyone else runs away. Pinoy said, oh, fine, I'm just going to jump in. Everyone come and kill me, whatever.
Who needs KDA, man? I mean, they've got themselves an inhibitor in the middle. They took out the inhibitor turret in the bottom side.
Great use of Baron.
Yeah, excellent use as it goes away now. They've got 1 dragon to the 3, but they're still in very much control of this map.
And that all started from what we mentioned, how Gambit can push up the lanes at once with this 1-3-1. Bot lane and mid lane were both pushed up, their deep wards down, so once the engage came in from Copenhagen was to try and create a pick. Not the teleport from Youngbuck, but before that, Gambit had enough guys nearby to instantly collapse on it, get 2 kills for themselves, and then start pushing up 2 lanes at once. And as we saw, Tristana, it takes her 2.5 seconds at max. And when the bomb explodes, so does the tower.
It does indeed. 7 towers to 3 is that scoreline right now. Gambit just absolutely blitzing down the Copenhagen Wolves lanes. Struggling to respond here. They have a naked inhibitor on the bottom. Super minions pushing in the mid. Still controlling that dragon pit. Still going to be a while before that dragon does come up, however. And they got 2 split pushing threats when you think about it, because it's, of all the 80 carries, again, Tristana's a fairly safe one. They've been grouping up a little bit. So, you know, a couple members here, a few members in the mid. Betsy, a very, very scary threat on the Zed in any sort of skirmish situation. And Gambit, they've just been collapsing so well when the Wolves do try to take a fight. And it's hard to fight back.
They simply never allowed Copenhagen Wolves to get the big 5-on-5 engage with the massive front line going in first. The Tibbers coming, which leaves Zorn and Freeze safe to have all this burst damage. And because that opening was never there for the Wolves, with always Gambit starting the fights, that's really been one of the big things for them. We have to praise every single member, honestly. Yes, early game they fell behind, but in terms of team fighting and the mid to late game, it's been near flawless for them. They've been playing around the vision so well and also pushing in these lanes at the same time, knowing how fast they can take down objectives.
And knowing how mobile they really are, considering that Copenhagen Wolves are the ones with the 3rd dragon buff. Gambit are really giving them the runaround. Looking to take out this inhibitor up here. Wolves trying to wave clear best they can, just testing the waters. It's a game of chicken with Gambit.
Gambit doesn't really need to take this inhibitor here. They could just go top lane and have the mid lane pushing in with super minions, but they really want this second one down so they can go for the Baron in 1 minute and 20 seconds with super minions in the bottom side. That's why the focus is here.
So
Copenhagen Wolves are looking to try and fight. Yeah, for sure.
They don't even, and look at the super minions are knocking on the Nexus turrets right now. Copenhagen Wolves have to do something to get involved in this one. Deathmark on Airwalks, he's getting popped down. Kabashard coming up with a big one. Gambit, they want to end this game right here, right now.
And they will.
A double kill, he's going down. A triple kill, oh my goodness. Gambit Gaming, 33.5 minutes. They're looking to snap this win streak from the Copenhagen Wolves, and they have done it right about now. What a win.
What a game by Gambit, honestly. Tricky early game, and then turning on the power. Happy guys?
Absolutely. They've improved to 6-5 from an 0-5 record. 6 games in a row to Gambit now. as they walk across the stage. Cheer up from them, fans. They are very happy about that victory.
And I must admit, Cabershot is a top laner. He gets ganked early on twice. Yet Gambit didn't say, you know what, we can still go up and try and save it. Get 2 ganks, Betsy roaming first, then Diamond coming up after. Gets him really back in the game. And then he has that Hourglass and Abyssal Scepter completed for the first big dragon fight where he's the guy teleporting in. Gets a great ulti after Diamond's engage. And that was really the fight that snowballed it from Gambit, where they got a few kills. They didn't get the dragon, but they got the kills they needed, got an item advantage, and that's what they used.
Yeah, you know, Cabershot only died those 2 times, the once in lane and once when he just kind of got popped by airwalks. Look at that, happy smiles, Leviathan.
Of course, all the banter before.
He's really happy. Yeah, no, he wins the bragging rights for today.
Oh, for sure. Well played.
Well deserved.
Mid to late game for Gambit. Great vision control. Pick the right fights every single time. And then, of course, still talking. We saw Copenhagen Wolves before hawking it out, saying, don't worry, guys. We are still a fantastic team. Yes, the winning streak has been broken.
Oh yeah, no question.
But not over yet.
I mean, they're at 6-5 right now themselves. They're not in bad shape by any means, and they played well. But Gambit just does these strange little tweaks to what you consider standard gameplay that just keeps you on your toes, and they just couldn't react to it in time.
Individual performance on Gambit at the moment is fantastic to watch. Every single player is a carry. You know, okay, Pinoy gets a good start on Tristana. Sure. Rely on him. He's going to do wonders for you.
Betsy, by the way, in his third game,
making plays.
He's
running around. He's the guy roaming top lane. He stole blue buff as well. He wasn't afraid to make plays on his own. Once he got punished, yes. But the fact he's still so new to the LCS and Gambit as a team, and he's still trying to make the big plays. He plays Zed, of course, into an Ahri, a very skill-based matchup, and he's doing well. So every single guy in Gambit can win the game for you, and that's also why in these team fights, it's so hard to play against them because everyone knows what to do and how to punish you if you get caught out.
Yeah, and we were talking at the beginning of the game that Diamond wasn't putting out a lot of pressure on the map, that we weren't sure when he was going to start to kick it into overdrive, but man, did he really. I mean, what a great scoreline at the end of all of that one. But let's enough of us talking about it. Quick Shot, he's on stage with Gambit's Cabershot, so let's head over to Rift side for looking to their 6th straight win.
Thank you very much, Pyra. And yes, 6th straight win. Congratulations, Cabershot. Another great game from Gambit. You start the season 0-5. You're now 6-0. You in particular got ganked in this particular game fairly often, but you bounced back. Where did you take control of the match as a team?
I think we knew we had the late game anyway because Tristana is super good in AD carry and they had more of a early mid team comp with Graves. So we knew if we just stall, we would win anyway. But we wanted to force more in the mid game as well. So at some point when we knew we won the Drake fight, we knew that we had the game.
Well, that's great to hear. How does the team composition change when junglers get banned out and, gets taken away? Diamond's, I don't want to say forced to play Sejuani, but how did that pick and ban strategy go and what was the team communication like?
Okay, so the problem with Sejuani is that the early game is kind of poor. So we had to give up some pressure in the early game when we could have kill him top lane, for example, with a jungler like Lee Sin or Rek'Sai. But we knew that in teamfight, Sejuani is really strong, and we just had to give up pressure early on to win later.
Well, it definitely worked out. Congrats again on that win. As we've already said, it's the 6th straight win in a row. You guys have had to substitute out Nick for Betsy, obviously with Nick being ill. How is it that you guys have got this magical ingredient, even with the substitute? Deficio actually just said that every single member of Gambit is a carry. How is it every one of you can carry?
Hey, we are doing really good in team, and Betsy just without that much training is doing really good with us. So it's such a pleasure to have him in the team right now. He's playing more assassins, and then I can play more AP top when he plays Zed. And yeah, overall it's really, really good.
I actually particularly enjoy watching you play top lane. We were talking in the pregame how Youngbuck and Cabershot was going to be our sort of lane to focus on. We heard from Odawamne earlier in the day. He said he thinks he's a top 3 top laner in Europe. Where would you rate yourself in terms of top laners and what rank and why?
In Europe, I think I am top 2.
Well, there you go. Top 2. Congratulations again for the win. We're going to head back over to the analyst desk with Shocks to wrap up the day.
Thanks so much, Quick Shot. I love it when we ask someone a question and they actually dare to say something. So you guys can now say, what do you guys think about the Cabershot? Top 2, he did play really well.
Well, my personal top 2 would be Odoamne.
Agreed.
And Visichachi. I think in terms of what they do in terms of team contribution is really big and something that needs to be considered. And also the fact that they play their lane phase as well really, really well. And of course, I kind of forgot Huni, so that's my top 3, I guess.
Yeah, mine would actually be almost exactly the same as yours. So I'm not copying him. He just said it before me.
Sure.
I might put Huni above Visachachi, though.
Yeah, I would too, actually.
Right.
Still have Odo number 1.
Of course. How can you not? Let's actually stay on the topic of top laners in this one, because Youngbuck was someone that we had our eyes on together with Cabo Shard, who in the laning phase actually did quite well. Yamato, you had a couple of things to say about Joey's performance, and he even got first blood in this one.
I think, like, lane phase-wise, he played it out correctly. He just needs to sit back and not get harassed too much and simply push out when he can. And in this matchup, you can easily punish the Kennen with the Maokai. It's really, really easy to set up ganks, and he played that out correctly. And with that being said, I would like to take this chance to basically protect Youngbuck a bit, because people are really quick to judge based on what they see. Well, Youngbuck has been around for so long, and that is for a reason. People need to start thinking about things that happen that are not visible in the game. For example, in terms of communication and what he does for the team in other regards.
And something I don't know if everyone noticed, but Kennen actually got a leash from Tristana to take double golems, and Diamond stopped the Maokai saplings to take the wraiths. So they actually put a lot of force into their top lane, not without ganks, for the first 5 minutes, but the level 1 strat was purely based around Cabo Shard.
And then as the game went on, actually the Copenhagen Wolves, they got an early advantage. What did you make of the rest of it? You guys mentioned, well, whoever engages is going to win the fight and is going to win the game.
It's like, on paper, when you take a look at their team comps, it's fairly obvious that the team that engages is going to win. And in the mid game, we saw Copenhagen Wolves getting caught a lot, which gave Gambit the edge in terms of objectives. And when the actual fight started, I think the one in particular, Drake, when Kennen TP'd, is like the key point of what happened in the game.
Yeah, let's actually get the replay up on the screen to take a look at that. And sorry for Youngbuck, but he did drop the ball here a little bit. Probably take us through this one.
So this fight actually starts off with Gambit engaging, and Cabo Shard is 2 seconds ahead of Youngbuck in terms of TPing. So they already burn Flash from Freeze, and Soren has to ult out. So the fight is like already won because Soren's damage is gone and Graves' damage. So Youngbuck actually has good positioning in terms of he's in front of all the carries, but the fight just started off bad,
Yeah.
And a little bit further up, when Gambit was doing the Baron, I actually thought it was a good call by Youngbuck to go in and sell the team. It's just that the rest of his team didn't get there in time and couldn't really capitalize. A couple of things from Gambit. Cabo Shard obviously doing well. Diamond doing well once again on champions that he has fun on. Poor Rider said, Juwani, how can you not have fun on that one? Let's talk about Betsy a little bit, coming in here as a substitute. If you were a coach of that team, would you start bringing up the discussion of maybe we should keep him on as a permanent fixture?
If I was an IQ, I would be pretty scared right now. Based on like the performances, I heard some statistic the other day about basically Betsy has performed better in two games than he has the entire split. I think that speaks for itself.
Yeah, also for like the mid lane position, excuse me, if you have someone who's just mechanically really, really strong, like Betsy is, the communication thing will come afterwards. So the fact that he can just 1v1 every mid laner, I mean, he killed Vivin last week, he held his own this whole time, means things can like only get better. Because you can't really talk less when you're just brand new in a team.
Yeah, it was impressive also and said just good performance by him and by Gambit all around with half of the week behind us. Let's check out the standings in this one. SK Gaming, they're no longer alone in first place as Fnatic joins them in their top spot. H2K are 1 game behind them, rounding out the top 3, while the Copenhagen Wolves, Gambit, and the Unicorns of Love are locked in fourth. Probably you must be feeling pretty good right about now.
Yes, I'm happy to be a part of the team that I'm on right now. It's really nice. It's kind of it's a blessing to have them choose me.
What do you guys make of the Fnatic SK Gaming now tied at the top of the table? Did you see that coming?
I think it could have been predicted in a way, simply because SK Gaming, I talked about earlier, about how their strategy is kind of flawed when it's played against better teams. And always in the start of the season, teams are going to start to establish themselves and kind of find their place. And when, in terms of thinking how the playoffs are going to go off, I think Fnatic is going to be better than SK at the end.
Very interesting. Talk about team performance. Shifting now to individual performances. There was one player that really stepped up today with 7 kills, 11 assists, and a 90% kill participation in a dominant performance as Nidalee earlier today. Our fantasy LCS leader is the Unicorns of Love's Kikis with 32 points. Pulling out that Nidalee again, he actually didn't last week, maybe not knowing how it would be on the patch, but Nidalee is definitely something just to grab those fantasy points with.
Yeah, she is like such a really good early ganker. So in LCS, if people are playing passive, she can like really take advantage of that. The only thing is, yeah, her team fight is not the strongest, but as long as you're going in hard early, like it works really well.
Yeah, there will be plenty of time more for big play tomorrow as we start things off with H2K versus Giants Gaming. Fnatic will face the Copenhagen Wolves as they close in on the top of the tables, and SK Gaming will take on Elements in a twist on a classic LCS matchup. Guys, that Elements versus SK matchup, Yamato, it will prove if the change they made, if the foundation's there for Elements to build on, how much you think they can do.
I think the win, particularly for Elements today, was really important going into the matchup against SK Gaming. And with that in mind, I think it's going to be quite an even matchup, simply because of how things went for SK today.
Mm-hmm. What do you make of the slide of SK Gaming 0-3 after going 8-0? It seems like it could be slippery.
Dude, this guy's just reading my mind because he's saying everything I would actually say. Like, yeah, Elements has kind of, got a little bit of momentum right now. They're kind of feeling good. And that's like the best time to play League is like when you're winning and, you feel good about everything. And then SK, on the other hand, they're like, they're kind of not in a rut, but they're, on a losing spree right now. So it's kind of like if they can, figure out whatever is bringing them down, I think they can hold their own. But I don't know. I think it is going to be really close to 50-50. I'll say 55 to SK, just so we fight.
He doesn't like predictions, but...
I'm actually leaning towards Elements. I kind of have to do it after the loss today.
Yeah.
We're fighting.
There we go. We'll see you tomorrow. And of course, we'll be joined by more LCS coaches throughout the day. The action all starts at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. That is all from us here in Berlin, though. I'd like to thank Prolly, Yamato, Cannon, and all the coaches that joined us on the desk today for Insight. On behalf of myself and the live broadcast crew, thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Something we're going to keep reminding everybody. Only 8 games left this split, so running out of time.
Let's go party! Oh yeah!
But he's got no backup and he's gonna go down. Pepinero trying everything he can, but Steelback just shrugs it off. And Fnatic complete the turnaround. They take the win.
The Unicorns of themselves have put on a very special outfit. They are ready for the battle. X side.
Thank you! Go! The Unicorns of Love take down SK Gaming. Odo taking up so much, and there is H2K turning on the gas. H2K come up with another victory.
My knees are weak, my arms are heavy.
Palms are sweaty.
Palms are sweaty.
I got you.
Talking's tired of that already,
Yeah.
Even that's my only reference I ever make.
Until you keep going about this spaghetti part, then it's okay.
Immediately picking up Nisbeth. Horo focusing. Reckless is down. Rowles is going to follow at the double kill. Going over to Froggen. Shook is going to be able to safeguard his way back, but Horo, Nisbeth, they really want this fight. Elements. They stop their losing skid in the debut of Crepo.
Dangerous stuff there, you see. Leviathan.
The button heads right here. Dentist and Leviathan.
So then the Elements does as well here.
Begin,
Right.
They're going to look for the fight here. Soul Shackles is out. Here comes Kamoshard right into the middle. Finds Unlimited for a quick pickup. Deathmark on Airwalks. He's getting popped down. Kamoshard coming up with a big one. Gambit, they want to end this game right here, right now. Oh my goodness. Gambit Gaming. What a win.